is up, super fam and Brovengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today we are continuing our book club. We have we're finished with the book, ladies and gentlemen. I am so excited to get into all of the good nitty gritty things that we are going to be discussing today. I had a wonderful time ending this book here. I think it was a fantastic. Like, I love this. I love this book. I love this book. I love this series. Like, I want to get into book 3 so bad. Like, I am excited. This was a really fun. Wow, this book was just filled with so many layers. I can't even begin to explain. But if you guys haven't already, make sure you drop a like on the stream because it definitely helps us get out there to other fans and other people. So I appreciate all the love from you guys. Make sure you follow us on all platforms at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And, of course, check out that weekly podcast wherever you check out podcasts at, alright? I'm pumped, I'm ecstatic, I'm happy. I had a really good time going through this portion of the reading. It was magnificent, or should I say going through the final portion of this reading, going through the final segment. It was just it was a lot of things, man, and I had a really good time with it. So I'm excited to go through it, talk about it, nerd out, and just kind of go through this book and all of its in all of its entirety. Wait, can I get that out of there? Oh, oh, boom. Okay. In all of its entirety. So, yeah, man, I'm pumped. I want you guys to let me know how you felt about this book. I'm definitely gonna go on to Goodreads and write my review and everything about this one here. Oh, that's what it is. I didn't put that back. There we go. I'm gonna have to definitely go back on. I'm gonna go onto my Goodreads and leave a review for this because, man, I had a lovely time going through this book, and I really, really liked it. And these last, I believe it's 10 chapters that we go through here. These last 10 chapters that we have, they are bangers, and in my opinion, it was like perfect. It was a perfect portion. It was a perfect segment to be able to get a hold of and get down with. So yeah, man, I'm really excited. I don't know if anybody was in the Discord in our Wheel of Time channel, but I did drop like a little thing in there when I was reading, because I was reading and then something happened and then I was like, oh my god, and I made a little post in there because it was lit. I really hope that for the next segment of chapter, or for the next book, that we can really have like that Patreon and stuff like that going. So for those of you who do want to like be there while I'm actually like reading it for the first time, we can have that, like, kind of, we can make that happen for you, because I know a lot of people did want that the last time, and I'm down to do it because I'm reading it in the way I read it. It's already set up to be able to do that, so you guys would just be able to get that back in, see me highlighting and watch it and reading and things like that. So I'm pumped, man. I'm pumped for real to get into this portion of the reading today. You guys already know how we do things around here, and if you don't, we will be going from chapter to chapter. We will be doing our chat talk first, is where we just kind of chit chat with, we just chit chat with chat, or talk with chat, I guess you could say, for a little while, just seeing how everyone is doing and kind of getting a temp check as well of how everybody was, feeling about the reading. Then we go into my overall thoughts, and then I'll just kind of discuss how I felt about the entirety of what we were able to take part in. And then after that, we'll get into the actual chapter by chapter book review as we do. So let me see. I'm not sure if I can. Where's my clock app? Clock. Nope. Clock. There we go. Boom. Did that do something? Nope, it didn't. Whatever. But yeah, man, I had a good time with this reading. Just to jump into chat real quick and see how everyone is doing as well. Yeah, let's jump into chat and see how everyone's doing, how everybody is feeling. Did anybody watch Star Wars: The Acolyte? Did you guys like it? You know, how is everybody feeling, man? I want to know how we're doing this week. How is work going for you guys? I hope no one's sick or anything like that. I wish nothing but health, wealth, and positivity to all you beautiful people out there. You feel me? Okay, let's jump into chat. Hype, yo, what's up with it? Big Hype LBF. I think Marisu had dropped a comment before I had opened up everything, so let me go and read that comment very quickly. What does it say? Oh, here we go. Wait. Oh, I knew that. Full book spoilers throughout book 2 and season 2 of the show. This is going to be a fun one, guys. Let me go ahead and pin that. Just for anybody that might jump in here. What's going on? Oh, the poll is in the way. I'm like, bruv. The poll is always making something happen. All right, let's refresh this over here. Oh, speaking of the poll, if you guys haven't answered the poll, if you don't see it, it should be somewhere over here. It says, do you remember the first time you read The Great Hunt? Let me know how you felt about it in the comments below. So let me know how you guys felt the first time you read this book. I really would like to know how everyone was feeling. All right. What's up with the LBF? How you doing, G? I think my alerts, I don't know if you guys remember, but that one time when like all of my audio and stuff was tripping, I think it's because my alert stuff was tripping. So none of my hello there's and my my audience stuff is working at this moment, unfortunately. Oh, my beep is still working though, right? Yeah, my beep still works though. Let's go. All right, I still got my beep, so I can be. Okay, that's all I need. Get hype, yo, for real. I vaguely remember reading The Great Hunt for the first time. It was about 30 years ago. I found the description of the Shan-Chan soldiers and how they have grown to be so different from previous events. I really can agree with you there. When I first read, it was wild actually getting that realization in this segment as well. But like, you know, seeing all that stuff going on, it's so very grotesque and it's oddly familiar, isn't? And that's what I think that's the part that's kind of weirded me out the most, is even though everything seemed so like really grotesque and like something that would not be normal, for some reason I was able to visualize it so vividly, and then it just kind of it's kind of like a creepy type of vibe, and I don't know. The one thing I remember from the first read of The Great Hunt is I thought that the Eggy Captivity was literally half the book, and it just felt that long, even though it was only like 5 chapters. Yeah, which is crazy. I think that's actually insane that it is so short. You know what I mean? Like it does seem like it was a long time that she was there. And I think that's something to, well, I'll talk about that more in my overall thoughts, but I think that's a really good point for real. I agree with you completely. Definitely glad to have you here, LBF. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I hope everybody's having a fantastic Wednesday. A wonderful Wheelie Wednesday, if you will. I also was impressed by the description of the giant statue with the crystal sphere and found the ending to be wild but epic. It was super wild. I think that's something I wasn't prepared for, is how insane this book really is. Like how insane things get. Like the sheer scale that things go to I had no idea what was gonna be going on. You know, it was so insane. It was just amazing. It was truly amazing. Uh, oops, did I? No, what's going on? Oh, there we go. Whoops. Oopsie, my bad. I'm still getting attacked by gnats. I really appreciated learning about the portal world too, but missed the significance of Flicker Flicker at the time. Oh, okay. I feel that, LBF. I feel that actually. Because it's like you really don't know what the hell is going on until you do. And I understand that. I don't know if that made any sense, but sometimes you don't understand what's happening and you're like, this doesn't even make sense, but it's still cool. And then you figure out what's actually going on and you're like, holy frijoles, this was fantastic. Yo, what's up with the KP? I hope you're having a fantastic, wonderful, Wheelie Wednesday today. It was about a year or so after I'd read Eye of the World, and for some reason, I didn't realize there were more books in the series until I saw The Great Hunt on a friend's bookshelf. Damn, that's insane. That's so dope. That's happened to me a couple of times. With like, I think that happens to me all the time with animes, actually. Like, when I first got into anime and then finding out there's an entire manga that is the whole story, and I've got like this much of the story from the anime because the anime comes out like 7 years after the manga, and then you're like, holy man, what? There's a whole world that I didn't even know about. I think that actually just happened to me and Marisu the other day when we were talking about Star Wars, and then we ended up going back and we ended up finding out that there's like an entire saga of book series for Star Wars in the High Republic era. Like, yo, we had no idea. There's so much, there's always so much more, and I love that. Yo, what's up with it, Thatch? How you doing, man? I hope you're having a wonderful Wheelie Wednesday as well, my boy. Love to have you here with us, G. I can see the argument from him reading it, knowing how much of book 3 was in season 2. I can see the argument for him reading it, knowing how much of book 3 was in season 2. Oh, I see what you're saying. Like I should be able to actually read book 3 because like they put a lot of this in. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, man. I don't know though. I don't know because I feel like we covered. I feel like I'm not even sure what was in the show that wasn't in the books other than, well, I mean, like, we do find out that, well, I'll talk about all that stuff. I'll talk about all that, but it's a possibility. I'll maybe I'll run a poll on it. I'll run a poll on it. Actually, drop a 1 in the chat if you think I'd be able to read book 3 without any show spoilers, because you guys know I'm trying to be spoiler free for season 3, right? I don't want. Well, I feel like there was definitely some season 3 spoilers in this book. I'm not gonna lie, but you know, let me know. Do you guys think I'm safe to read it? 1 in the chat if yes, I'm safe to read book 3. 2 in the chat if no, I'm not safe to read book 3. Let me know how y'all are feeling about that. 1 in the chat for yes, 2 in the chat for no. I just want to say I put in work to make sure the Inktar reveal wasn't spoiled during the season 2 watch party. A lot of people wanted to tell you how the book was different. Yo, Marisu, you definitely you've been doing the Lord's work. I'm not gonna lie, because I didn't see that coming from 30 million miles away, like at all. I did not see that, like. Holy hell, I didn't see that coming at all, bro. Like, wow. This is a perfect time for me. I'm working tonight, but it was just parking cars for play, so now I have a lot of time to kill. Hey, happy to have you here, Thatcher. I wanted to do it a little bit earlier because I know we're going to be doing 10 chapters rather than our usual like 4 to 5, so I did want to give a little bit more cushion in there, you know what I mean, to get it going. I had a little bit of more stuff to do earlier in the day, so I had to start reading a little bit later, so all of that is the way that is, you know what I mean? But I'm happy to have you guys here. I'm hoping everybody is, you know, having a good night. And don't you worry your pretty little heads. We're going to get into all of that fantastic goodness in just a minute. 10 chapters was ambitious, but I think it worked out. Yo, it worked out fantastic. Again, Marisu, I wish all of my stuff was working here because I would be giving you all of the rounds of applause. Make sure everybody drops some W's in the chat for Marisu, aka Master Sue, for real, because she did the damn thing with the splitting up of everything. I love the split up of the book. You definitely you definitely saved me from hella spoilers when we were doing the watch party for sure, because I remember you'd be like, nah, don't say that, nope, don't say that, because everybody was definitely like, the book is so much different than this, the book is so much different. And I can remember all the times you were really doing the damn thing, right? Like crazy. Let's see. Yo, what's up with it, Sharice? What's up, girl? How you doing? I hope you're having a good day today as well. Wonderful Wheelie Wednesday. Akam, what's happening, Akam? ACM, I hope you're having a good one as well. Anyone else new? Yo, Quee, how you doing? I hope you're having a good one. Shout out to all of you guys that are in here. Okay. And yeah, yo, shout out to all of y'all. I appreciate it. Let's see. I haven't been able to watch the new episode of Acolyte yet. I mean, I think it did just drop, so it's okay. I think it literally dropped last night, so I understand. You know, we be watching it at 11. No, it drops at 5:30 now, actually. You guys might not know that, but it drops at, well, I don't know what time that would be EST. I think that's like 8:30. So probably, well, 9 actually. So like 10 o'clock your guys' time, you should have it available for you. Okay, so yo, I definitely am excited to get into all of this goodness, man. I'm trying to kind of stay a little bit on track with some time here today, so I'm gonna jump back into chat once I'm done with my overall thoughts. Welcome in all my people, all of my family. I hope all of the Brovenger out there are doing well. Make sure you drop a like on the stream if you haven't already, because you already know it helps out so much around these parts. Okay, so I'm about to get into my overall thoughts of this portion of the reading because I really did find it fan-tiddly-tastic. All right, but before I do, you guys already know how things go around here. I'll get into it right after these short brief messages from me.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
That is right. Gives the Lands of Ghaphora, my own book series that I've been working on for a little while, not too long. Hoping to get into all of that good stuff. Not next week, but the week after that. Because next week, we will be doing a full book review of The Great Hunt. And then the week after that is when I'll be doing my live reading of my first 5 chapters of the alpha copy for this book. So if you guys are interested in joining any of that awesome vibes, I definitely would appreciate it. And you can also check out more information here at the link in the chat. Okay. Now, when it comes to my overall thoughts on this portion of the reading, the final portion, the final segment of The Great Hunt, oh my goodness, I love the Wheel of Time so much, you guys. The Wheel of Time is a fantastic experience that I am so happy I was able to partake in, even though I am years late. I mean, a lot of you guys read this book before I was alive. Just gonna put that out there. And I just love the fact that I'm able to, now find this book and go on this journey. And it's been so amazing. And it's been such an insane ride. I had no idea where it was going to take us from one moment to the next. And now to be sitting here and have finished the second book of this 14-book series, if I'm not mistaken, it's just like I feel accomplished, yet I feel like I have no idea what's going on at the same time, right? Because I feel like I know so much information, but I know there's so much on the other side of that. It's like the iceberg theory that is talked about a lot when world building and reading. I feel like this story gives us an iceberg, and the waters of the ocean are receding in a good way, and so we are actually seeing more and more of the iceberg. So what we thought was there, we're actually able to experience it. We're able to see the thing that we knew was underneath the water level the entire time, and that is just such a powerful thing for me with this book series. I did not know that we were going to be going to all of these different lengths and all these different depths, but I really do appreciate the nuances of the show in certain aspects. In a lot of ways, like, I'm happy that I don't know how else to say this, but I'm happy that I go into everything with high expectations and an open mind, because in a lot of ways, if you don't do that, I think that this book could ruin the show for you in a lot of ways. And I think that I have a newfound understanding of a lot of the people that had come into the chat when we were doing the watch party, and they were tripping. I remember, like, people were having a lot of issues with certain things, and I can understand that now, because this book shines a completely different light than everything else that we are able to see and all the other things that we partake in when we start this journey. And it's like, wow, I don't know. I'm not sure where we go from here, but when we end this book, and it's like when we read the very last page, you know what I mean? When we see, because this quote has been going through the book a lot more, right? Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. When we hear those words ring and echo throughout this portion of the reading, it's like it continues to hit harder and harder and harder every time you hear it. And man, I like, man, it's crazy to see how beautiful this story is, and how we actually get to see all of our characters become stronger, overcome adversity, choose a path that is actually not straight in front of them, and have to overcome the things that they were learned, their learned behavior. They have to overcome that learned behavior for something else, to save someone else, and or to even save themselves. And to see all of these characters go from literal farm people, like they're all just farmers in book 1, and then at the end of this book 2, every single character that we were introduced to in the beginning has grown exponentially, and now they have a newfound appreciation. I don't want to say a newfound appreciation for life, but definitely a newfound appreciation for who they are, and a newfound appreciation for what it really means to fight for something that you believe in. And God damn it, I'm ready to fight with him. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm ready to fight with him right now. Season season 2, season 1, like these, they do a okay job of adapting these books, but man, like think just even the creatures, the amount of monsters that we are subject to within the books, it creates an entirely different environment to know that there are flying creatures watching and doing recon, essentially, you know what I mean, about what's happening. And 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 then seeing these things go full circle, seeing that the bird thing is watching them, and later on they all are going out and ready to fight the white cloaks because of that recon information that they got earlier. It's like, bro, there's just so nothing happens to just happen. Everything is very methodical within this book series. And I'm not going to lie, I can give that to the show. The show doesn't just do anything for a reason either. Everything is very methodical. Like, it is very thought out. Like, things are thought out for sure. And even when they were overwhelmed with not just the writer strikes, but also with like the COVID and all these things that they had to pivot with. The pivots that they made were pretty thought out pivots, even if they had to get made in the last minute or the last moment. You know what I mean? So they do their own job of giving us a different story. And it's like within the multiverse, we are watching a different story take place adjacent to this one. Like, and that's okay. Like, and that's okay. And again, the lack of Moiraine in this book was amazing. Like, yes, she is super apparent, but also no, she's not. Like, we get to experience so many more Aes Sedai. We get to have so many more moments. We don't feel like we are under Moiraine's thumb, but at the same time, when we find out we're not, it's like, oh. So she really hasn't been putting her influence throughout this entire book. Like, things have just been happening because things happen. I'm okay with that. Excuse me. But yeah, man, I absolutely loved this. I absolutely love this. I absolutely loved it so much. Let's see. Let's run it back. Okay. Yeah, the gang is all here. Shout out to everybody. Do it for my mama and little brother too. I guarantee you we'll still be going in 2 hours. Oh yeah, for sure, ACM. You can definitely come back, man. We'll be here and ready to yap it up with you, brother. Ingtar Boromir's moment in or around 5 Ride Forth. Oh, it's such a good moment in the book that I missed a lot from the show. That 5 Ride Forth is crazy. Varen's presence alone is missed tremendously from the show. Like, tremendously. Like, whoo. She does. It's the same with Tam. My bad. It's the same with Tom. Excuse me. Like, Tom and Varen are so important for the story, and we don't get an ounce of them. It's like, wow. It's kind of wild. I know I say this a lot, and I know that it's also obvious, but when you change the arc of the characters, you change the character. Like, that's just that. And that is why these characters in the show are not the same characters in the book, but they can both be looked at very similarly. It's like, hey, you read this comic that's from Spider-Man, like you read the Spider-Man comic, and then you read the Amazing Spider-Man comic. They both got Mary Jane, they both got Peter Parker, they both got Aunt May, but they're clearly different stories. You know, like they're clearly different stories. Does that make it not Spider-Man? I don't think so. I just think it makes these two different tellings or two different takes on the Spider-Man character. But I know comics and books are very different from each other, so I don't want to make too much of a comparison there. The goal is to make it to the end of the entire show tonight. Who needs sleep? You're damn right. Who needs sleep? No one needs sleep when we are. Wait. No one needs sleep when we are. I don't know. I was trying to be all prophetic. It didn't work. No one needs sleep when we are turned by the wheels of time. I don't know. Hell yeah, I started reading the Star Wars novels last year. Yeah, there's novels, they're comic books. It's a lot. One time I saw the Wheel of Time books on someone's shelf, and turns out Robert Jordan was his uncle. Cool story. That's insane. What? That's awesome. Avienda, Bane, and Chad. Oh yeah, I was literally waiting for the Aiel to pull up the entire time. Never did. Also was waiting for the Moiraine moment. Didn't happen. I would say not safe. Okay. Big W's for Marisu, yo. I definitely appreciate you. They actually filmed Ingtar's Dark Friend reveal, but they felt it didn't carry the same weight and deleted it. But Rafe said they will show it later. Okay, I feel that. Yeah, I have no feeling. I mean, I didn't feel like bro was a Dark Friend here either, so I think that would work perfectly. Oh my God, my heart. Yeah, that hurt. That one got me, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I was like, no. Yeah, that was crazy. I don't think there's enough emotional import to the sword and stone to be worried about that, but Matt is a good argument. What are you talking about, Willis? Oh, until we know they aren't doing it, it's not safe. I feel that. Okay. Three Amigos, hun? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Although there may be some similar themes with Matt's arc from the books 3 and season 3 and the opening scene in episode 1, it's likely that that happened off page in book 3. I'd say much less connected than book 2 to season 2. I have no idea what you're talking about. Although there may be similar themes with the Matt arc from book 3 and season 3 and the opening scene in episode 1. Oh, I think that well, I don't know about book 3 at all, but I understand what you're saying, actually. I understand. I have no input for that because I understand what you're saying. I wonder if Sensei would have felt spoiled by book 2 for season 2. Hell yeah. If I would have read this book before season 2, I would have been furious. I would have actually been furious because there's a lot of spoilers in here, baby. There's a lot of spoilers. And season 2 also spoils book 2. Like it's a hand in hand because we don't get the reveal that Selene is Lanfear at the end. Like it's not flat out said. It's heavily implied because she's called the most beautiful woman she's ever seen, but there is nothing that implies that Lanfear is Selene. So season 2 spoils book 2 and book 2 spoils season 2. So that's why I'm pretty sure book 3 will spoil season 3 and season 3 will spoil book 3. I would just rather season 3 be like have it spoiled first, especially because it's only coming out next year. I don't think that's a long time to wait. Especially when there's hella other books that we can get into. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It's 2 separate turnings of the wheel. It's not an adaptation. That's the only way I can rationalize it. I feel it. Yes, exactly. Go back to the Amazing Spider-Man versus Spectacular Spider-Man. That's how I feel about those things. Those are different tellings of something happening. We're hitting some of the same canon events, but overall, Pops is still dead. Tam still died. He's out of there. We're still adopted. All of that stuff is still the same. But you know. One of my favorite quotes, I actually have a shirt with it. Oh, are you talking about the quote that I was talking about? Yes, sir. I mean, other than the testing, Egwene capture and blowing the horn, I couldn't have predicted anything in season 2 after reading the entire series. Hey, I'm not gonna lie, because they went crazy with it. Like, they took the same core and made something insane. Like, you can make something insane with that. You know what I mean? Like, you can make something crazy with it. Like something wild, because having the dragon like encompass the tap. I think I talked about that last week, you guys. I think I was like, I wonder if we're gonna have the dragon scene happen in the same way, and instead we get the entire battle shown in the sky. Like, bro, what? Crazy. Have we even heard death is lighter than a feather yet? Not in the show. No, we haven't heard that one time in the show. We haven't got any of that. We haven't got any of the connection between Rand and Lan like that. We didn't get like the preparation vibe, like, oh, we prepared for all of this stuff and we've been practicing. We never saw Rand just like practicing sword forms either. Like, bro, lame. Okay, I see that there's some messages deleted over here, but I don't think those messages delete in my little chat thing. So now I'm scared. All right, I'm gonna close this because I see messages are deleted and I don't want to read those messages. Hold on. Yeah, I know. I don't want to read them. That's why I'm like, hold on. Let me change this thing. Let me read this other thing instead. I gotta go to the other chat. Yeah, I gotta go to the other chat because the extension that I use, I don't think it deletes messages that are deleted by you the same way that the other one did. So when I looked over and I saw that there were deleted messages, and it was like right where I was coming up on. So that's why I was like, okay, wait a minute. Let me refresh or something. Is there a way to refresh this? I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to do this. Oh well. Bring that back and go back up. Where was I? Okay, one of my favorite quotes. I read that. Have we heard death lighter than feather? No. We haven't. Yeah, I think Lan says that to Rand either end of book 1 or beginning of book 2. Oh, I thought y'all was talking about the show. Like, that hasn't been said in the show, I don't think at all. Season 3 is supposed to be more in line with the landmark moments of book 3 and 4, right? I have no idea. More book 4, mostly 4, maybe a sprinkling of 3. Knowing the real world source for Lighter Than a Feather makes it even better. Imperial rescript to soldiers and sailors. What? Yo, you be coming with the knowledge, Quee. I'm not gonna lie. I be saving like all of your messages because you always come with some crazy historic facts, I guess is the best way to say it. There we go. That's why I have no problem with Sensei getting through book 3. I'd retract that. Message retracted. Message retracted. Fine. Thought it was vague enough. Thank you. Marisu knows there is no vague for me. I want the vague. I'm gonna feed off of the vague. Varen is amazing. I really wish they'd had another episode or two so that they'd have time for them. Yeah, yo, like I think all of the people that have given the most heart have not been given any time on the actual screen. Like how Min is a travesty in the show compared to what they did with her in the book. Like, what? I understand taking like the whole Rand's harem thing out because that's kind of wild. I was not expecting that hint there, but I'm still like, I'm not against any of that stuff because I like the way that they react to it. It's all like it works. It all works, and I'm here for it. And it's like, why did we're missing out on so much of that bickering between each other? You know what I mean? Like, damn. Like, what did they do to men? What did they do to men, yo? I can't believe it. The core of the characters is the same, but how they arrived there is different for sure. Yeah, I agree, Thatch. I agree. Except Elaine. Elaine is exactly the same between the books and the show. Yeah, Elaine is the same. I agree. She definitely is. The core of Peter Parker is always the same, but the Spider-Man are all unique. Fact. That's the great thing about the books. There's enough room for 100 characters, whereas the show, and I really felt that in this reading too. Like it took a long time. It took a long time. Like, it took a long time to get there. You can absolutely see the hints of Ingtar's dark friend allegiance on reread. There were moments when I was like, what the hell is Ingtar on? Bro is tripping. But in the end, it all worked out. You know what I mean? And then it didn't work out. And I was like, oh my God, wait. And then we get to the end and I was like, oh wait, so he was tripping. He was tripping too hard. I wasn't being suspicious. He was being suspicious. We kind of get it. Celine and Lanfear have exactly the same physical description. That's true. They both are explained as like the most beautiful woman in the world. But when you have two, I like that it's a purposeful throw off though. You know what I mean? Is Sensei turning into a book cloak? I'm sorry. I just don't understand why they have done this to these characters. They have ripped them of everything they know and love, and they're completely different. Not the one. I see the one. The deleted messages for your sake. Do not read. I won't. I wonder if it's because we deleted them ourselves, not by the mod. I don't know. Dude, after last night, I have no chill with regard to spoilers. Yeah, that was insane. That was wild. I couldn't believe it. See? Book cloak. Hey, what did they do to Min? Like, what did they do to Min's character? Like, Min is damn near Tavern just like they are. Almost, it seems like. She is very important to what's going on. She ain't even in, she's in the show like this much. And I don't know if she's like a dark friend adjacent in the book, but that was an interesting turn they gave her as well. You know what I mean? Yo, he already used the word harem. Wasn't expecting that. Bruh got a whole, the way that it is being explained as to, Min literally said it. I didn't think it until the end of the book when Min was like, or you'll have all three of us. I was like, what? What the fuck? What just happened? I was like, he'll do what? Excuse me? What did she say? Whoa. I didn't expect that. That was insane. That took me for a completely left turn. I was like, whoa. All right. I was like, all right, bet. What? Hey, whatever you say, man. I was like, yo, what just happened here? But let's get this going. Yo, those are my overall thoughts, yo. I'm excited to rewatch the show now. Like, for real. Like, I am really excited to rewatch the show so I can actually have completely different feelings for everything. But I do appreciate the show for so many reasons. I mean, the White Cloaks are awesome in the show. I think that the show handles the White Cloaks better. I think that the show handles the Shan Chan better as well, and showing us how evil they really are. Like, I think those two things are both handled way better in the show. Like, seeing what they, I mean, sad that it's both Egwene, like, on both ends of that. Like, it was the White Cloaks that tortured her, and then it was the you know what I mean? And then it was the Shan Chan that tortured her. So that super sucks for Egwene. I don't know why she got the short end of the stick both times, but you know, I like the way that they handled it a lot there. You know what I mean? Like, because this is solid. Like, this is really solid. I really appreciate this show so much because it did a really good job, though, of tackling things. Like, I remember watching this last battle in the show and being like, holy crap, I have never seen something on this scale for a show. Like, the scale was huge. There was battles everywhere. And then the freaking dragon climbed up the tower and he was, like, roaring and shit. And I was like, bro, this is awesome. Like, this is amazing. Like, that was crazy. I was not prepared for that at all. And then we get into, you know what I mean? And then, like, in the book, though, it's clearly 10 times the scale. I think that this, like, this show needs to be made like the Lord of the Rings director's cuts. You know what I mean? Like, the extended 3-hour version. That's how we need that. Like, that's how we need that. For real. Like, we need things to be really spread out, and we need all of these moments to chill with our characters, to let things happen. Could you imagine if there was like a director's cut for a show where we get like 3 extra episodes or something? I think that this show could benefit from that so much. Like, dropping another episode here and there, like the little Dark Friend social that they dropped, but like a little 30 minutes maybe instead, you know, like, drop it a little bit longer, give us a little bit more to deal with and you know, take in. I think that would be amazing. I love the show. I love the book. They're both really fantastic in their own right. It's a travesty what they did to some of the characters, but I think there's a lot of potential to do these things with these characters still. But it's like, if you do with men in season 3 what was done with men in book 2, I'm not going to feel the same about men in season 3 because I know that she just had my boy Matt. She just made him go to the Ishmael thing first. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, like, that the weight of what she did in betraying Matt is still real for me. Like, that's real. So, like, it just didn't have the same effect on me here because it's obviously different in the book. So it's like, I don't know how we're going to balance these things with the show versus the book with these characters. Same thing with Tam. I don't know if Tam has showed up again, but it's like, when he does show up again, am I going to be like, oh shit, Tam's alive? I don't think so. Like, in the show, like, I don't think just general audiences are going to be like, oh, Tam, the dude that taught them how to, you know what I mean? It's not going to have that same weight. Like, there's a lot of weight that has been lifted off of certain characters and has been put into different areas. So that's what's going to be different for real. But watching the show, I'm still going to be hype about it because I really like the show, and I like the show's characters, and I like the book's characters. It's just interesting how different they are from each other, honestly. That's something that really I didn't expect, is how different the book was going to be from the show. Like, I really didn't expect that. It threw me for a loop, you guys. I'm not going to lie. Like, the differences are many. Pat and Fame. Like, bro, there's so many. Like, yeah. Whoa. Like, it's just, I was not prepared at all. I was not prepared. Man is a travesty, full agree. I'm loving this so much. The GQ model white cloaks, they are GQ models, that's a fact. I appreciate the show for one reason in particular. Without it, we wouldn't have people like Sensei. Hey, that's true. I would never even have read this book if it wasn't for the show. Because I liked the show so much that I read the book. And that does not happen a lot. But I did. And now I like this even more. I hate how much I prefer the villains in the show compared to our heroes. No, that's a really good point, KP. Nah, that's a really good point. They do flesh out our villains a little bit more than the heroes. Like Celine, Ishmael, the White Cloaks, even the Shan-Chan, like... They are a little bit more... I think they do, yeah, they do hold a little bit more weight. And I think the reason for that, though, is because they took away all of the supporting characters around our characters. You know? LBF, you're out of pocket, my boy. Yo, I wasn't ready for that. Yo. Which culture do you think will torture Egwene in season 3? Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I see some more retracted messages in here. That is mission number 1. Okie dokie, wise ones. The show villains are pretty incredible. They are fantastic. Like, the moment that is literally burned into my mind, like, is when we see Ishmael as the Dark One for the first time, and his face is like covered with that wrapping, and his eyes are glowing bright, and then the wrapping like goes into his eyelids, and then it's Ishmael's face. Like, that shit was crazy. Like, when we saw that for the first time, even, like, when we see that face, like, oh my God, there's not a lot of things that look like that I remember. You know what I mean? Like, the thing in is it Disturbance? With the dad that has the demon following him, and it has like the jump scare with the demon like right behind him. Like, that face kind of, not even that face had the same effect as when you see Ishii in that freaking demon face mask. Like, bro, they went stupid for that. That was incredible. He's so menacing, right? Like, oh, bro. That shit was crazy. And then also, like, the visions. I like that they have there's completely different dream sequences from the show versus the movie. The book. The show versus the book. I'm so looking forward to Egwene's arc, book 4 arc. Ooh. The weight is important, much like that duty, heavier than a mountain. Facts. Yes, that's a fact. The red chin. I kind of feel like you should get taxed for this, Marisu. I don't know. I think you should get taxed for that. I tried to go past it, but, you know, something in me was just like, nah, man, you can't let that slide. You can't let that slide. The red chin is particularly likable. That is something that I'm also not a big fan of. Like, I like the Crimson Chin so much. Remember how you guys were getting at me because I was like, I think we can trust Crimson Chin, and then y'all was like, there's no way you trust the Crimson Chin, but you don't trust Celine or something like that. And lo and behold, I couldn't trust either of them. But still, it's like, like, bro, I don't know. Like, why did she have a son? What was that about? Why did we need to be Why did she need to be humanized? The threat is there. Like, it's like they didn't put Inverin in that place so they could make Leandrin more likable. Did we need that? I don't think so. And Magi. I don't think I remember Magi. Is Magi the one that shows up at the end? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's who shows up at the end, right? Oh, yeah, Spider Chick. Yeah. Nah, that was dope. Yeah, the spiders were lit. I love that. Chills, yeah. The spider was treacherous. I agree with all of this. I'm prepared to be way more afraid of Magi in the show. I don't think we even got introduced to Magi in this book, did we? Or is she one of the... No, because... I don't know. Leandrin is a psychopath in the book. She was born that way, not made that way. Oh, yes, he's super different. That's weird. Those are weird Those are weird decisions to make, in my opinion. I don't get it. Like, humanize with the person that's straight up wild. Weird. But again, like I said, you know, the show spoils the books a little bit, and the book spoils the shows a little bit because they're taking stuff from a little bit of everywhere. So we'll see once we get to season 3. And why are the seals the size of a freaking room? Like, bro, there are these things are so interesting to do. But at the same time, I think we talked about that. And it does it's like, oh, the weight of it. Again, going back to weight, you feel the weight of a seal breaking when it is so big, like when it's ginormous, when it's like the size of a human being versus when it's a little teeny tiny seal that you can hold in your hand. I understand, but still. Weird, right? Like, those are a lot of weird decisions to make, man. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. Okay, let's get back to the top of the reading. I think that's right here. Or did I go back too far? Yeah, I went back a little bit too far. Damn. Okay. You haven't met Magi in the books yet? Oh, okay. They spoil each other in unpredictable ways. That's super. Yeah, I agree. That's true. I really agree with that. They do spoil each other in unpredictable ways. I see that for sure. I think Sensei is smart to do show first in this instance. I'm gonna pick shit apart way too much. I'm already picking shit apart right now. I'm like, oh, okay, so I wonder if that goes to that. And yeah. In the show, but not the books. If it were me, I wouldn't want anything to spoil book 4. Oh, okay. I don't want anything to spoil nothing, for real. Like Mari Sue said, yo, we got spoiled last night for Star Wars The Acolyte, and that was triggering. I'm not gonna lie. I was ready to lose it. But yo, I'm ready to get into the chapter by chapter discussion and review, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope you guys are too. I'm gonna run to the restroom just real quick, and then we'll get into the thick of it. That was cool. I rhymed on accident. What is up, Super Fam?
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reactions. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controllable.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update,
Or movie reviews.
we love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying.
That was pretty awesome.
Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch. Oh no. How long was my chair there? I'm sorry. Not like this. Five minutes? Okay, buddy. There's no way. There's no way. You know what? You know who I can ask? You know who's going to tell me the truth? Huh? Do you guys know? Omnipig. Omnipig can let me know. So how long was I gone, Omnipig? How long? Oh, okay. Yeah, I wasn't gone that long. I knew it. Guys trying to get me. Thanks, Omnipig. I appreciate you, bro. Yo, Omnipig says 10 seconds. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too. I do that slap of bacon we bet to haunt you. I love it, yo. I love it, yo. Shout out to Omnipig. Doing the Lord's work out here. Okay. Omnipig isn't real. It can't hurt me. That's hilarious. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into our chapter by chapter book review, starting with none other than
Chapter 41. Disagreements.
Chapter 41. Disagreements. Yo, going into chapter 41, I really didn't know what was going to be going on. Really didn't know what was going to be going on. We start off with a little bit of Okay, we find out that it's about to start snowing. Not that too big of a deal. But what I did find that was crazy right here was that we find out Huron can smell through anything. I don't think we knew that. You know what I mean? Like, rain doesn't wash away the scent of something. I like that tidbit because for most animals, I believe it does. I believe that's how that works. If someone falls into the ocean when they're getting chased, you know, it's like, oh. It's like, oh, the scent is gone. We can't chase them anymore. It'd be like that sometimes, you know? But, that small voice in the back of Rand's head yet again is telling him that he can do it, talking to him. Again, you already know how I feel about the other voice, the voice that he hears. The small voice in the back of his head that's always telling him to do stuff. That's creepy, bro. That is creepy. Okay. That's creepy. I don't think that's him thinking. That's just me. Let's see. Oh, and then we find out that she, like, I guess the Aes Sedai would be able to change the weather if there was multiple of them, but Varian says she's not able to do that. Because if she used she can use some of the one power to just stop it raining when they are, you know what I mean? That could be super different from anything else. And then they say that the Damani would be able to find him if she did use a lot of one power. And then, of course, we get caught up in an amazing way. I love the way we get caught up with stuff. We don't have to like wait too long for everyone to get caught up. It's just kind of like a quick paragraph, and then we kind of in that same paragraph we move on to talking about more stuff. And my guy Huron literally vomits as soon as they walked into the town. So you already know them smells was bad. I'm not sure what the large charred patch in the square was, but that sounds gross and scary. And then Perrin asks a very good question. Why did Thane bring the horn here? And I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I remembered in this entire reading up until like the moment action starts happening over the horn. I forgot all about Thane coming and talking to the Shan dude. I don't know why, but I forgot all about it completely. I forgot all, like, it did not cross my mind once that's why he was there. Literally one time. I couldn't believe it. When I remembered, I was like, oh yeah, what am I doing? I'm tripping, of course. I think the first thing Bruss says is, I thought it was Pat and Fane. And I was like, oh, damn. That's right. Again, something else we don't really see is how just Matt goes to start looking just terrible and broken down. Like, he looks really broken down. Like, he's like, his eyes are just like kind of hollow and his cheeks are sunken in. It's just, man, it's just bad. It's just bad. Looking ugly. And then we also see that 2 houses are just gone. I'm not sure what the hell was going on, but it was a lot going down. I don't know if it was the monsters that was causing all of this turmoil or if it was just a combination of everyone doing just a whole bunch of everything. And then Ingtar, of course, is set tripping. We will never find the Horn of Valir this way. Another two at least to fall. We have not found so much as a hair of Fane or Dark Friends. He is here, Varen said calmly, and he went to Foam. And he's still here, Rand said, waiting for me. I was like, oh. And then I love, I actually love how Ingtar goes off right here. And he's like, we really are doing all of this off of writings on a dungeon wall by Trollocs? Like, bro, I actually felt him off of that, right? Like, it does sound completely wild when you put it in that way. It's like, are we really supposed to follow the words of Trollocs? Like, why would they just say this so flat out here just like this? And I thought that was funny. But it's also a little hint at him being EVIL. And I even put Ingtar is on margin. Ingtar is on demon time and ready to go. I have to trust my own senses before some words scrawled by a Trolloc. I feel that. I must have the horn, Varen Sedai. I must. That isn't the way. Not must. What happens, happens. My boy Huron always coming through with that, Huron always coming through with that freaking straight up wisdom of some kind. Or he's asking for it. Ingtar, I'm riding on to Falm. If I don't come soon, he will do something to hurt Eamon's field. And Rand just says this randomly, and everyone starts to stare at him. Matt and Perrin frown, worried and considering. Varen as if she had just seen a new piece added to the puzzle. I love the way that Varen is always so ready to zoom out and put the picture together. That's I like that. Loyal looked astonished, and Huron seemed confused. Ingtar was openly disbelieving. I will go wherever you go, Rand. My boy Loyal, always coming through with that loyalty. And then I love this part. It's like, you must make your own choice, Rand, Varen said carefully. But remember that Falm is held by invaders, about whom we still know next to nothing. If you go to Falm alone, you may find yourself a prisoner, or worse, and that will serve nothing. I am sure whatever choice you make will be the right one. And then Loyal says, Taverin. He's like, Taverin, like, yo, and then of course Rand is like, Dah! Egad. And then we find out there's nobody there. Everywhere they go, there's no one. I don't understand what's up with that. I don't know if everybody's getting fed to the big old monsters. Oh my God, is that what's happening? Is everyone getting fed to the monsters? Is that why all of these towns are empty? Whoa, that's dark. Excuse me. Okay, I can't see. I was like, yo, am I tripping right now? I'm not tripping. I was blind. There we go. There we go. Your boy gonna be able to see now. And I just love whenever Rand is just being Rand, yo. And then like Rand goes upstairs and he's all cold, and then he's like, you know what? That dragon's banner will be really comfy for me to wrap in. If you're yawning, nah, not even. I do need a little calf. But not because I'm a CP. I need a stretchy. No diddy.
He took off his wet things, putting on a dry shirt and breeches before lying down, since there were no sheets or blankets, and propped his sword beside the head of the bed. Wryly, he thought that the only thing dry he had for a coverlet was the dragon's banner. He left it safely buckled inside the saddlebags. Rain drummed on the roof, and thunder growled overhead, and now and again a lightning flash lit the windows. Shivering, he rolled this way and that on the mattress, seeking some comfortable way to lie, wondering if the banner would not do for a blanket after all, wondering if he should ride on to Falm. He rolled to his other side, and Ba'alzamon was standing beside the chair, with the pure white length of the dragon's banner in his hands. The room seemed darker there, as if Ba'alzamon stood on the edge of a cloud of oily black smoke. Nearly healed burns crisscrossed his face, and as Rand looked, his pitch-dark eyes vanished for an instant, replaced by endless caverns of fire. Round saddlebags lay by his feet, buckles undone, flap thrown back where the banner had been hidden. The time comes closer, Luz Therin. 1,000 threads draw tight, and soon you will be tied and trapped, set to a course you cannot change. Madness, death. Before you die, will you once more kill everything you love? Rand glanced at the door, but he made no move except to sit up on the side of the bed.
Bro, I swear,
What good to
Ballsy
try
ain't
running
shit,
from the
bro.
Dark One? His throat felt like sand. I am not the dragon, father of lies, he said hoarsely. The darkness behind Ba'alzamon roiled, and furnaces roared as Ba'alzamon laughed. You honor me, and belittle yourself. I know you too well. I have faced you 1,000 times. 1,000 times 1,000. I know you to your miserable soul, Luz Therin Kinslayer. He laughed again. Rand put a hand in front of his face against the heat of that fiery mouth. What do you want? I will not serve you.
Hey, yo,
I will not
no
do
diddy.
anything that you want. I'll die
Fiery
first.
mouth is crazy.
You will die, worm. How many times have you died across the span of the ages, fool? And how much has death availed you? The grave is cold and lonely, save for the worms. The grave is mine. This time, there will be no rebirth for you. This time, the wheel of time will be broken, and the world remade in the image of the shadow. This time, your death will be forever. Which will you choose? Death everlasting, or life eternal? And power. Rand hardly realized that he was on his feet. The void had surrounded him. Sidene was there, and the one power flowed into him. That fact almost cracked the emptiness. Was this real? Was it a dream? Could he channel in a dream? But the torrent rushing into him swept away his doubts. He hurled it at Ba'alzamon, hurled the pure one power, the force that turned the wheel of time, a force that could make seas burn and eat mountains. Ba'alzamon took half a step back, holding the banner clutched before him. Flames leaped in his wide eyes and mouth, and the darkness seemed to cloak him in shadow. In the shadow. The power sank into that black mist and vanished, soaked up like water on parched sand. Rand drew on Sidene, pulled for more, and still more. His flesh seemed so cold it must shatter at a touch. It burned as if it must boil away. His bones felt on the point of crisping to cold crystal ash. He did not care. It was like drinking life itself. Fool! Ba'alzamon roared. You will destroy yourself! Matt! The thought floated somewhere beyond the consuming flood. The dagger, the horn, Vane, Emmons Field. I can't die yet. He was not sure how he did it, But suddenly the power was gone, and Sidene, and the void. Shuddering uncontrollably, he fell to his knees beside the bed, arms wrapped around himself in a vain effort to stop their twitching. That is better, Luz therein. Baalzamon tossed the banner to the floor and put his hands on the chair back. Wisps of smoke rose from between his fingers. The shadow no longer encompassed him. There is your banner, Kinslayer. Much good will it do you? 1,000 strings laid over 1,000 years have drawn you here. 10,000 woven throughout the ages tie you like a sheep for slaughter. The wheel itself holds you prisoner to your fate, age after age. But I can set you free. You cowering cur, I alone in the entire world can teach you how to wield the power. I alone can stop it killing you before you have a chance to go mad. I alone can stop the madness. You have served me before. Serve me again, Luz therein, or be destroyed forever. My name, Rand forced between chattering teeth, is Rand al'Thor.
Bruh.
His shivering forced him to squeeze his eyes shut, and when he opened them again,
She is,
he was
bruh.
alone.
The trembling in her voice, though.
Baalzamon was gone. The shadow was gone. His saddlebag stood against the chair with the buckles done up and one side bulging with the bulk of the dragon's banner, just as he had left it. But on the chair back, tendrils of smoke still rose from the charred impressions of fingers.
Yo, that is insane. I cannot believe it. This is just so wild. Like, bruh. Oh my goodness. I love it, yo. I love it. Chapter 41 was amazing. I love it. I love that these chapters, again, I'm not going to lie, the pacing of these final chapters here is very much more the pacing of, like, my taste. Like, I like the pacing of, like, I like this pacing a lot more of, like, moving through things, getting these different POVs, and, like, switching back and forth and seeing things from other people's perspectives. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love being in everyone's brain and seeing what's going on and what's making all of these characters tick and what's making them make the decisions that they're making and all of it. I love it. I love it, yo. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. So that was this one, yo. I could not believe that the tendrils of smoke starts to go up from the chair. Like, oh buddy, that was just lovely, yo. Like, that was just lovely. I just love this so much, man. Let me know how you guys were feeling about chapter 41. I love me some chapter 41, for real. But y'all know, I love dream sequences, man. I love dream sequences. And even though this wasn't a dream sequence, it was like a dream sequence that took place on the physical realm. Like, that's the best thing that I can think about that. And I love it. You know, I love that notion of, like, the lines are starting to blur between these two realities, or these, not realities really, but these two realms is a more specific way to say it, yo. And I just love that. I love that. Where were we? Oh yeah, Omnipig isn't real. He can't hurt me. Some good old-fashioned nose magic. What are you talking about? Everyone has an inner voice. It's normal. Everyone has an inner voice, yes. But I've said this before. There is a distinct difference between the voices that Rand has going on in his brain. Like, whenever there's something to do with, like, the one power, it's always a small voice in the back of his head. But whenever else he's, like, just thinking, it's like, oh, he thought to himself, or Rand thought, or it expresses it in a different way. But anytime it has something, like, specifically due to the one power, a small voice is the term that's used. And it's like a small voice is speaking. You know what I mean? Fane wants the dagger. The dagger is in the box. Ain't no box. Ain't no box no more. He's a fiend. He needs it. Was this a dad joke? Are you saying he's a fiend? Oh, yeah. Nah. You're getting taxed, Thatcher. You're getting taxed, bucko. I don't know what you thought this was, sir. It's a precious dagger. It's his precious. For real. Is Ingtar evil? Well, no, he's not. But you know what I mean. He was. He may not be now, but he was doing some bad things. He's human. Exactly. I mean, he's done evil things, surely, but he wants to be better. That counts for something. All it takes is once. I wonder what happened to to Ingtar. I wonder what happened when Ingtar saw in the flicker. I wonder what Ingtar saw in the flicker. Oh, okay, I got you. I need to turn off autocorrect when typing about Wheel of Time. I've added so many words to my dictionary. Facts. You gotta add them words. Varian is the best Aes Sedai. I identify with her so much. Yeah, she goes crazy. I wasn't yawning. You were yawning. Is this a dream? We shall never know. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it seems like it was a dream, though, because the banner was tucked back in the bag. Unless bruh passed out and then Balsamon, like, wrapped it all back up and put it in there. I don't think so. But I really do think it's like the physical realm type of thing. You honor me and belittle yourself. Just putting a pin in that. Yo, did he say that already? Oh, I'm tripping. I must have missed that. Oh, no, I didn't miss that. That was my favorite part. You honor me and belittle yourself. I know you too well. I have faced you 1,000 times. Like, too much heat right there. Her reading of this is awesome. Rosamund Pike does an immaculate job. Definitely committed. Burn Fingers is crazy. Wasn't prepared at all. This scene reminds me of when Ishii showed up in Perrin's wagon after the Shan-Chan captured him. Perrin instead of Rand, but I bet they took influence from this scene. Ooh, that's a good point. It does have... Yeah, no, that is very this coded. I'm there with you on that, LBF, for real. It does have this type of vibes. That was also an interesting thing that they did, is they continued the dreams for everybody. Like, at first, almost everyone had the dreams, you know what I mean? Like, almost everybody had dreams. But then once we find out that he's the guy, it's like no more dreams for everyone else. It's just for Rand. But everyone continued to have dreams in the show. Definitely more threatening. We got miles more before we sleep. Facts. I am someone who can tell. I know someone who can tell us if this was a dream. Oh, are you talking about none other than Omnipig? Dun, dun, la. Shout out to Omnipig. Taxes for my genius? Is men evil in the show? I feel they transferred Ingtar's burden to men. I feel that way too, KP. That's the way I feel as well. They definitely, yeah. Yeah, I feel that all the way. I feel that all the way, 100%. Like, without a doubt. I don't feel like Min is evil. She seemed really surprised to see Ishii. I understand. She definitely got, I think her power got hijacked a little bit. That seemed like the vibe that they were trying to give off. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? That's definitely the vibe. Let me see. Boom. Oops. I can't stop Omnipig, can I?
Light Blinded Full says. No one can stop Omnipig.
That's just how it is. Issue was like, oh, you didn't think a regular Aes Sedai like Leandrin could take away your power? Yeah, that was... Yeah. Min was like, what the fuck? For real. She was definitely stuck. You just got to hope it doesn't feed into his other projects. Yeah, exactly. It will. It will very soon. I'm sorry, but Omnipig is just making me think of Man Bear Pig. Well, Man Bear Pig is a man and a bear and a pig. Omnipig is a well, not a genetically altered, but you know, like, I guess, what is Omni-Man? Like, who is Omni-Man? Okay, so Omnipig is... Oh, they're giving me the freaking ridiculous, obvious answer. Omnipig is a pigtramite. He's part of the pigtramite race, working as a superhero on Earth. There we go. The Shadow Take You is crazy. Yo, Thatcher, you're going to start being called Al Gore if you continue with all of the man-bear-pig talky. Because I know you're being super ethereal. Have you played the South Park video game? No, I haven't played the South Park video game, but I have watched all of South Park. Half man, half bear, half pig. Sounds like more like a fade combined with a Trolloc. Oh, that's true. Man, bear, pig is a Trolloc. I mean, actually, if you look at Man, Bear, Pig, he does kind of look like a Trolloc. Just saying. You're telling me that's not a Trolloc right there? That is a Trolloc in every way, shape, and form, ladies and gentlemen. That is what a Trolloc looks like. Like, that is a Trolloc, yo. Yo, yet another instance of Wheel of Time giving influence to everything. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty crazy. Man, Bear, Pig versus Omnipig. Who wins? Both games are honestly pretty awesome. I don't know which games you're talking about. There's a lot of them, though. I think there's a lot of South Park games, if I'm not mistaken. But I really appreciated episode 41. Did you guys appreciate episode 41? Chapter 41. Let Man Bear Pig see what you've done to me. Let Omnipig know how you're feeling. Yo, Omnipig and Man Bear Pig, you know, they might have to team up on something. We might have to get a little team up. Man Bear Omnipig. Shout out to them. But now it is time to get into the next thing on our list, and that is none other than... Wait. Whoops.
Chapter 42. Farm.
Man. I think this chapter was very, very, very similar to what we saw on the show. But also super different because we don't see like Rima the same way. Is her name Rima or Rima? I think it's Rima. Like we don't see Rima as much as we do here. And it was interesting to see. I like again, the show does so much to bring a lot of the background things that we just hear about in passing to light, right? Like even Egwene, like what was going on with Egwene. We didn't even really see a lot of the stuff happen in the book. You more hear about it. And in the show, we see it all and we feel it all. Like we feel that pain, you know? So definitely was the thing I was thinking about going into this chapter because I was like, once they did the thing, I was like, oh, snap. What? This is so the same but different. And then I think they also, yeah, let's just get into it. So, we see that Nynaeve and Elaine have now been kind of doing their thing in this city of Falm for a little while. They've rented a place above a fishmonger. And then Nynaeve sees somebody, and then she's like, that looked like Patton Fane. It couldn't be. Not here. Margin. He's worldwide, baby. And he is worldwide with it. We also find out that Nynaeve has her ring of the serpents eating its own tail in her dress, besides Lan's heavy ring on a leather cord around her neck. So she's rocking the rings on her neck, the rings that mean the most to her. You know what I mean? She's rocking them. And then we also find out that Elaine is stealing some apples, because I was laughing about this last week, but money actually isn't stretching them as far as they thought it would. But that's because of the Shanchan being there. It's raised the prices. So, she has apples and they start munching on them. And something that I thought was like, apples are like, it takes more energy to eat an apple than what you get from an apple. So when you eat an apple, you're really going to still be hungry afterwards. So I was like, damn, that kind of sucks. Like when being hungry and the thing that you're eating is not enough for you to actually be full. So you're just kind of doing the act of eating, but you're burning off more. You burn more calories than are in the apple. So in the end, you're still hungry. Like you're still missing the thing that you need. It's kind of just kind of like it's kind of just like a little bit of boost to get you going. Get you going though. Get you start moving and grooving. So she starts crunching the apples because she was missing meals. And then we get this detail of the creatures that the Sanchons have, because at first we just heard about some of the creatures, but now we find out that there's even more creatures that they have at their disposal. Bronze-scaled, tailless like cats with a rider, and one of the flying beasts was always enough to make her feel dizzy, they say. The wingless bird like with coarse leather skin had a sharp beak higher above the cobblestones than the melted heads of the soldiers. Their long, sinewy legs looked as if they could run faster than any horse. And my margin here is, what are these? We were robbed. I'm not a book cloak. I am not a book cloak. I'm just saying we don't get to see all of these creatures. Not a book cloak. Where are all the damn things, man? Like, where are all the damn creatures at in the show, my boy? They talk about they're trying to make sure that they're not caught from anything. Oh yeah, and then they basically remind us that Elaine and Nynaeve had no idea about what's going on with these collars and what they do to these women that they are on, because they're just kind of like, yo, what's going on? Why aren't they doing anything? I don't understand. But it's like, yo, these women have been broken down and they've had everything ripped from them. They've been tortured, literally. Like the freaking Shan-Chan are trying to literally break them like they're a freaking wild animal. And that is crazy. There's no way to even explain that to someone. And I think that's why I appreciate the show not explaining anything to us and showing that shit to us flat out. That just made it so much more powerful. We also find out that the entire city is not going against the Shan-Chan by any means. They're terrified of them. And they're like, bro, we are not doing any of that. They've been looking for Min. They haven't found her. They've been looking for Egwene. They haven't found her. All they've really seen is the women everywhere with the collars on. And then it says, everyone took fright at the merest hint that they might oppose the Shan-Chan. And she stopped asking before she drew the wrong sort of attention. Monsters and Aes Sedai. How can you fight monsters and Aes Sedai? And it's such a good question. Like, honestly, what did they expect? Like, did they expect everyone to just come to their, I don't want to say rescue, but like come to their aid to fight against these people? It's like, bro, they came through and they are literally clearing out Aes Sedai. Like, they're taking Aes Sedai hostage. They're taking all of our people. All of these things. Like, what are we to do? What are we to do? Oh, we also see the Golden Hawk banner of the High Lord Turok flapping in the sky. All right, and then we get a POV switch. We get a POV switch from Nynaeve to Egwene. And then we start this with a disgusting sentence as well. Egwene could see the garden where Damani were being walked by their Suldam. The trees were all leafless, but the Dumani were still taken out for air, whether they wanted it or not. Like, bro, how can you perverse something so simple as going outside? You know what I mean? But damn, they put such a nasty twist on everything. And then it ends with this paragraph that says it is. It's like, there were many more Suldam than Dumani, and every Suldam wanted her turn wearing a bracelet. And they called it being complete, but Rena still had charge of her training, and it was Rena who wore the bracelet 4 times out of 5. Damani had no need of comfort or privacy or possessions. Damani were possessions. Min had a room just like this in another house, but Min could come and go as she would. Like, damn. It's like she went from going from the White Tower to the Dark Tower, because it was basically the same there, you know? Like, they couldn't go and come as they pleased, but Min could. And then she's now at this place that's even worse, but has the same type of structure in a way to kind of almost like break you down and make you want nothing else but that. Super Jedi-ish. Oh, and then we also find out that, you know, Egwene is trying to like sneak some. She be trying to sneak magic basically, trying to get just a tiny trickle of the merest drip that she could imagine. It beaded sweat on her face and made her stomach clench. If a Damani tried to channel without a Suldam wearing the bracelet, she felt sick, and the more power she channeled, the sicker she became. If a Damani moved her bracelet as much as a foot from where it had last been touched by a Suldam, a Damani would also be hurt. Wait, yeah. Yeah, because it says the sight of seeing it hanging there just makes her jaws clench, yo. And then Min pulls up. And my margin over here was the show does a great job of capitalizing on all of the things about the Adam and all of that, like all of it. We didn't really get to know a lot about. I don't feel like we got a good showing of it here. Not even getting to see any of the other Aes Sedai with it on that we care about or know. We just hear about an Aes Sedai that got it, you know? And I feel like I feel like that's kind of crazy that we didn't get to see anyone that we knew. It's like so wild. Like some changes are fire for the show because it makes it so much better. And Egwene is like, yo, you don't know what this is like. You don't know what it's like to do what I like, to be who I am right now. So don't try to be like, can't you just leave or any of that. Like, no, I can't just leave. Like, you don't get it. When Rena is wearing that bracelet, she knows what I am doing with the power and what I am not. Sometimes she seems to know when she isn't wearing it. She says Sildam develop an affinity, she calls it, after a while. And at this point, I was like, all of this stuff sounds crazy, similar to One Power's stuff. Excuse me. Oh, and then here we also find out that Egwene is a freaking earthbender. Like, what? I was not prepared for that. So they want her so they can find all the ore that they can possibly get. They even say only a handful can find ores in the ground. Like, that's crazy. Like, all of that is wild. And then she also talks about how she hates doing any of the stuff that they want her to do. Yet, anything that Shan let her do was another chance to touch Saidar. Again, just showing how drunk they become off of the power and how much that power really means to them and how much, I don't want to say they need it, but how much they yearn for it, how much they long for the one power after they've used it even once. It's a dope take on it. I'm not going to lie. I love it. Min tells Egwene that she found a ship that they can escape on, and immediately my margin was like, is it bro? I couldn't remember her name or his name at all. Oh, and this is where we find out that there were 2 Aes Sedai that were also captured. And it was like, and then Egwene said, yo, the Aes Sedai can't even help themselves. She told me her name is Rima, and she told me in between bouts of tears, she's an Aes Sedai, and she's crying. They make her answer to Pura, and she can't do anything more about it than I can. She was crying because she wants to take her own life, and she cannot even do that without permission. Like, damn. And then in the margin here, I was like, yeah, the show handled this 1000% better. Can't lie about that. Like, the show handled this 1000% better than the book did, because, like, again, in the book, it's just like just telling us a lot of things in passing, but we actually get to experience these things beat by beat in the show. And then it just continues to kind of show us the rest of the stuff. We find out that the money can't touch weapons. They can't touch anything that they even think is a weapon. All these other things. Like, it goes to show us a whole bunch of stuff. Oh, and then we got this really freaking heart wrenching moment and then when Egwene is still talking to Min, and she's like, Rena made sure I spent those days sweating from the time I woke to the time I fell asleep, exhausted. I'm trying to fight them, but they are training me as surely as they're training Pura. And she clapped her hand on her mouth. Like, her name is Rima. I have to remember her name, not the name that they've put on her. She is Rima, and she's Yellow Aja. It is not fault of hers that she hasn't the strength left to fight any longer. Woo! Bruh, they were hitting us with some heat here. They were hitting us with some strong vibes here. Someone gets called a ninny-headed goose. And then Rena barges in and immediately knows that Egwene has been channeling. Min walks out the door, and she don't even wait a second for... She literally don't wait a hot second for Min to even be out of the room. And she just started torturing her. Like... That's crazy. Like, she just started torturing her left and right. Like, what? Like, and all she does is just hear her screams as she tries to walk away. And she says that she does it because she won't be embarrassed in front of the court of the Nine Owls. And I believe in the show we actually get to see the court of the Nine Owls, and that's when Egwene does some super strong ability for the first time in the show. And that is the end of chapter 42. Let me know how you guys are feeling about chapter 42. I really chapter 41 was awesome. I really appreciated the vibe check going into chapter 42, and like remembering that all of our characters are actually out here trying to, really trying to work with each other and really trying to do the damn thing, but they can't. I really appreciate that for real. Like, I think they do a really good job. I think they really do a good job of that. So yeah. Let's see how everybody else was feeling. Okay. I got to play. Oh, yeah. Min completely isn't part of the girl squad. She gets paired with Matt. Yeah. Like, what's up? What was that about? Why? I mean, why? Like, that. I don't understand. Like, you're telling me instead of getting Matt and Rand, we got Min and Matt when Min was supposed to be part of the girl squad? Like, that's kind of weak, son, not gonna lie. How much could an apple cost anyway? $100? Inflation is a bitch. Facts. I've heard one apple is equivalent to a cup of coffee. I be eating apples. I don't know about that. I gotta know, when you saw when you saw the Grom, were you shocked? I was astonished, Marisu. I was astonished. Legit could not believe it. I was in shock. I'd almost just ignore the Egwene scenes, but I know we shouldn't. Yeah, facts. The show got the Adam exactly right. I feel this way exactly. It's horrible, for real. Are the Shanshan evil? There's a poll option. Oh, yep. Let's get it. Let's start that poll. Are the Shanshan evil? Didn't Moiraine in book 1 tell us earth and fire were typically powers men were stronger with versus women stronger in air and water? Yeah, I believe she told. Did she tell Nynaeve that? I might be mistaken, but I believe she told I think she told that to Nynaeve. Because of like the wind and the one power, and she was like telling her that, yo, like the wind is like, like you're one with the wind because of the one power. I think, at least. I might be mistaken. Moiraine did tell us that. Eggie is special. Yeah, she told us Eggie is special too. Rima was in the show and she was done justice. Yeah, they went crazy with Rima in the show. She was whooping ass, and so was her dude. I don't like how they did him in the book, but he went crazy in the show. Super nice Easter egg in the show. Yeah, yellow hearts for Rima for sure. They really helped us remember Rima's name in the show. For sure. Remember her name. Yeah. Chapter 42. Chapter 42 was super solid. I think we got to experience. I think we got to experience a lot of it in the show though, as well. So that's why it's like but it's still worth mentioning because we have it's very Egwene centric, and Eggie matters. Eggie matters too. But now let's move on to
Chapter 43. A Plan.
another POV switch here. And now we're with Min, because again, she doesn't even there's no waiting. She just immediately hears the cries of Egwene, because she's getting freaking tortured for using the one power. And Min just kind of runs out of the building and tries to go as far as she can. And then a pair of Soldam stroll by, Damani trailing behind that with eyes down. The Shanshan women were talking about how many more Marath Damane they expected to find before they sailed, which is something that stood out to me because I was like, oh, so they got like a quota. So what is this thing that they like? Are they getting so many of the Damani? Are they trying to get more Damani here? Like, are they trying to kidnap people and make them Damani is a better way to put it, because they need to find like a certain ore back in their homeland, because it was like, yo, we're trying to get Egwene up out of here as quick as possible. Is it because of that? Like, are they trying to, get as many as they can? And then boom, Nynaeve and Egwene. And then the girls are back in town. Come on now. What's going on? Wait, sorry about that. iBooks app started tripping. It's still tripping. I don't know what's going on. My iPad just started like glitching, yo. What? What's going on? Okay, this is weird. What? It's even tripping on my phone. Okay. I'm sorry about this, y'all. Don't know what's going on. I really have no idea what's happening right now. Oops. How is the whole iBook shit gonna start tripping? Like, I was just using it. What the hell is going on? Yo, that's whack as hell. Like, it wouldn't be so bad if this wasn't like also all of my notes. Um what the hell? I'm so confused. Oh, and then it just started working. Okay. Okay. Alright, cool. Sorry about that, ladies and gentle fish. Let's get back into it. Because for some reason my iPad just wanted to. I have no idea what happened just now, but it did. Alright, so yeah, Min sees Nynaeve and Egwene, and Min's like, yo, found y'all. And then Elaine is like, has something happened to Egwene? Because Min is bawling her eyes out to the 90th degree. Like, she is weeping uncontrollably, as she, as she should. I mean, her friend is getting tortured and she can't do anything about it. And in the margin, I was like, I forgot no one knows about anything that's going on with Egwene because everybody was torn apart. And that's one thing that I really love about these types of books when the characters aren't around each other is because they have no idea what's going on. And then to find out what's going on and then it's like, damn, like, oh, like being able to see the reaction after not knowing what has happened. Like, I love that. Man lets them know that she found the ship. Elaine's like, I wish Rand was here. Man lets her know that she's able to find ore, so they're going to try to ship her off as soon as possible. What the flapjack is happening? I'm getting pissed right now. Oh, we find out that a failure to bow to the like they're bowing to the to everybody. They're doing all this stuff. They finally make it to our boy, good old Captain Doman, man. I've been waiting for Captain Doman for a minute, yo. I've been waiting for Captain Doman. My guy, my guy is dope, and I love that he's like out here helping everybody in his own way. I mean, I don't think he ever gets to actually help the girls, but it's the thought. It's the thought that counts. A bear do I be? And then they start talking about the ship and the Shan Chan and all that stuff. And then Nynaeve is like, you know why you should help us? Because I'm a friggin' Aes Sedai. And he's like, whoa, ma'am, put that shit away. Please, I'll help you. And then we hear about Rima from another POV, finding out the big man put 6 or 7 soldiers on the ground before he died himself. And then the woman took out... No. And then they put 6 Damani around the woman. And then they put, and then they captured her. He said one moment she did look as if she would destroy them all. Wait, excuse me. One moment she did look as if she would destroy them all. Then a look of horror did come on her face, and she did scream. They cut her off from the true source. No matter. Rima, help me. Like, yo. And then my boy Doman is like, I would leave my aged grandmother standing on the dock to sail from here, but I did have to tell you. Like, bro, what? Yo, I'll leave I'll stay for here as long as you can. I can, but gee, I'm out of here. And then Men lets them know that a yellow Waja was taken captive, and another Aes Sedai. And Dolman is like, damn, wait, you telling me that 2 Aes Sedai got captured already? Well, I'm not too excited about this anymore. He's like, I'm not too sure how to feel. And then he's like, all right, I'll be ready to sail anytime in the next 2 or 3 days. And then she says, with some people, you have to be certain. If you show them one glimmer of doubt, they'll sweep you off in some other direction you don't want to go. There are still 1 or 2 small problems to work out, though. And it's like, yo, still 1 or 2 small problems to work out. Y'all trying to infiltrate an entire compound, damn near, of Aes Sedai warrior servants, basically. Like, that's crazy. And that is how we end chapter 43 with that wildness going on. Yeah, sorry about my iPad tweaking there, y'all, because that was a smaller chapter. We shouldn't have had to been on that long. Boogie time. Wait, who was dancing? Am I dancing? What would you be doing in your favorite timeline? I'm pretty sure I'm in my favorite timeline right now. I just haven't, like the things that are coming in the future, I'm just not there yet, So if I could just scroll a little bit forward, then I'd be like, yeah, buddy, like this is the stuff I already knew was coming. This is the things that I was working towards this whole time. You know what I'm saying? I would be a swimsuit model. Oh, snap. Okay, Marisu. Tell me something. On the stream, it looks like Sensei is accessing a futuristic control panel from Star Trek. This is called an iPad for all you elderly out there. I know it looks super futuristic, but all people have them nowadays. And we also have mobile phones that we can put, that they fit in our pocket. Can you believe that? Look at that. Look at the slimness on this. I know a lot of you guys in here are elderly, so I don't want you guys thinking, I got any too futuristic tech going on, I don't want to, you know what I'm saying? I will not be your tech guy either, If you don't know how to plug something in, you're going to have to talk to your grandchildren. Sorry, can't help you. Oh, man. Ship captain. The ship captain is in charge of the seas, not anything important. Is this the Tony Stark timeline? 1 in 14th million? It is the 1 in 14th million, Marisu. Like, it definitely is. OMG, move on. What do you think, OmniPig? Should we move on? Oh, we should? I bet. Right? Just give it a few seconds? Okay. Good? And now, let's move on to...
Chapter 44. 5 will ride forth.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby, yo. 5 will ride forth is hard, man. That is an amazing... That's an amazing chapter title. I almost wish there was a book. I wish a book was called 5 Will Ride Forth, because this is beautiful. Was there? I feel like there's a prophecy I might have missed out on that was talking about 5 will ride forth. The way that this chapter was handling it, like, man, I was ready to ride forth with the 5. I was ready to be the 5th. I thought I was the 5th. Shit. I was like, yep, we about to go handle business unequivocally. You know what I'm saying? And handle business unequivocally, we did, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, 5 will ride forth was a really good one. We see that everybody has now went through like a wardrobe change, basically, you know, doing all of that good stuff. Let's see. We see that big old circle in the town again. Huron was staring at the big blackened circle of ground that marred the brown grass of the village green. It had a weathered look. Like, damn, what happened there? Do we know what happened at that charred spot? And then Huron tells us that there's no mistake in it. Even old as it is, there's no mistaking the hint of fame. If he makes him drawl smell like roses. He passed through here all right, but I think he was alone. No Trollocs anyway, and if he had any dark friends with him, they hadn't been up to much lately. Like, whoa. So that means some shit went down, yo. Some shit has gone down and up. And then we see white cloaks. Everybody gets in their saddles. Everybody gets ready. And they're all keeping a real close eye on the white cloaks. And then we have this amazing moment coming from Perrin. He reaches out with his mind in search of wolves. He almost immediately finds them, a small pack lying up for the day in the hills above the village they had just left. These wolves had heard rumors, but they had not really believed there were two legs who could talk to their kind. Margin. WTF, are we getting wolf lore? He gave them the image of a young bull in spite of himself and added his own smell, according to the customs of the wolves. They really had no interest in any two legs who could not talk to them, but at least they glided down to take a look, unseen by the dull eyes of the two legs. The wolves said all they smelled moving west was himself and two other two legs with three of the hard-footed tall ones. And I'm not sure what a hard-footed tall one is. I'm really not sure what a you know what I mean? I'm not sure what that is. A tall one kind of... A hard-footed tall one is a horse? That's ridiculous. I definitely thought they had me thinking like it was a freaking like it was a damn I was like, are there more Ogier that they don't know that are like following them or something? A damn horse. That's crazy. A hard-footed tall one. All right. Are they saying like horses are hard-footed tall wolves? Are they saying like horses are wolves with hard feet and are tall? Because that's funny. But anyway, they kept a close lookout for the white cloaks. Yeah, they're gonna keep a lookout and let them know what's going on. And then Huron says we can't pick up the scent this close to the town because the white cloaks, because we're gonna risk running into the white cloaks. And it was like, yo, like, you know what I mean? It's like, yo, what's going on here? And then we get a POV switch to Jill from Bornhold. That's not right. No. What's happening? How is it not removing anything? That's crazy. Has successfully removed 0? How is it removing 0? Womp womp. Okay. So, yeah. The village is secured, they say. He had no real desire to make an example of any of these people. And they, for some reason, he sees that all the men are fed, put them as prisoners in the inn with as much food and water as they can carry, and then nail the doors shut and make them think that I am leaving some men to stand guard. It's like, yo, he is doing everything possible to be sure that none of them, that the Shan-Chan don't know that he's coming, and I think that's hilarious. I think that's hilarious. He's like, bro, they cannot know what is happening here. We cannot let them know that we are sneaking up on them. And then we also get this dope note right here, that the Shan-Chan knew how to fight like the Dark One's hordes, and he could not help but remember that one skirmish that had cost him better than 50 men. He lost 50 men fighting against the Shan-Chan. Like, damn. I don't know how many they lost, but shit. Oh, and then he tells BR to like take a message back to somebody and not actually get in the fight. And he says 30 Shan-Chan soldiers, good fighters, and 2 women cost me the casualties they did. He no longer expected to live to leave Tomenhead in the small chance the Shan-Chan did not see it. Very likely the questioners would. So, and then I put in the margin, are questioners not white cloaks? Like, are they not the same thing? Or, like, aren't questioners like super white cloaks? I'm confused because this kind of put it as if they're not on the same side or they don't see things the same way. Or are the questioners just kind of like wild and they're gonna be murdering people regardless of what's going on, of who you are. They don't care if you are also a white cloak. If you're not doing what you need to do, dead. Is that kind of the notion or the gist of how they rock? Oh, and then he says, we can no longer count on the Tarvalon witches being content with manipulating events from the shadows. If they fight openly for the Shan-Chan, we will surely face them elsewhere. It gave him a sinking feeling, a world where Aes Sedai wielded the power in battle. He was not sure that he would regret leaving it. Tell Pedro Niel how we were used by the questioners. And it's like, bro, what? And then they talk about Perrin a little bit. He's like, yo, I thought I saw Perrin from the 2 Rivers. He's like, yo, Perrin from the 2 Rivers. That's bruh's name. That's bruh's name that I was trying to think about earlier. And then far above his head, a huge winged shape circled unnoticed. Like, whoa. Whoa, Nelly, we're going in right here. And then we get another POV switch yet again. And now we have Huron that is still close on Padan Fane's tail. Loyal was reading, and then Viren appeared unannounced. And then Ingtar's like,
Wait.
This part was funny. Ingtar's like, Heron wading the rushes? You should not be bothering with that one. It leaves you completely open. Lan says it's good for developing balance. And then it says in the void it often seems he could maintain his equilibrium atop a rolling boulder, but he did not dare assume the void. And then he's like, what you practice too often, you use without thinking. You will put your sword in the other man with that if you're quick, but not before he has his through your ribs. It's only for balancing, Tar. I love it. I love it. We found the trail, Lord Ingtar. They find it. They're hyped about it. Matt's skin is all nasty, and he's just looking like a skull and withering away, looking like Dobby. White cloaks are here. His eyes falling. Oh! I suppose you will tell me that I should have listened to you. And he's like, the wheel. And then Varen goes, the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. With Ta'veren, what happens is what was meant to happen. It may be the pattern demanded these extra days. The pattern puts everything in its place precisely. And when we try to alter it, especially if Ta'veren are involved, the weaving changes to put us back into the pattern as we are meant to be. And it causes an uneasy silence around them. The pattern has brought us to Falm. The Hornvalier has been taken to Falm. When enough people say the same thing, I tend to believe it. My boy Ingtar is like, bruh, let's get it. Ingtar and Huron and Matt, they can sense the dagger. They can sense the stuff that's going on. You know, so they're going in with that. And I love that. I love that. It's like the people that can have the sense are definitely the ones that should go. Ingtar, of course. Rand, of course. And then Parents trying to go. Loyal's trying to go. My boy Loyal is always trying to ride. And then of course, Varen says, 5 ride forth. And then Varen's like, the only way I could help you is if I could channel the one power. And even if they weren't close enough to see, one might feel a woman, or a man for that matter, channeling. And then Ingtar's like, a man? Why would you say that? We have enough problems already without you talking about a man challenging. And then he's like, and my margin is, I love how Ingtar picks up on all the stuff. Like, he picks up on everything people say. He's listening to their words very intently, trying to see what they're doing, what they're saying, all of the stuff and all of the things. 5 will ride forth, she says again. And then that's it, yo. And then I love this because she like draws a wheel basically into the ground to kind of explain what they're going to do. And then after that, she kind of like wipes it away. And then it says, Rand peered at the sketched wheel as Ingtar went on with his instructions. It was a broken wheel now with only 4 spokes. Little foreshadowing there, baby. And for some reason, that made him shiver. Oh. I love it. 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 All right. Chapter 44, ladies and gentle teeth. We know violence happened. Facts. We do know that violence has happened. World building. Wolf building. Definitely. Hard-footed tall ones are horses, which is crazy. Hard-footed tall one is a what? Yo, I get my taxes back for that. You better be happy that they didn't take the taxes from you. I was trying to. OMG, I'm being repressed by the government? Nah, that's crazy. You work for the government, Marisu. What do you mean? I'm afraid I've got to run for a few. My work night's coming to an end. I'll try to come back. Hey, we appreciate you, Thatcher. Hope to see you again, my friend. Questioners have a specialty in questioning. What? I mean, duh. Regular soldiers specialize in fighting. A Taveran ate my homework. Nah, that's crazy. We're experiencing delays due to Taveran. We will resume service if the will wills. Facts. That is a fact right there. That's a fact. I'm gonna have to get that. I need that quoted. For real.
It's Charisse says. We're experiencing delays due to Taveran. We will resume service if the will wills.
I love it. I love it. Don't. We'll be right back. Yo, chapter 44 is another one of those shorter chapters, though. Again, we're kind of moving along pretty quickly, making sure that we, making sure these things happen, making sure all the stuff that we need to kind of get moving are moving and grooving, and there ain't nothing else to do but get there's nothing else to it but to get through it. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing else to it but to get through it. And with that, we are halfway through our end of the book review. We have 5 more chapters, yo. We're not done with the end of the book review. No, I said it. We're halfway through our end of the book review. Yeah. We have 5 more chapters to get through, and I'm pumped to get through these next 5 chapters. I hope you guys are too. Let me know what your favorite chapter was out of that first portion of that out of those chapters right there. And let me know how you guys are feeling there. So we will be right back after a little short, brief intermission, ladies and gentlemen. We've been live for about 2 hours, going on 3 hours, and we got probably about another 3 hours to go because this next chapter is a very long one. So this is a time for you to go and get your snacks, go to the restroom. I need to stretch my legs a little bit. That's really why we're bringing this to a pause real quick, because I got to stretch my legs. So get you some coffee, get you some water, get you whatever you might need to get you so we can get through this next portion of the reading, ladies and gentlefolks. Okay? And again, let me know what your favorite thing was. Let me know what your favorite thing is going on here. Are you streaming on Twitch or somewhere else? I just tuned in a bit ago. Thanks. Oh, you know what? I actually don't think the Twitch stream is live today, but it should have been live. My bad about that, Carrion. You can tune in with us on Twitch if you want to. Actually, I can go live on there right now for the next half of the book, if anything. Because I know people do prefer to be on Twitch, and I want to be on Twitch more as well. Let me bring that up real quick. I can go live on there right now during our intermission, and then you'll be able to jump on there also. So don't you guys go anywhere. We're just gonna take a little brief intermission just so I can stretch my legs, get me some more water, get me some coffee and things like that, and then we can continue on. Okay. And yeah. And while we take this little intermission, I will leave you with this.
After Mernivus created the beginning, Balance created the end. They manifested Mother Nature, but also Father Anomaly. The mother they bestowed Ghaphora, and the father was deemed Talcum. She was tethered to the land, and he was unleashed to the skies. He longed for the land, while she yearned for him. They implored difference, Mernevus gave them change, balance gave them endurance, and then came man. But Talcum grew tired of the skies, while Ghaphora grew tired of being alone, for she is mother and he is father. So they gave birth to the embodiments of 6 universal properties: the godchildren, Nguvu the god of power, Altira the goddess of reality, Isaran the god of soul, Akasha the goddess of space, Nafasi the god of time, and Akili the goddess of mind, born from the entanglement between anomaly and nature. The gods entwined their blood to the land, and their parents let them. For they grew tired, and the godchildren worried of their parents. For Talcum grew jealous. He wanted to wield the universe, but instead balance awarded him children. Ghaphora grew weary of watching Talcum run from darkness, so she guided him to knowledge. Knowledge led to light, and with light came death. For Talcum longed to wield the universe, so he attempted severance on the godchildren, striving to appropriate their divinity. And with severance came the Great Cataclysm. The Great Cataclysm occurred at the point of severance, and a breach followed the cataclysm. As the glare shined through the breach, these malicious creatures of light brought death. Mernevus created man, but balance created gifts. Enraged with Talcum's desire for divinity, Ghaphora implored execution, and when balance gave him exile, Mernevus sent him beyond the breach, beyond the light. But with light came death. Balance implemented severance after being provoked, and Mernevus calmly rebutted with segregation. The godchildren wept. Mother Nature wept. The land split. The light glared. Man persevered. And gifts emerged. End of passage.
Chapter 1. Upon the Hilltop. The darkness of night blankets the skies of Nguvu, 3 siblings in arms and in life, shrouded in the shadows, recumbent, and awaiting orders from the Imasaru general. Omero, the oldest of the 3, checks in over an earpiece. Trinity 236 in position, sir. Copy that, Trinity leader, General Norman replies. Codename Fox has left his den. Omero searches for his target through his binoculars, but instead finds the daughter of Kifon, followed by the Janison. The report stated that Kifon had a daughter around the same age. Chapter 2.
Mernevus' first passage. After Mernevus created the beginning, balance created the end. They manifested Mother Nature, but also Father Anomaly. The mother they bestowed Ghaphora, and the father was deemed Talcum. She was tethered to the land, and he was unleashed to the skies. He longed for the land, while she yearned for him. They implored difference. Mernevus gave them change, balance gave them endurance, and then came man. But Talcum grew tired of the skies, while Ghaphora grew tired of being alone. For she is mother and he is father, so they gave birth to the embodiments of 6 universal properties. The godchildren. Nguvu, the god of power. Altiara, the goddess of reality. Isaran, the god of soul. Akasha, the goddess of space. Nafasi, the god of time. And Akili, the goddess of mind. Born from the entanglement between anomaly and nature. The gods entwined their blood to the land, and their parents let them. For they grew tired, and the godchildren worried of their parents. For Talcum grew jealous. He wanted to wield the universe, but instead balance awarded him children. Ghaphora grew weary of watching Talcum run from darkness, so she guided him to knowledge. Knowledge led to light, and with light came death. For Talcum longed to wield the universe, so he attempted severance on the godchildren, striving to appropriate their divinity, and with severance came the Great Cataclysm. The Great Cataclysm occurred at the point of severance, and a breach followed the cataclysm. As the glare shined through the breach, these malicious creatures of light brought death. Mernivus created man, but Balance created gifts. Enraged with Talcum's desire for divinity, Ghaffora implored execution. And when Balance gave him exile, Mernivus sent him beyond the breach, beyond the light. But with light came death. Balance implemented severance after being provoked, and Mernivus calmly rebutted with segregation. The godchildren wept, Mother Nature wept, the land split, the light glared, man persevered, and gifts emerged. End of passage. Chapter 1. A seed is sown. The darkness of night blankets the skies of Nguvu, as three siblings in arms and in life move shrouded in the shadows. The moon shone as they ascended the lowest end of a mountainous range, emerging from the island ground in a rocky crescent. As the moon continued to rise, its light reflected off the mountains, illuminating the sky in multi-hues of deep lavenders and bright violets. Omero, the eldest of the three, reaches the top of the hill first and looks up to gaze at the night sky. "Can you believe how radiant the night skies are here?" he says, while leaning side to side, stretching towards the lights as if to wield them. He grips the cuffs of his sleeves, first his shirt, then jacket. His tall and stocky-like frame made his clothes fit loosely on him. His white hair weaved in pristine locks hung shoulder-length. Despite the hike, it seemed Omero didn't drop a bead of sweat. Obiel sighs, stepping up next to his brother. Although Omero towers over most, Obiel was not one of them. He had a less than stocky build, and was barely shorter than his older brother.
Where nations must praise their gods individually.
All right, we are
Nguvu,
back.
the god
What
of
in the-
power.
what is happening?
Altira, the goddess of reality. Akasha,
Like
the
I
goddess
hear.
of space.
There we go. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, and ladies, and we are about to get into the next half of our stuff. That was a little snippet of my booklet, you know what I mean? Just a little snippy rooski of my bookadooski. That is me reading. No, I'm just playing. That's not me reading. I just like, that's not me reading. There's this awesome thing called 11 Labs. And what it does is it takes your reading and it reads it. It puts a narrator for it, basically. And you can choose from different voices and all this other stuff. And I did that. I'm a very audible learner and an audible hearer. An audible retainer. There we go. I retain my knowledge audibly a lot better. So I write it out, put it through the little AI thing to have the voice read back to me so my brain can retain the thing that I just wrote. And then I'm like, okay, how does that sound? You know what I mean? How does what I wrote just sound or whatever? You know what I mean? So that's the way that I kind of try to use that. When I actually do my full book reading, I'll be trying to read it, you know what I mean, with my own voice. But I've also thought about just putting out the whole narrated thing that's already there that I already listened to. Just put that out instead. I've been kind of juggling with both sides. You know what I mean? Like I've been kind of juggling with both sides of it. Like, hey, which should I use this or should I just kind of read it myself? I kind of want to put out the one that's already done, just so it can kind of be out there, but I also want to read it myself so people can kind of ask me questions and stuff or whatever, but I'll kind of figure out what to do along the lines with all that good stuff. so well written so far. Yo, I appreciate you. Like, I appreciate you, like, for real. I really do appreciate you. Because, you know, I'll let y'all know real quick. Like, I am not a writer. Like, I ain't read a book in a really long time either. But, you know, like I've said it multiple times, but reading this book has, like, really... Reading both of these books has really opened my eyes and my mind to all of the things that it means to, you know, kind of get your story out there. And then, of course, I've like watched every single Brandon Sanderson lecture that there is. So I try to take a lot of that stuff, you know, like I got to take a lot of that stuff and start actually using it in my actual writing and my actual work that I do on my own. So I'm trying to get in there, you know, I'm trying really hard, but we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's all that. And then I'll be going over more of that once we finish book club completely. Then we'll go into my book stuff a little bit. And then we'll probably go into either another book. I definitely want to get into comic books and all that stuff too. So we'll be doing a lot more book club stuff here. I want to be able to let you guys vote on what books we go to next, because I'm definitely not reading book 3 until season 3 comes out. But I want to continue book club though. You know what I mean? So we'll see what we can get into, just what we can get into next. Either Brandon Sanderson stuff. That'll probably be what we get into, since I already have these books. Just get into Mistborn, or something else that you guys want to get into. We'll see. But yeah, yo, with all that being said, I definitely appreciate all of you guys that are still chilling in here and kicking it with me. They really did sound great though. Hey, I appreciate you for real. I like the female voice one more. That's the one that I like a lot more. Like that's the one that I listen to all the time. For real. So we'll see what's going on there. I got your alpha draft downloaded. I'll have it read by next week. Ooh, okay, Marisu, I appreciate you. Okay, we gonna see what's happening. Hey, I'll let you all know right now, it is riddled with errors of all kinds, because it is just like, it's still the alpha read. And then for the AI stuff to read it, sometimes you have to spell words kind of differently, so not everything is the right way. So I'll just put that out there, you know, right there. Like sometimes it does say gifts with the F, and I don't want no shit from you, Marisu. I know I'm gonna get it anyway, but I just, you know what I'm saying. Sorry, what I meant is, are you playing the book somewhere that you are sometimes reacting to? It seems like I am missing something. Oh no, I don't. If this is your first time here, then you missing a lot, because we at the end of the book. You know what I mean? But I think, no, yeah, Light Blinded said it right here, yo. I play some of the parts of certain chapters here on YouTube, but most of it is going to be a review and discussion. It's just those more powerful parts, usually dream sequences, any action moments, or when we get a good bit of lore. Sometimes when the character, like when we get a song that's actually sang and performed by Rosamund Pike, I like to listen to a lot of those moments as well. And then if you guys have anything that you want to specifically hear out as well, I try to kind of play some of those parts as well, like the flicker moment. Like that moment was a really long one that we went into instead. So just small things like that. Book 3 is a parent-centric book? Oh. Why would you tell me that? Oh no. That was like the one thing that could get me to read that book. Oh no. I gotta figure out, when does the show come out though? Oh yeah, big RIP to Comic Storian, man. That is so sad. I don't know if any of you guys ended up watching Rob's video for Comics Explained. And man, yeah, that shit tore me up even more. Like, it was already so sad watching the first one, but damn, yo, yeah, that shit crushed me for sure. Big RIP to Comic Storian. The super sad, bro, super sad. Like, damn, I started listening to it, man. Yeah, that's super sad. That's super sad. That is just super sad. I kind of want to make a video too about that. You know what I mean? Because I do want to. I've been wanting to get into comic book stuff, but now it almost doesn't even feel right to get into comic book stuff. You know what I mean? It doesn't feel right to do what I wanted to do, knowing that he You know what I mean? That comic historian passed away. Like, it doesn't even feel right for me to even touch the comic book scene like that anymore. Like, I don't know, yo. I don't know. It feels wild to me now. But I do want to get into more comic book stuff. But it's just like, damn, like, not like this. You know what I mean? Like, not like this, bro. I'm crushed. I'm super crushed from that. Well done, Marisu. No, don't egg her on, LBF. Don't egg her on. I've been missing out. I'll have to go back. I just discovered this book. Oh, we're on book 2 right now, Carrion, so be careful. Be careful. But we did do a book 1 Wheel of Time review. I don't know if you're on book 1 or book 2, but we finished book 1 and we finished book 2, and we did book clubs for both of those, and you can actually find those playlists on our YouTube channel. I think I actually have them here as well if you would like to go through them. We got long episodes just like this episode is long because we go through and nerd out for sure. Be steadfast. You can only watch once without becoming a book club. Yo, that's what I don't want to do. Like, if I read the book and then watch the show, the entire time I watch the show, I'm going to be like, oh, no, this isn't it. This isn't what I wanted. No, I'm just playing. You know what I mean? I'm not a book cloak. You're a book cloak. I told you for that reason. You're terrible, Marisu. You're terrible. And everybody's just egging you on, like, ha ha hee hee. Y'all are ill, man. Y'all are ill. Y'all are ill, yo. But y'all are ill for real. But with all that being said, let's get into it. I loved this chapter. Probably my favorite chapter out of this reading. Also the longest chapter. I think we get a ton of POVs in this chapter as well. I might be mistaken about that. But nonetheless, I had a wonderful time with this chapter. So let's get into it. Let's get into...
Chapter 45. Blade Master.
Bro. Okay, so when I read the chapter title the first time, when I read that this chapter's title was Blade Master, let me tell you how it did not prepare me to actually be fighting against a Blade Master. I don't know what I thought was going to be happening, but whoa. The things that happen in this chapter are honestly insane. Honestly insane. Again, I love the pacing of this book because we're spreading these moments out in really good ways. These bite-sized chapters that are, you know what I mean? Oh, I just love it, man. It's just really good. It's really good. It's really nice. And I am so pumped for everybody to listen to this beautiful, beautiful chapter with this one, man. Like, I am so hyped to get into this one right here. So let's see what's going down.
What happened to all three of them? She was all too aware that she had no real notion of whether what she planned would work or not. It could easily be her own failure that would give them away. Once again, she resolved that if anything went wrong, she would somehow pull attention to herself while Min and Elaine escaped. She had told them to run if anything went wrong, and let them think she would run too. What she would do then, she did not know. Except I won't let them take me
I forgot
alive.
This happened.
Please, light not that.
I forgot this part.
Soldam and Damane came up the street until they were bracketed by the three waiting women. A dozen Falmen walked wide of the linked pair. Nynaeve gathered all of her anger. Leashed ones and leash holders. They had put their filthy collar on Egwene's neck, and they would put it on hers and Elaine's if they could. She had made Min tell her how Soldam enforced their will. She was sure Min had kept some back, the worst, but what she told was enough to heat Nynaeve to white-hot fury. In an instant, a white blossom on a black thorny branch had opened to light. To Saidar, and the one power filled her. She knew there was a glow around her, for those who could see it. The pale-skinned Soldam gave a start, and the dark Damane's mouth fell open, but Nynaeve gave them no chance. It was only a trickle of the power that she channeled, but she cracked it, a whip snapping a dust mote out of the air. The silver collar sprang open and clattered to the cobblestones. Nynaeve heaved a sigh of relief even as she leaped to her feet. The Soldam stared at the fallen collar as if at a poisonous snake. The Damani put a shaking hand to her throat, but before the woman in the lightning-marked dress had time to move, the Damani turned and punched her in the face. The Soldam's knees buckled, and she almost fell. "Good for you!" Elaine shouted. She was already running forward too, and so was Min. Before any of them reached the two women, the Damani took one startled look around, then ran as hard as she could. "We won't hurt you."
She got up
Elaine
out of
called
there.
after her.
I'm so
"We are
happy
friends."
she did that.
"Be quiet,"
I'm so...
Nynaeve hissed.
Just real quick, I'm so happy. I am so happy that she got up out of there. That is the only proper reaction at that moment is like that is the only proper reaction. Like, get out of there. You figure out, you know what I mean? Like, if she would have just stopped and started talking to them, that would not have been realistic to me, yo. Because, like, if you're a slave and you get the moment to really be able to get free, it like in that way, like the chains are finally broken, and you're like, like out of there, she gone. I love that, yo. I love that. I just love that.
She produced a handful of rags from her pocket and ruthlessly stuffed them into the gaping mouth of the still staggering Soldam. Min hastily shook out a sack in a cloud of dust and plunged it over the Soldam's head, shrouding the woman to the waist. "We are already attracting too much attention." It was true, and yet not entirely true. The four of them stood in a rapidly emptying street, but the people who had decided to be elsewhere were avoiding looking at them. Nynaeve had been counting on that. People doing their best to ignore anything that had to do with Seanchan, to gain them a few moments. They would talk eventually, but in Nynaeve's watching, no one had gone near it. The interior had a musty dustiness that spoke of abandonment. As soon as they were inside, Elaine dropped the silver leash and wiped her hands on some straw. Nynaeve channeled another trickle, and the bracelet fell to the dirt floor. The Soldam squalled and hurled herself about. "Ready?" Nynaeve asked. The other two nodded, and they yanked the sacking off their prisoner.
I was so... At this moment, I was like, oh no. Oh my God.
The Soldam wheezed, blue eyes teary from dust.
Yo, ACM, I forgot that she did that. I forgot she punches her first. Like, she just turns around, just, yam! That makes it even funnier, because I definitely forgot that she did that. She turned, that thing fell off her. She was like, what? Yeah! Like, yeah, that's right. Get up out of there, girl. Go run back to your loved ones.
But her red face was red as much from anger as from the sack. She darted for the door, but they caught her in the first step. She was not weak, yet they were three, and when they were done, the Soldam was stripped to her shift and lying in one of the stalls, bound hand and foot with stout cord, with another piece of cord to keep her from forcing the gag out. Soothing a puffy lip, Min eyed the lightning-panelled dress and soft boots they had laid out. "It might fit you, Nynaeve. It won't fit Elaine or me." Elaine was picking straw out of her hair. "I can see that. You were never a choice anyway. Not really. They know you too well." Nynaeve hurriedly removed her own clothes. She tossed them aside and donned the Soldam's dress. The collar. That was why she could not make her voice sharp with Elaine now. "I know," Elaine sighed. "I just wish I knew more of what it does to you." She drew her red gold hair out of the way. "Min, help me, please." Min began undoing the buttons down the back of her dress. Nynaeve managed to pick up the silver collar without flinching. "There is one way to find out." With only a moment of hesitation, she bent and snapped it around the neck of the Soldam. "She deserves it if anyone does," she told herself firmly. "She might be able to tell us something useful anyway."
She told her, okay, wait. Just a really quick note. She told herself firmly. You know what I mean? That's how, when characters talk to themselves, it's usually in that type of way. Like, they tell themselves, or they reaffirm to themselves, or they say to themselves, they say da-da-da-da, he tells himself. But whenever Rand is thinking about Sidar. It's a small voice. It's not just use the one power, he says to himself. No. It's a small voice in the back of his head. And it's like, ooh. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
The eyed woman glanced at the leash trailing from her neck to Nynaeve's wrist, then glared up at her contemptuously. It doesn't work that way, Min said, but Nynaeve barely heard. She was aware of the other woman, aware of what she was feeling, cord digging into her ankles and into her wrists behind her back, the rank fish taste of the rags in her mouth, straw pricking her through the thin cloth of her shift. It was not as if she, Nynaeve, felt these things, but in her head was a lump of sensations that she knew belonged to the Soldam.
Beautiful.
She swallowed, trying to ignore them. They would not go away, and addressed the bound woman. I won't hurt you if you answer my questions truthfully. We aren't Shanshan. But if you lie to me... She lifted the leash threateningly. The woman's shoulders shook, and her mouth curled around the gag in a sneer. It took Nynaeve a moment to realize the Soldam was laughing. Her mouth tightened, but then a thought came to her. That bundle of sensation inside her head seemed to be everything physical that the other woman felt. Experimentally, she tried adding to it. Eyes suddenly bulging out of her head, the Soldam gave a cry that the gag only partially stopped. Fanning her hands behind her as if trying to ward off something, she humped through the straw in a vain effort to escape. Nynaeve gaped, and hastily rid herself of the extra feelings she had added. The Soldam sagged, weeping. What did you do to her? Elaine asked faintly. Min only stared, her mouth hanging open. Nynaeve answered gruffly, the same thing Shiriam did to you when you threw a cup at Marith. Light, but this is a filthy thing. Elaine gulped loudly. Oh. But an Adam isn't supposed to work that way, Min said. They always claimed it won't work on any woman who cannot channel. Oh. I do not care how it is supposed to work so long as it does. Nynaeve seized the silver metal leash right where it joined the collar and pulled the woman up enough to look her in the eyes.
Worth it is crazy.
Frightened eyes, she saw. You listen to me, and listen well. I want answers, and if I don't get them, I'll make you think I have had the hide of you. Stark terror rolled across the woman's face, and Nynaeve's stomach heaved as she suddenly realized the Soldam had taken her literally. If she thinks I can, it's because she knows. That is what these leashes are for. She took firm hold of herself to stop from clawing the bracelet off her wrist. Instead, she hardened her face. Are you ready to answer me, or do you need more convincing? The frantic head-shaking was answer enough. When Nynaeve removed the gag, the woman only paused to swallow once before babbling. I will not report you. I swear it. Only take this from my neck. I have gold. Take it. I swear I will never tell anyone. Be quiet. Nynaeve snapped, and the woman shut her mouth immediately. What is your name? Sita. Please, I will answer you. But please, take it off. If anyone sees it on me. Sita's eyes rolled down to stare at the leash, then squeezed shut. Please, she whispered. Nynaeve realized something. She could never make Elaine wear that collar. Best we get on with it, Elaine said firmly. She was down to her shift too now.
But I love
Give
Elaine
me a moment to
with
put
it.
this other dress on.
Elaine reminds me so much.
Put your own clothes back on.
Or should I say Hermione reminds me so much of Elaine.
Someone has to pretend to be a Damane, Elaine said, or we will never reach Egwene. That dress fits you, and it cannot be Min. That leaves me. I said, put your clothes on. We have somebody to be our leashed one. Nynaeve tugged at the leash that held Sita, and the Soldam gasped. No! No! Please! If anyone sees me...
Bro,
she cut off.
Yo, Rosamund Pike needs
stare.
awards for this.
As far as I am concerned, you are worse than a murderer, worse than a dark friend. I can't think of anything worse than you. The fact that I have to wear this thing on my wrist to be the same as you for even an hour sickens me. So if you think there is anything I'll balk at doing to you, think again. You don't want to be seen? Good. Neither do we. No one really looks at a Damane, though. As long as you keep your head down the way a leashed one is supposed to, no one will
we go.
even notice you. But you had better do the best you can to make sure the rest of us aren't noticed either. If we are, you surely will be seen. And if that is not enough to hold you, I promise you I'll make you curse the first kiss your mother ever gave your father. Do we understand each other? Yes, Sita said faintly. I swear it.
Yo, talk about chills. Like when I was, bruh, whoa, I was like, yo, what's going on? Like this moment, I don't think this moment is as impactful in the show, unfortunately. Like, I don't know. Like it works in the show. You get that, you understand it, but I don't feel like the weight is there. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like it was better in the book, in my opinion, right there. I don't know. I like that a lot. Like, I like that a lot. But it was the cold ass. I'll make you curse the first kiss your mother ever gave your father. Like, son. Yo, we're cooking. I was like, I just love this. I think a lot of this part, though, again, it was very similar to how it was in the show. It just gave us different perspectives on it. I kind of like how it was handled here. Like, well, because in the show, this scene is split up, right? Because when Egwene inevitably does the thing, it's at a... I understand. All these moments are the same and different, so it makes my brain get all frazzled, my guy. But I love the moment in the show, though, because I guess it is better because we get all the weight of what's actually going on. Because I don't think I would feel the way that I feel if I didn't know that Egwene was being tortured like that in the show, though. You know what I mean? So it's like, at this moment, this moment feels super triumphant. It's like, oh, shit. It's like, bruh, wait a minute. Hold on. What's going on here? Wait, where did I go? And then we get a little switch to Bail Doman again. Just a really quick one. Just a little quick switch. Man, that moment in the show was crazy. That shit was crazy. Especially because Rima had just, like, twisted that chick all up before, too. That was all wild. That moment was, that was crazy. I'm not gonna lie. I just remembered all of that stuff that had happened. It was, like, so quick, but also not quick at the same time. It was like, boom, 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 boom. And then she got it, and then she put it on her. And it was like, wow. And I was like, wait. I was like, wait a minute. And then immediately I was like, wait a minute. How can that work? Because, this is this. That shouldn't be able to work that way. That moment of like, yeah, there were a lot of moments of realization when watching the show, and they always felt freaking amazing. Like, it's like, wait, because I think even that was a question, was like, is the Shan-Chan, are they able to use the one power? Because how is this bracelet thing working? And I think we even definitely had that question even more because they visibly showed the thread. You know what I mean? They visibly showed the thread, and I think that was something that I guess kind of hinted to them being able to do the thing too. Okay, we get to Bale. He's telling his people, don't do nothing. You better hold up. You better wait. Let's see. Again, I like these quick POVs, seeing things happening from everyone's different directions. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like I like that. I like that a lot. I really appreciate all of those things in that way of us seeing, like, I think later on we see like the boat sailing away, and it's like, oh snap, like that's pretty awesome. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty awesome. You know, I like all those moments. let's see the Shan Chan L2. Let's see, Intar. Oh yeah, they all try to enter Falm without any, without anybody noticing them. Huron says that Patton Fane's smell is everywhere. He says he's crisscrossed this town. His smell is everywhere. Like, damn. A few more people began to appear. Here are a few peddlers setting his wares on tables. There a fellow hurrying along with a big roll of parchments under his arm and a sketchboarding slung across his back. Like, yo, the city is bustling. Like, the city is bustling. The city is bustling and tussling. And then they see a Damane for the first time as well, and they're a little shook up about it. And they see a banner that's flapping in the wind over the house shoulders. That's, you see the golden hawk clutching the lightning bolts, which we know is Lord Torok's stuff, but they don't know it. You know what I mean? The officer's armor. We see the officer's armor, and here we go. The officer's armor was resplendent in red and black and gold, his helmet gilded and painted to look like a spider's head. Then Rand saw the two big leathery skinned shapes crouched among the soldiers and missed a step. Grom. They can't be. Lord Rand, those are. Huron's eyes seemed as big as his face. Margin. Holy shit, those are the Grom. What are the Grom doing here? How did the Grom get here? And I think I had even asked that before. I was like, yo, do the Shanshan have the Grom? Because they were kind of explained similarly to how the Grom were explained. And I was like, yo, what in the world is going on here? Why are there so many creatures out here in just everywhere? And it's like, I think I don't know, man. I don't know why we didn't get all these freaking monsters in the show in this way, bro. Because the Shan Chan in the show, they didn't have any creatures at all. They didn't have no creatures. Man, that White Cloaks versus that battle would have been insane. I low-key hope we get that in season 3 somehow, some way. But I mean, he already proclaimed that he's the dragon, so I guess there's not really the same. All that stuff doesn't really have a reason to happen in the same way. But it is what it is. Okay, so margin, holy shit. And then Huron says, Lord Rand, it doesn't matter. And then immediately my next margin was, Celine is definitely showing up, because those are her babies. Like, those are her little creepy crawlies. Those are her things, and she love them. And then Matt clutches his pearls. It's in there. He turned around and walked backwards. The dagger is in there. I didn't even notice it before because of those things, but I can feel it. And then we see that Ingtar is low-key like trying not to go in the house a little bit. But at the same time, he is trying to go into the house immediately. And they go up in the house. He's like, yo, I do not mean to wait for Varen. I mean to have the horn in my hands before the sun sets again. Like, bro is dedicated. He's ready to do what he's supposed to do. And that's one of the big things that made me not expect the twist. Is because this entire time, Ingtar has been the loudest. But you know what they say about the person that's the loudest, man. Oh. And we couldn't trust him. But we could trust him. But we couldn't trust him. But he really wanted to, it's the Darth Vader moment. It's the moment of wanting to be redeemed for the things that you have done. You know, that's what matters most. Most of the time. Yeah, and the crazy thing is like the Grom are just there. They are like guard dogs for the Shanchan. That was what was really crazy for me. I'm like, bro, so not only have they have Aes Sedais as battle slaves, and then they have the Grom as pets. Like, these people are straight up freaking, oh my goodness, like they are just straight up going insane. They have lost their freaking minds. Like, what's happening? And then we just, oh, this is so badass, bro. Rand and Perrin exchange looks. They go to the back of the wall. Ingtar jumps over it, and he's like, yo, count to 50 and follow me. He goes over it. He smacked one of the guards that's right there. As soon as Sharon says 50, they all go over immediately. They're over the wall. Yo, I'm loving this. I'm not gonna lie. At this point, I'm like, okay, we are turned up. We are all the way turned up. It's about to go down. Where's the guard? Dead. The man was overconfident. He never even tried to raise a cry. I'm like, bruh, okay. I was like, okay, bro, this is badass. Like, at this moment, I'm like, holy shit, this is super cool, bro. I don't know what to do. We're almost there. Almost there. Come on. And then they go into the house, and in the hallway, they see a slender young woman with dark hair coming out of a door ahead of them, carrying a tray with one cup. They all froze. She turned the other way without looking in their direction. Rand's eyes widened. Her long white robe was all but transparent. She vanished around the corner. Margin. Ghosts? What's going on, y'all? What is going on? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, bro? I'm so confused at this moment. Like, I'm so confused. I mean, I know we saw that one woman that I believe Huron kept seeing. It was either Huron or Uno back in the other town. I can't remember who was seeing the ghost. But they kept seeing the person. I assumed that it was Lanfear, and you guys were like, well, it might not be Celine because Celine's in the other place. So is this the person that was there from the earlier time? Like, has this person been trying to lead them into this? Like, bro, what's going on? Like, what's going on? I'm so confused. Did you see that? Matt said hoarsely. You could see right through. Ingtar clapped a hand over Matt. Keep your mind on what we're here. Now find it. Find the horn for me. I was like, okay, at this exact moment, margin. Matt and Ingtar gotta chill. Underline. Because I'm like, bro, why is everybody tripping, yo? I'm like, I understand Matt has this crazy bloodlust for the dagger, but what's going on with Ingtar? I'm like, has he held the dagger before and we just don't know it? That's what I thought might be another one of the reveals, is that like he was once a dagger holder, but he didn't have the feeling of the dagger the same way. So I just didn't know what was going on here. I'm like, why is Ingtar set tripping, bro? He is on a manhunt. He's on a witch hunt for real. They go into the room and they see painted and first of all, they hear scuffing, they hear everything going on in the other place. So I don't know why they didn't even have, they just went in there without even thinking about it. Painted screens hid all the walls and any other doors and veiled the light coming through the windows that had to overlook the street. Rand heard Ingtar gasp, but he only felt like heaving a sigh of relief. The curling golden horn of Valir sat on a stand on the table. Below it, the ruby in the hilt on the ornate dagger caught the light. Matt darted to the table, snatching the horn and dagger. "We have it!" he crowed. "We have them both!" Not so loud. We don't have them out of here yet. His hands were busy on the haft of his axe. They seemed to want to be holding something else. Silver script inlaid around the bell and around the mouthing translation. It is by the light it is. I am saved. That's what Ingtar says. So Ingtar and Matt are both having the same reaction about this, right? They're like, "Oh my god, like, yo, we did it. Like, yo, like, I got the dagger. I got the horn." Like, they are both feeling victorious in the same amount of Victorianism, right? And it's like, again, I'm still trying to figure out why the hell is this man Ingtar so hype about this horn, bro? I'm like, bro, what like, why are you guys why are you so rocked for this, bro? Why are you bricked? G, chill out. We're amongst homies right now. You know what I mean? But then,
with a collar around her neck, looked up. He was too far to make out her face clearly, but for an instant it seemed that their
what the what?
wall into the garden of the windows. He shoved the last out of his way and peered into the street below it, the doors.
Dang.
Matt whispered, pointing to a big pair of sliding doors ahead, carved handholds their only ornamentation. At least the dagger is. Ingtar looked at Hurin. The sniffer slithered. Rand heard Ingtar gasp. "But here yet. I am saved." Hurin was moving the screens that hid the windows. He shoved the last out of his way and peered into the street below. "Those soldiers are all still there, looking like they've took root." He shuddered. "Those things, too." Rand went to join him. The two beasts were Grom. There was no denying it. How did they... As he lifted his eyes from the street, words died. He was looking over a wall into the garden of the big house across the street. He could see where further walls had been torn down, joining other gardens to it. Women sat on benches there or strolled along the walks, always in pairs. Women linked neck to wrist by silver leashes. One of the women with a collar around her neck looked up. He was too far to make out her face clearly, but for an instant it seemed that their eyes met, and he knew. The blood drained from his face. "Egwene," he breathed. "What are you talking about?" Matt said. "Egwene is safe in Tar Valon. I wish I were." "She's here," Rand said. The two women were turning, walking toward one of the buildings on the far side of the joined gardens. "She is there, right across the street. Oh, light! She's wearing one of those collars." "Are you sure?" Perrin said. He came to peer from the window. "I don't see her, Rand. And I could recognize her if I did, even at this distance." "I am sure," Rand said. The two women disappeared into one of the houses that faced the next street over. His stomach was twisted into a knot. "She is supposed to be safe. She's supposed to be in the White Tower. I have to get her out. The rest of you..." "So..." The slurring voice was as soft as the sound of the doors sliding in their tracks. "You are not who I expected." For a brief moment, Rand stared. The tall man with the shaven head who had stepped into the room wore a long, trailing blue robe, and his fingernails were so long that Rand wondered if he could handle anything. The two men standing obsequiously behind him had only half their dark hair shaved, the rest hanging in a dark braid down each man's right cheek. One of them cradled a sheathed sword in his arms. It was only a moment he had for staring, then screens toppled to reveal, at either end of the room, a doorway crowded with 4 or 5 Shanshan soldiers, bareheaded but armoured, and swords in hand. "You are in the presence of the High Lord Turek," the man who carried the sword began, staring at Rand and the others angrily, but a brief motion of a finger with a blue lacquered nail cut him short. The other servant stepped forward with a bow and began undoing Turak's robe. "When one of my guards was found dead," the shaven-headed man said calmly, "I suspected the man who calls himself Thane. I have been suspicious of him since Huan died so mysteriously, and he has always wanted that dagger." He held out his arms for the servant to remove his robe. Despite his soft, almost singing voice, hard muscles roped his arms and smooth chest, which was bare to a blue sash holding wide white trousers that seemed made of hundreds of pleats. He sounded uninterested and indifferent to the blades in their hands. "And now to find strangers with not only the dagger, but the horn.
Yo, for real, it is.
It
giving
will
Jabba
please
all
me
the
to
way.
kill one or two of you for disturbing my morning. Those who survive will tell me of who you are and why you came."
Why the
He
hell
stretched
were
out
they
a
so
hand without
cocky? Can
looking.
anybody tell me that?
The man
That's
with the
one thing I
scabbarded
definitely was
sword
not
laid the
con-
hilt
I
in
was-
the hand
I didn't understand
and
why they were
drew
so
the heavy
cocky.
curved blade. "I would not have the horn damaged." Turak gave no other signal, but one of the soldiers stalked into the room and reached for the horn. Rand did not know whether he should laugh or not. The man wore armor, but his arrogant face seemed as oblivious to their weapons as Turak was. Matt put an end to it. As the Shornshan reached out his hand, Matt slashed it with the ruby-hilted dagger. With a curse, the soldier leaped back, looking surprised. And then he screamed. It chilled the
'Cause
room,
he had a curse. That's why
held
he was
everyone
cursed.
where they stood in astonishment. The trembling hand he held up in front of his face was turning black. Darkness creeping outwards from the bleeding gash that crossed his palm. He opened his mouth wide and howled, clawing at his arm, then his shoulder. Kicking, jerking, he toppled to the floor, thrashing on the silken carpet, shrieking as his face grew black and his dark eyes bulged like overripe plums, until a dark, swollen tongue gagged him.
Ugh.
He twitched, choking raggedly, heels drumming, and did not move again.
Bruh.
Every bit of his exposed flesh was black as putrid pitch and looked ready to burst at a touch.
Brother, ill.
Matt licked his lips and swallowed. His grip shifted uneasily on the dagger. Even Turak stared, open-mouthed. "You see," Ingtar said softly, "we are no easy meat." Suddenly,
We
he
out
leaped
here,
over
bro.
the corpse toward the soldiers still goggling at what was left of the
Man,
man
we
who
about,
had stood at their
bruh.
shoulders only
I'm
moments
sorry.
before.
I follow
Shut
Ingtar in the
up!
war too.
He cried.
What?
"Follow
Bruh?
me!"
Bro, I'm
Huron
following
leaped
you,
after
G. Let's
him,
go.
And the soldiers fell back before
Let's
them,
go.
the sounds of steel on
we
steel
taking out
rising.
everybody up in
The
here.
Shornshan
G.
at the other end of the room started forward as Ingtar moved, but then they were falling back too, before Matt's thrusting dagger even more than from the axe Perrin swung with wordless snarls. In the space of heartbeats, Rand stood alone, facing Turak, who held his
Can't
blade
believe we
upright
don't
before
get any
him.
of these moments. It's
His
so
moment of shock
heartbreaking.
was gone. His eyes were sharp on Rand's face. The black and swollen body of one of his soldiers might as well not have existed. It did not seem to exist for the two servants either, any more than Rand and his sword existed. Or the sounds of fighting, fading now from the rooms to either side out into the house. The servants had begun calmly folding Turak's robe as soon as the High Lord took
Bruh,
his sword,
so cocky.
and had not looked up even for the dead soldier's shrieks. Now they knelt beside the door and watched with impassive eyes. "I suspected it might come to you and me." Turak spun his blade easily, a full circle one way, then the other, his long-nailed fingers moving delicately on the hilt. His fingernails did not seem to hamper him at all. "You are young. Let us see what is required to earn the heron on this side of the ocean."
Bruh, hardest thing ever.
Suddenly, Rand saw. Standing tall on Turak's blade was a heron. With the little training he had, he was face to face with a real blade master. Hastily, he tossed the fleece-lined cloak aside, ridding himself of weight and encumbrance. Turak waited.
Go.
Rand desperately wanted to seek the void. It was plain he would need every shred of ability he could muster, and even then his chances of leaving the room alive would be small. He had to leave alive. Egwene was almost close enough for him to shout to her, and he had to free her somehow. But Saidin waited in the void. The thought made his heart leap with eagerness at the same time that it turned his stomach. But just as close as Egwene were those other women. Damane. If he touched Saidin, and if he could not stop himself channeling, they would know. Verin had told him. Know and wonder. So many, so close. He might survive Turak, only to die facing Damane, and he could not die before Egwene was free.
Here we go.
Rand raised his blade. Turak glided toward him on silent feet.
Here we go.
Blade rang on blade like hammer on anvil. From the first, it was clear to Rand that the man was testing him, pushing only hard enough to see what he could do, then pushing a little harder, then just a little harder still. It was quick wrists and quick feet that kept Rand alive as much as skill. Without the void, he was always half a heartbeat behind. The tip of Turak's heavy sword made a stinging trench just under his left eye. A flap of coat sleeve hung away from his shoulder, the darker for being wet. Under a neat slash beneath his right arm, precise as a tailor's cut, he could feel warm dampness spreading down his ribs. There was disappointment on the High Lord's face. He stepped back with a gesture of disgust.
Where did you find that blade, boy?
Like
Or
that.
do they here truly award the heron
What
to
is
those
this?
no more skilled than you? No matter.
Like, huh?
Make your peace. It is time to die.
You're dead,
He came
buddy.
on again. The void enveloped Rand. Saidin flowed toward him, glowing with the promise of the One Power. But he ignored it. It was no more difficult than ignoring a barbed thorn twisting in his flesh. He refused to be filled with the power, refused to be one with the male half of the true source. He was one with the sword in his hands, one with the floor beneath his feet, one with the walls, one with Turak.
Let's go, bro.
He
One
recognized
with
the forms the
enemy
High
is
Lord used.
crazy.
They were a little different from
One
what he
with
had
the
been
enemy
taught,
is
but not
amazing.
enough. The swallow takes flight met parting the silk. Moon on the water met the wood grouse dances. Ribbon in the air met stones falling from the
I
cliff.
wish I knew what these looked
They
like.
moved about the room as in a dance, and their music was steel against steel. Disappointment and disgust faded from Turak's dark eyes, replaced by surprise, then concentration.
Yeah, I was about to say, you
Sweat
better pay
appeared
attention,
on the High
buddy.
Lord's face as he pressed Rand harder. Lightning of 3 prongs met leaf on the breeze. Rand's thoughts floated outside the void, apart from himself, hardly noticed. It was not enough. He faced a blade master, and with the void and every ounce of his skill, he was barely managing to hold his own. Barely. He had to end it before Turak finally did.
Bro.
Saidin, no. Sometimes it is necessary to sheathe the sword in your own flesh. But that would not help Egwene either. He had to end it now. Now. Turak's eyes widened as Rand glided forward. So far he had only defended. Now he attacked. All out. The boar rushes down the mountain. Every movement of his blade was an attempt to reach the High Lord. Now all Turak could do was retreat and defend, down the length of the room, almost to the door. In an instant, while Turak still tried to face the boar, Rand charged. The river undercuts the bank. He dropped to one knee, blade slashing across. He did not need Turak's gasp or the feel of resistance to his cut to know. He heard 2 thumps and turned his head, knowing what he would see.
Bruh,
He looked down the length of his
let's
blade,
go!
wet
He
and
whooped
red,
that, bruh,
to where the
let's
High
go!
Lord lay, sword tumbled from his limp hand, a dark dampness staining the birds woven in the carpet under
Let's
his body.
go!
Turak's eyes were still open, but already filmed with death.
Bruh, come on!
The void shook.
Come on!
He had faced Trollocs before, faced Shadowspawn. Never before had he confronted a human being with a sword, except in practice or bluff. I just killed a man. The void
Yes,
shook,
you did!
and Saidin tried
Yes,
to
you
fill him.
did!
Desperately, he clawed free, breathing hard as he looked around. He gave a start when he saw the 2 servants still kneeling beside the door. He had forgotten them, and now he did not know what to do about them. Neither man appeared armed,
Mama,
yet all they had to do was shout.
just killed a man.
They never looked at him, or at each other. Instead, they stared silently at the High Lord's body. They produced daggers from under their robes, and he tightened his grip on the sword, but each man placed the point to his own breast. From birth to death,
They took them.
they intoned in unison. I served the blood,
Birth to, oh my.
and plunged the daggers into their own hearts. They folded forward almost peacefully, heads to the floor, as if bowing deeply to their lord.
Oh my God, yo. Like, oh my God. That is just crazy work. Bro, like, that is so amazing. The only thing that could make it more amazing is if I actually knew what these fighting styles were. That's the only thing that would level it up, because then I would be able to actually see like them doing the things. But in my brain, I still see the sword fight. You know what I mean? It's just I know that these specific forms have to have a visual look to them. And man, like, oh, bro, they ate with this. Like, they ate with this. I can't believe it. I can't believe how much they just were so ready to go this hard in the book. But, you know, in the show, did they go this hard in the show? Well, let's see for ourselves. The answer is no. The answer is no. This was me when that happened. This is my face. I was like, whoa. I was appalled. I was appalled and tiddlywanked. I had no idea what just occurred. But it was that. That's what occurred. But hey, I love it though. You know, I love it though. He took out everybody. That was lit. I remember that moment in the show. I was like, let's go, bruh. I was like, let's go. They pulled up and got whopped. I wish I could go to that exact moment from my reaction when we were watching the show, because it was amazing. This is awesome. This is still awesome, because we hadn't seen Rand channel at this level either. And it definitely works narratively. That's something that I continuously say as well when it comes to this. Yeah, we're about at the end of it. That's what I say as well when it comes to this, when it comes to the books, right, is that, no, when it comes to the show, is all of the things that they change, it makes sense. It's like, yeah, these characters aren't doing the same thing, so they're obviously not going to be at the same point to where they could do that. Like, if Rand would have pulled his sword out right here and just started going ham with Tarok in the show, that would have been insane, yo. That would have been wild. I wouldn't have known what to do. I would have been like, whoa, bro, just turned into a blade master out of nowhere. But instead, we get to see him do the thing that we actually got to see him train with, right? Because he did train to use the one power. He was training to use that with Lanfear and with our boy Logain, who, mind you, we have not seen in the book at all in the same way that he was in the show. So that's another thing that I'm guessing is a book 3 thing, right? Like, because him and Logain, they have like a whole training session multiple times. So you know, like, let's go. Like, I hope that we do get a sword fight, though, of some caliber in the next season, because I do feel like that's, I mean, my man's rocked a heron marked blade and he hasn't used it. He obviously didn't get it melted to the hilt right here. So I think it's possible to get it going, yo. But I freaking like, bro, that was I would never forget that. And I love the way it looks too. I love how what is it? What is that color? Like how the Sidar looks, how the one power looks when he wields it. And he just takes out everybody. Like, look at that. That's super badass. That's crazy. That's crazy work right there. That looks insane. Like, whoa, Nelly, I'm ready. I'm ready. And then he just sing, 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 sing. And we also got the whole, we also had the whole Aes Sedai sword thing be introduced to us in this season too. So it was kind of dope to see all of these things kind of come to him using it at the end, right? Because I think we see, I'm pretty sure we see Leandrin use it. I'm pretty sure the Amerlin Seat uses it at one point. I think she used like the sword thing, and then we see Rand pull up with the mini needles. That was crazy. That was crazy, bro. That was crazy. But in the book, bro, like, yo, I wish I could see all of that. And then what was up with the servants all taking themselves out or just going to take a vow of silence? All of that was insane. Everything that happened here, I was not ready for it. Like, this chapter was exquisite. I really had a hell of a time with this chapter. I ain't gonna lie to you. This shit was insane. All right, let's jump back into the chat. Let's jump back into the chat and see how everybody felt about chapter 45. Yo, chapter 45. I think that's my favorite chapter for sure. Like, unequivocally. There was a lot in this one, so let's start. Yo, glad you made it, Carrion. Yeah, for real. Glad to see you here. What's up, with Alan? How you doing? I don't know if I said hey to Alan already, but how you doing, brother? I find book 3 more mature driven. Oh, more map driven than Perrin. Oh, okay. Cool. The show subverted expectations successfully. I agree. Like, instead of pulling up with the blade, he pulled up with the one power, and it's like, that was lit. And we didn't get the whole scene with him and like the Dark One in the same way either, because I'm pretty sure, doesn't Egwene come through and take Ishii out in the end? Not Rand? Did that happen? I can't remember if that's what happened. I don't know. But, like, yeah. Yes, the Blade Master scene in the show is pretty comedy. I'm not going to lie to you. It had me rolling. Like, it had me rolling that he took everybody out. Well, I don't even know if I was rolling. I think I was more shocked that he just murdered everyone at once. I was like, oh, because remember, I don't know if you guys were there for season 2 watch parties, but I was very heavy on Rand going to the dark side and being Randikin. Like, watching season 2 of Wheel of Time made me feel like bro was going to the dark side and he was about to murder some people for sure. I was like, oh, wait a minute. Like, land fear is actually in his head. Like, again, Rand feels like a completely different Rand. He feels like he might be the one that turned to the dark side, you know? I don't know, bro. I'm just saying. It was wild. It was wild, bro. Like, Randikin, he definitely felt like he was going more Randikin, yo. Like, peace. Yeah, she was out of there. The events take place in November 8th, months after Winter's Night in Book 1. Oh. I love the discovery of the collars and how they work. Yeah, that was nice. I love that. Since they could be onto something, or 5 books from now, he could realize it was nothing. Yeah, whatever. Right? Yo, I'm telling you, the voice in the head just seems so it seems so purposeful to say it in the way that it's said. And I don't feel like that way is being said purposefully in any other way. It's probably okay if you hear voices in your head as long as you don't talk to them. Facts. That's very true. Worth it is crazy. Hey, she said that in the show too. Yo, direct quote from the books, that was better in the show. I think they did this scene quite well. I think they did the scene well. I think that moment was both. I think the moment was dope on both aspects. Yeah, I think the moment was dope on both aspects. Like I said, I can't wait to go back and watch this show again with my new found knowledge of what's going on, because I'm going to be like even more consumed with what's going on the second time around. Do you understand the Adam link? We should discuss it if not. I kind of understand the Adam link, but not really. It seems like someone is using their one power to kind of link to the other person. I don't know how that's occurring or any of that stuff like that. No, I'm not really sure how the other things are taking place. I don't know if it was explained and I just wasn't paying attention. Maybe it did happen. What chapter are we on? I've had a lot of wine. Nah, that's crazy. Just think if the show producers went all out with VFX from day one. I feel for the show though, because they had to deal with COVID, they had to deal with the writer strikes, they had to deal with a whole bunch of other things, the writer strikes, the AI stuff. There was a lot of strikes going on and a lot of things happening that hindered a lot of things from going on for this show in multiple seasons. So I'm hoping, and that's what's going to affect season 3 as well. So season 4 is really the season that it's like, let's hope none of that other shit is going to be holding them back. You know what I mean? Like, I hope none of that is holding them back by any means. And I don't think it will. I think by season 4, we'll be able to really, really enjoy everything that's going on. I've been waiting for this moment. I've been waiting years for this moment. What? For real? Why you been waiting years? So badass. Ingtar has been so thirsty this whole time. Yeah, bro's been thirsty for the power. He's been thirsty for the horn. Super thirsty. Ghosts, that's years away. Just half naked slaves, nothing to see here. Poor Ingtar is a bit of a mess at this point. Remember back to the Dark Friend social. Bro, I'm definitely gonna have to go back and go and listen to the prologue again. I gotta go through and go through the prologue again for sure, because I feel like I'm 100% missing stuff. Ingtar is bricked up for the horn for sure. I realized Ingtar was sus on my first read through. I thought bro was just mad oathy. You know what I mean? I thought he was just like, for honor and for you know what I mean? I just thought that was really bro's energy, because sometimes in this era of what it's supposed to be mimicking, that's how people are. They're like, bruh, I'll die for you. Like Kieran says, bro, I'll die for you. People are loyal to death. So it's like, I thought he was just riding hard for the Shi'Naran. But he just he was on a redemption run. Because why are you so thirsty for the horn, bro? Yeah, I didn't realize he was sus at all, Marisu. I was like 100% on Ingtar's side. Like, I was rocking with him. Exactly. Like, it's important. Like, the horn is everything. Like, in my eyes, it was a man looking for a quest. I just didn't know he was looking for that quest for the sake of redemption. You know? You know what I'm saying? Like, I had no idea it was for the sake of redeeming, man. Like, that was insane. The southern accent was glorious. I agree. Rosamund Pike really did her thing right here. This is a banging chapter. This was a banging chapter. I love hearing her give that fight scene and stuff like that, and embodying these characters. Literally, she voiced every character that is in the Wheel of Time so far, up until this point in the books, right? Like, every character that speaks, she gave them a voice. Come on, you can't hate on that, because she gave them a good voice too. Like, they're distinctive. It's great. In the book, Jabba in the book, then we get Indiana Jones in the show. Is Harrison Ford in Wheel of Time? Yo, for real. Rand v. Turak book wins every time. Every time Rand v. Turak book wins. Like, what? It's so fire. Like, they are going in. I love bro standing back and just being like, my G, where did you find that blade? Or do they just give anybody a Heron Mark sword out here? Like, and Rand instantly turned up on that ass. I love that. The scene is incredible, for real. I can't afford to keep drinking at every major moment. Yo, you're gonna be faded. You're probably faded right now. Don't pass out on us now. I think the show made a good decision because Rand hasn't really trained with Lan like he has in the book. Charisse, you're speaking my language, girl. That's what I'm talking about, for real, for real. Like, that's exactly what I have been saying. Like, the choices that they made for the show make sense because the characters have not learned the things that they need to learn to do these things. Like, it makes sense. It sucks, but it makes sense. Like, it's like, damn, it just shows that this is truly a completely different rendition from the actual, this is a different rendition from the book. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. It's just like, there's no sword fight because Rand doesn't know the ways of the sword yet. So once he learns the ways of the sword, there will be sword fights after that moment. And it's like, yeah, let's go. Like, that's why I always compare this. That's why I compare Wheel of Time to Avatar: The Last Airbender all the time, because the live action Avatar: The Last Airbender versus the show Avatar: The Last Airbender are very different properties, but they have a lot of the same heart, to where, a lot of the moments and beats are there. They just don't all have the same meaning at the same moment. And I think that's the same thing to say about this, is like, the beats are there, it's just not the same, it's not, it doesn't hold the same, it just doesn't hold the same meaning yet. But that's because it's a different pace, it's a different structure, it's not structured the same way, so obviously things occur differently. I dig it, I'm here for it. I'm honestly here for it. Wheel of Time being awesome is a pretty brutal drinking game. Yeah, I agree with that. Especially when you get to the end of the book. 8 months after meeting Lan, bro is fighting a Blade Master. For real, for real. I love that. It's just showing that he is really the Dragon Reborn, right? And I guess they could have leaned into that in the show, but they would have had to have him really coming to be like, I am the... Well, I mean, that is why he pulled up, to be like, I am the Dragon Reborn. But, still. Bay, big-ass ending, for real. Taverin. There has to be someone in the fandom that has created a sword dance guide, for real. There is a YouTube channel where they interpret the sword forms. Yo, KP, you gotta drop that here or in the Discord for sure, brother. Of course there is. Awesome. That's so dope. Way of the Heron. Is that what it's called? Is that what the YouTube channel is called? Cleaning 2. He Darth Mauled him. He killed the man. Playing Duel of Fates in the background. Dead ass though. Cause it was going down. Do-do. Da, 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 wah, 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 wah. And then he just is like, oh, and I feel like he hit him with the shing, you know what I mean, on the ground with the bro, that's so hard. That's just insane. Yeah, the Shanshan are crazy as hell, for sure. Like, why did they take themselves out immediately? The figurative names, though, they kind of let your imagination fill in whatever you want. Oh, yeah, I agree. That is very true. Lan taught him exactly the right 15 forms. Or he used everything that he was taught in the battle. Right? Cat Crossing the Courtyard will always be my favorite. That sounds like one of the, you know what I mean? Like one of the like jab and step forward, like one of the leaps. You know what I mean? That's kind of what that sounds like to me. Almost like what is it called? Like a fencing stance where it's like yeah, you know, just so you can get a little bit closer to someone. The show Indiana Jones did. Oh yeah, for real. Oh yeah. Bah! Yeah. No, I'm not. I'm not. I rebuke this. That scene was comic gold. Yeah, it was. It was hilarious. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't like, yeah, they changed They changed like the tone of it. It was still lit. I like that moment for real. Also the parallel of Rand cutting Turok in half. Oh yeah, Turok in half like Obi-Wan did to Darth Maul in the book versus the very Anakin presentation of Rand here in the show. Oh yeah, I like that. I like that. That's a really good point. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know why they went so Randikin with him, yo. We can absolutely go to this. I don't remember what we're going to in the full book review, but yes, let's do it. Whatever that is, let's do it. The entire book series takes place over 2 years. The show literally can't film fast enough for that timeline. No shot. Are you serious? Are you serious? It's 2 weeks? I mean, it's 2 years? 14 books taking place over 2 years is kind of insane. Damn. That's a hard thing to do for them. Rand sword fighting in the show, they definitely should have made it a movie, but I don't know how you do. I don't know how you make 2 years a movie in that way. Like this much information, 2 years, you gotta do the trilogy thing. Like you gotta do the Lord of the Rings, 3 hours each. Like you need I think that would be the best way to do it. Because I think you would be able to do everything. You might even need you might even need to go 6. You know, you might need to do a full Star Wars type of thing with 6 episodes, even though it's like 9 now. But you know what I mean? You might need to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 because that's a lot of information you got to cover. And I just don't feel like I feel like a show is a good way to do it, but at the same time, it's like, is it the best way? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. To be fair, weeks are 10 days long in Randland. Oh, what? Really? That's crazy. That moment when Matt scratches a guard with the Shadow Logath dagger, and the guy just dies the most horrible death you've ever seen, and everyone just stares. It's so that shit is crazy. When I was reading it, when I was reading it, I was like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. And then I started rolling when it was like, even Turok didn't know what to do. Like, bro, I was like, yo. Like, what do you do in that moment when you just, like everybody is just super chill, and then bro's just like, shrink, and then it just shrink. Bro just, and bro just starts screaming. And bro just starts screaming, and he's freaking charred. He just ends up burnt. A burnt crisp off of a dagger, off of this dude just slicing him with the dagger. That's insane. Like, everybody had the best reaction there. Like, there is no other reaction to have at that moment. Those watch parties were great. Yo, they were. Thatcher, I can't wait for them to come back. Well, at least the watch parties are always going on, but I mean specifically for this. Speaking of watch parties, after this, we're doing a watch party for The Boys season 4 premiere. So if any of you guys watch The Boys, that's what's gonna be going on. Randikin, that totally won't come. That totally won't be relevant years later. I could be crazy. I don't know. Season 4 was make or break for Game of Thrones. We'll see. I see what you're saying. KP take over. Oh, okay, people want to show. Wait, people want the show to go 1-to-1 out the gate, not realizing there's so much more to go. Yeah, there is so much lore and world building and things going on here. Like, there is so much happening. I kind of wish that they utilized the interactive Prime Video page a little bit more with the story in order to get some of these background things out of the way. You know, I think that would be really dope. Like, and those mini episodes as well. Like, all of that shit would be awesome to be able to get a little bit of other information that's going on. The show takes place in the Flickerverse. What? What does that mean? Isn't Flickr an app? I guess we don't live in the appverse. Flickr, wasn't that an image hosting site forever? Flickr. Some of the best books really take place over the course of about 2 to 5 weeks each. That's insane. Flickr forever. Star Wars was 3 years between. Damn. Yo, this guy gets stabbed and turned into a purple lump. That's just wild. Like, buddy got cooked. Quite literally cooked. Like, what the hell? Oh, here we go. Boom. And like I was just saying, you guys, we will be doing a watch party and review for The Boys tonight at 11:30 p.m. Yo, OmniPig, why don't you let everybody know what we've already done? Yo. So we already did this. We already did this. We already did this. So those are 3 down. We are currently doing our From Watcher to Reader series. Our season, well, not our season finale, but our end of the book review. And then later on tonight, if we mosey on over here, we're going to be doing our watch party for The Boys. And then, of course, on Saturday, we'll be doing a get ready for House of the Dragon. And then Sunday, we'll be doing our House of the Dragon watch party and review. So if any of you guys are going to be there for that, then come on down, okay? Come on down so we can get down. Come on down so we can get down with the clown. Okay. Okay, so let's get it going. Now it's time to move it on right along to the next thing that we got going on, and that is
Chapter 46. To come out of the shadow.
Again, these all of these are just insane and crazy. I just couldn't. I wasn't ready for any of it. I just was not ready for any of it for real. It was insane. Yeah. Yo. So, is this just the Egwene stuff? I mean, not just, but you know what I mean? Yeah, this is Egwene stuff. So they pull up. Let's see. We get the POV switch. POV switch. Nothing to do with us. You want us to make it through this safely as much as we do. Okay. I won't cause any trouble. They then sneak into the place with Nynaeve, Sita, Min, and Elaine are all together, and they're chilling, and they're doing their damn thing. They're big vibing. They're just going through the place. They find Egwene, finally. Okay, they finally find Egwene, and they automatically know that it's Egwene. And then she's like, yo, I know I'm not dreaming him because y'all ain't Rand and Gallad on tall stallions. I was like, damn, girls. Okay, Eggy. Eggy is mad spicy with it. Yo, she been daydreaming. I mean, when you in that scenario, you ain't got nothing to do but to dream. For real. And then we find out that Sita was one of the ones that was also torturing Egwene, because earlier it said 4 times out of 5 it was Rianne or Ragan. Sorry, I can't remember her name for some reason all of a sudden. But it's also Sita. So we see and then Elaine's like, what could they have done to make you want to do that? And nobody could even begin to understand how she feels. And then Nynaeve, of course, is just powerful as hell for no reason. And she just flicks the thing off of her of her neck, my guy. Like, she's just so strong. I don't understand how this isn't something that nobody else was doing, because she did it so easily. So I'm just kind of putting that to it being Nynaeve, because Nynaeve is hella strong. You know what I mean? Nynaeve is strong as hell, and you don't see like Elaine doing it or none of this other stuff like that. So, you know. The collar sprang open and fell away from Egwene's throat. Even if you could not figure out how to get that thing off, you could have just picked it up and run. Like, yo, they just yapping. Don't know what the hell they're talking about, bro. It's just insane. They just yapping. I ain't gonna lie, they had me hot. Talking about some, why didn't you just? Like, girl, you was not here. You was not here while I was getting tortured. And now you talking about some, why didn't you just? You don't think I thought of that with your stupid ass? I was like, ain't no way. Literally, I was like, ain't no way.
Soldam claim they develop an affinity after a few years. Most of them can tell when a woman is channeling whether they're leashed to her. Shout for help now. She shook her fist under Sita's nose. I can still make you wish you were never born if you open your mouth, and I do not need that bloody thing. You do not mean to leave me here with it, Sita said in a whisper. You cannot. Tie me. Gag me so I cannot give an alarm. Please. Egwene gave a mirthless laugh. Leave it on her. She won't call for help, even without a gag. You had better hope whoever finds you will remove the Adam and keep your little secret, Sita. Your dirty secret, isn't it? What are you talking about? Elaine said. I've thought about it a great deal, Egwene said. Thinking was all I could do when they left me alone up here. Soldam claim they develop an affinity after a few years. Most of them can tell when a woman is channeling, whether they're leashed to her or not. I wasn't sure. But Sita proves it. Proves what? Elaine demanded, and then her eyes widened in sudden realization. But Egwene went on. Nynaeve, Adam only work on women who can channel. Don't you see? Soldam can channel the same as Damane. Sita groaned through her teeth, shaking her head in violent denial. Her Soldam would die before admitting she could channel even if she knew, and they never train the ability, so they cannot do anything with it. But they can channel. I told you, Min said. That collar shouldn't have worked on her. She was doing up the last buttons down Egwene's back. Any woman who couldn't channel would be able to beat you silly while you tried to control her with it. How can that be? Nynaeve said. I thought the Seanchan put leashes on any woman who can channel. All of those they find, Egwene told her, but those they can find are like you and me and Elaine. We were born with it, ready to channel whether anyone taught us or not. But what about Seanchan girls who aren't born with the ability, but who could be taught? Not just any woman can become a leash holder. Renna thought she was being friendly, telling me about it. It is apparently a feast day in Seanchan villages when the Soldam come to test the girls. They want to find any like you and me and leash them, but they let all the others put on a bracelet to see if they can feel what the poor woman in the collar feels. Those who can are taken away to be trained as Soldam.
They have an entire
They
feast
are the
day
women
for something
who could
that
be
they
taught.
literally
Sita was moaning under her breath.
That they literally kidnap other people for.
No. Over and over again. I know she is horrible, Elaine said, but I feel as if I should help her somehow. She could be one of our sisters, only the Seanchan have twisted it all. Nynaeve opened her mouth to say they had better worry about helping themselves, and the door opened. What is going on here? Renna demanded, stepping into the room. An audience. She stared at Nynaeve, hands on hips.
I love this. Here we go.
I never gave permission for anyone else to link with my pet, Tuli. I do not even know who you... Her eyes fell on Egwene. Egwene wearing Nynaeve's dress instead of Damani grey. Egwene with no collar around her throat. And her eyes grew as big as saucers. She never had a chance to yell. Before anyone else could move, Egwene snatched the pitcher from her washstand and smashed it into Renna's midriff. The pitcher shattered, and the Soldam lost all her breath in a gurgling gasp and doubled over. As she fell, Egwene leaped on her with a snarl, shoving her flat, grabbing for the collar she had worn where it still lay on the floor, snapping it around the other woman's neck. With one jerk on the silver leash, Egwene pulled the bracelet from the peg and fitted it to her own wrist. Her lips were pulled back from her teeth, her eyes fixed on Renna's face with a terrible concentration. Kneeling on the Soldam's shoulders, she pressed both hands over the woman's mouth. Renna gave a tremendous convulsion, and her eyes bulged in her face. Hoarse sounds came from her throat, screams held back by Egwene's hands. Her heels drummed on the floor. Stop it, Egwene! Nynaeve grabbed Egwene's shoulders, pulling her off of the other woman. Egwene, stop it! This isn't what you want! Renna lay grey-faced and panting, staring wildly at the ceiling. Suddenly, Egwene threw herself against Nynaeve, sobbing raggedly at her breast. She hurt me, Nynaeve. She hurt me. They all did. They hurt me until I did what they wanted. I hate them. I hate them for hurting me, and I hate them because I couldn't stop them from making me do what they wanted. I know, Nynaeve said gently. She smoothed Egwene's hair. It is all right to hate them, Egwene. It is. They deserve it. But it isn't all right to let them make you like they are. Sita's hands were pressed to her face. Renna touched the collar at her throat disbelievingly with a shaking hand. Egwene straightened, brushing her tears away quickly. I am not like them. She almost clawed the bracelet off of her wrist and threw it down. I'm not. But I wish I could kill them. They deserve it. Min was staring grimly at the two Soldam. Rand would kill someone who did a thing like that, Elaine said. She seemed to be steeling herself. I am sure he would. Perhaps they do, Nynaeve said, and perhaps he would. But men often mistake revenge and killing for justice. They seldom have the stomach for justice.
Man.
She had often sat in judgment with the women's circle. Sometimes
they ate with that, yo. They ate with that for real. Like, they ate with that. I love that. Men often mistake revenge and killing for justice. They seldom have the stomach for justice. Like, woo-wee. And then they all start. Oh, wait.
Times men came before them, thinking whipped the bracelet over, and I think who did the others. She scowled. Would they suddenly seemed to surround her. No! She eyes inside those helmets, and if anybody had given an alarm, it would be behind us. She stopped anyway. There are more behind us, Min murmured. Nynaeve could hear those boots now. I don't know which will reach us first. Nynaeve took a deep breath. They are nothing to do with us. She looked beyond the approaching soldiers to the harbour, filled with tall, boxy Shanshan ships. She could not make out spray. She prayed it was still there and ready. We will walk right past them. Light, I hope we can. What if they want you to join them, Nynaeve? Elaine asked. You are wearing that dress. If they start asking questions... I will not go back, Egwene said grimly. I'll die first. Let me show them what they've taught me. To Nynaeve's eye, a golden nimbus suddenly seemed to surround her. No, she said, but it was too late. With a roar like thunder, the street under the first ranks of Shanshan erupted, dirt and cobblestones and armoured men thrown aside like spray from a fountain. Still glowing, Egwene spun to stare up the street, and the thunderous roar was repeated. Dirt rained down on the women. Shouting Shanshan soldiers scattered in good order to shelter in alleys and behind stoops. In moments they were all out of sight, except for those who lay around the 2 large holes marring the street. Some of those stirred feebly, and moans drifted along the street. Nynaeve threw up her hands, trying to look in both directions at once. You fool! We are trying not to attract attention! There was no hope of that now. She only hoped they could manage to work their way around the soldiers to the harbour through the alleys. The Damane must know too now. They could not have missed that. I won't go back to that collar, Egwene said fiercely. I won't! Look out! Min shouted. With a shrill whine, a fireball as big as a horse arched into the air over the rooftops and began to fall. Directly toward them. Run! Nynaeve shouted, and threw herself into a dive toward the nearest alleyway between 2 shuttered shops. She landed awkwardly on her stomach with a grunt, losing half her breath as the fireball struck. Hot wind washed over her down the narrow passage. Gulping air, she rolled onto her back and stared back into the street. The cobblestones where they had been standing were chipped and cracked and blackened in a circle 10 paces across. Elaine was crouched just inside another alley on the other side of the street. Of Min and Egwene, there was no sign. Nynaeve clapped her hand to her mouth in horror. Elaine seemed to understand what she was thinking. The door-to-air shook her head violently and pointed down the street. They had gone that way. Nynaeve heaved a sigh of relief that immediately turned to a growl. Fool girl, we could have gotten by them! There was no time for recriminations, though. She scooted to the corner and peered cautiously around the edge of the building. A head-sized fireball flashed down the street toward her. She leaped back just before it exploded against the corner where her own head had been, showering her with stone chips. Anger had her awash in the one power before she was aware of it. Lightning flashed out of the sky, striking somewhere up the street with a crash near the origin of the fireball. Another jagged bolt split the sky, and then she was running down the alley. Behind her, lightning lanced the mouth of the alley. If Domon doesn't have that ship waiting, Light, let us all reach it safely.
And then we go to Doman's POV, and that man sees the fight going down, and he like, oh shit, we gotta get up out of here. Like, that shit is crazy. He said, there do not be enough clouds for that. A man appeared from one of the warehouses with a Grom at his side, running to keep up with his beasts along the leaps as they vanished into one of the streets leading up from the water. One of the Shanshan monsters, no doubt, flew wildly to escape the bolts. Like, bruh, we got a whole bunch of different creatures that are flying, running, and they're all trying to get away from everything that's going on. Child BR is sent away, and then we have a POV Another POV switch to Rand now, and then now Rand is seeing all the stuff that's going on, and he's seeing the light flash across the sky. Yeah. You got that lightning bolt that flashes across the sky, so it lets Rand and everybody know kind of what's going on. Oh yeah, the POV switch was to Child Bayar. My bad. I didn't. I mean to not Child BR, the other one, Joe from Bornhold again. And he's the one that sees them fly.
What in the name of the light is happening? Close! Here must be saved, Rand. Despite the Shawnshan, despite the lightning and strange explosions down in the town proper, he seemed preoccupied with his own thoughts. Matt and Perrin and Hurin were down at the other end of the alley, watching another Shawnshan patrol. The place where they had left the horses was close now, if they could only reach it. She's in trouble, Rand muttered. Egwene. There was an odd feeling in his head, as if pieces of his life were in danger. Egwene was one piece, one thread of the cord that made his life. But there were others, and he could feel them threatened, down there, in Farm. And if any of those threads was destroyed, his life would never be complete the way it was meant to be. He did not understand it, but the feeling was sure and certain. One man could hold 50 here, Ingtar said. The two stables stood close together, with barely room for the pair of them to stand side by side between them. One man holding 50 at a narrow passage. Not a bad way to die. Songs have been made about less. There's no need for that, Rand said. I hope. A rooftop in the town exploded. How am I going to get back in here? I have to reach her. Reach them? Shaking his head, he peeked around the corner again. The Shawnshan were closer. Still coming. I never knew what he was going to do, Ingtar said softly, as if talking to himself. He had his sword out, testing the edge with his thumb. A pale little man you didn't seem to really notice, even when you were looking at him. Take him inside Faldara, I was told. Inside the fortress. I did not want to, but I had to do it. You understand? I had to. I never knew what he intended until he shot that arrow. I still don't know if it was meant for the Amelin. Or for you.
What?
Rand felt a chill. He stared at Ingtar. What are you saying? He whispered. Studying his blade, Ingtar did not seem to hear.
What did you do?
Humankind is being swept away everywhere. Nations fail and vanish. Dark friends are everywhere, and none of these Southlanders seem to notice or care. We fight to hold the borderlands, to keep them safe in their houses, and every year, despite all we can do, the blight advances. And these Southlanders think Trollocs are myths, and Murdral a gleeman's tale. He frowned and shook his head. It seemed the only way. We would be destroyed for nothing, defending people who do not even know or care. It seemed logical. Why should we be destroyed for them, when we could make our own peace? Better the shadow, I thought, than useless oblivion, like Caroline, or Hardan, or... It seemed so logical then. Rand grabbed Ingtar's lapels. You aren't making any sense. He can't mean what he's saying. He can't. Say it plain, whatever you mean. You are talking crazy. For the first time, Ingtar looked at Rand. His eyes shone with unshed tears. You are a better man than I. Shepherd or lord, a better man. The prophecy says, let who sounds me think not of glory, but only salvation. It was my salvation I was thinking of. I would sound the horn and lead the heroes of the ages against Sheol Ghul. Surely that would have been enough to save me. No man can walk so long in the shadow that he cannot come again to the light. That is what they say. Surely that would have been enough to wash away what I have been and done. Oh, light. Ingtar. Rand released his hold on the other man and sagged back against the stable wall. I think wanting to is enough.
I'm stressed out all over.
I think all you have to do is stop being one of them. Ingtar flinched, as if Rand had said it out loud. Dark friend. Rand, when Verin brought us here with the portal stone, I lived other lives. Sometimes I held the horn, but I never sounded it. I tried to escape what I'd become, but I never did. Always there was something else required of me. Always something worse than the last, until I was... You were ready to give it up, to save a friend.
He's a goddamn Judas.
Think not of glory. Oh, light. Help me. Rand did not know what to say. It was as if Egwene had told him she had murdered children. Too horrible to be believed. Too horrible for anyone to admit to unless it was true. Too horrible. After a time, Ingtar spoke again, firmly. There has to be a price, Rand. There is always a price. Perhaps I can pay it here. Ingtar, it is every man's right, Rand, to choose when to sheathe the sword. Even one like me.
Damn.
Before Rand could say anything, Hurin came running down the alley. The patrol turned aside, he said hurriedly. Down into the town. They seem to be gathering down there. Matt and Perrin went on. He took a quick look down the street and pulled back. We'd better do the same, Lord Ingtar. Lord Rand. Those bug-headed Shonchan are almost here. Go, Rand, Ingtar said. He turned to face the street and did not look at Rand or Hurin again. Take the horn where it belongs. I always knew the Amelin should have given you the charge. But all I ever wanted
This is one of them
was to keep Shinar whole. To keep us from being swept away and forgotten.
God damn. And Huron, of course, don't want him to go. Bro, and that is how we end chapter 46 with just nothing but pain and just heartbreak as Huron and Rand run off into the night to escape. To escape from this crazy city with the horn and the dagger. Freaking amazing chapter. Sensei, the show is like one of the mirror worlds in the flicker scene. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the show takes place in a flicker verse. Okay, I got you. I'm with you. I'm with you all the way there. I'm with you all the way right there. I can't believe we end that chapter in such a powerful moment. I was like, whoa. OMG, I'll be exhausted. Charisse, you're drafted. What? In the 90s, we all had... In the 90s, all we had was heterosexual dreams. Oh, Marisu, you must be twisted. I already know. It's late over there, huh? It's 8:30, so that's 9:30, 10:30, 11:30. Oh, yeah, it's about to be midnight. Marisu's getting spicy, yo. We got the spicy tax too, Marisu. Yishama Sharice, I trust her with my mountain. As you say it, so shall it be. All right, there we go. As you wish it, so shall it be. Welcome to the Mod Avengers, Charisse. Shout out to you. Marisu does. I don't think Marisu has ever dropped a wreck on somebody like that. So hey, if Marisu trusts you with her mountain, I trust you with my river. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, Marisu, I'm too irresponsible to be mod. Should I take it back? should I take it back? Egwene getting her get back. Yo, I love that. I was kind of bummed that Nynaeve, stopped her. But I dig it, You're the only recommendation I've ever gave. Facts. Yeah, that's facts. We all know you're one of the best mods around. That's double facts. I love the way they showed Egwene's storyline in season 2. For real, yeah, they did do a good job with Egwene, like through and through. This is one thing I liked about what the showrunner said about this scene. He wanted it to be Egwene's scene and Egwene's decision. In the book, Egwene abides by Nynaeve's decision. If left on her own, Egwene's initial response is to attack Rhaena and give her a taste of her own medicine. Facts. That is super true. I can't even think about how it actually happened in the show now for some reason. Did she torture her? Didn't she torture her and then leave the... I think like the same thing happened. It was just her doing it on her own, right? PTSD Egwene, for real. PTSD Egwene, for real, for real, for real. Too bad they took out Nynaeve's moment at the same time. What moment is that? Like her moment of being the voice of reason type of vibe? Is that right? I might be wrong. Who doesn't have PTSD? Nah, that's crazy work. That's crazy work. Loyal. Hey, facts. That's a fact. I agree, but at the same time, I think I know why Nynaeve is nerfed a bit. Wait, what moment did they take from what moment did they take from Nynaeve? Did I miss something? I know I missed something because I'm not in my show brain fully right now, so I can't even think about the show too much. So y'all gonna have to fill in some blanks for our brother. One man could hold 50 here, no biggie. Facts. He's like, bruh basically said, this is the goodest place to die as any. And that's all. Oh my God, that is such a hard way to go out. Like, that is so gangster. My guy said, yo, this is a good place to die as any, man. Defending y'all from being able to get it, like allowing you guys to get away. Yeah, man. If that's how I die, that's how I die, my boy. For real, cutie, no cap. Like, this is insane. Ingtar, you fool! What did you do? Whoa, I kind of hit that just now. I could be a voice actor. I love the parallel of Ingtar finding his redemption from Rand's words here. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. He does do a good... He is there. Like, he's ready. Like, he's like, bro, let's go. Or Malkir. I remember I was like, I knew it. I knew you were on one, Ingtar. Detective Charisse in the building. I feel it, though. I feel it. He was acting sus, but again, I just kind of chalked it up to the whole for honor, for my oath, and for victory. That's kind of what it all got chalked up to. Very biblical, having one's sins cleaned through Jesus. Yeah, I mean, yeah. And he's even a shepherd. This is so brutal, so good, yes. Brutal and fantastic. We should go back to Flickr and get Inktar's reaction. Maybe we can do that for the full book review. Remember that, Marisu. Remember it. Try to write a note down. Write a note down for that. Try to write a note down for that. Try to write a note down. Dark friends are literally just everywhere. That's something. Oh my gosh, I just made a dark friend a mod in the chat. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys. There is a Black Aja among us. Be weary. I didn't think that went through. Rand is best. Jesus here. Just stop being bad. Yeah, facts. Just stop being bad. That's a fact. That's a fact. Just stop being bad. That's all bruh's like. He's like, yo, that's all you gotta do. Rand is like, yeah, just leave the Illuminati, Inktar, for real. I protected you from this. For the light and Shinoa. This show isn't a flicker. It's a different turning of the wheel. Isn't that what a flicker is? Isn't a flicker a different turning of the wheel? Am I tripping? What is a flicker if not a different turning of the wheel? What is an if not a different turning of the wheel? Are those things not the same? I'm catching up to Marisu, but with some Two Rivers to back. Ooh. I would like to visit you at the Two Rivers as well, my friend. The hanging. Good God, what? Is Two Rivers to back a metaphor? It is. Is it me or is his mic crackling? Whoa, is my mic crackling? Did it start crackling all of a sudden? Hello, hello, hello. Egwene Avada Kedavra's... Oh, Egwene Avada Kedavra's Rena in the show. Oh, she does Avada Kedavra Rena. Oh, shit. I remember because that was awesome. Yeah. Charisse has the hammer now. I know. What have I done? What have you done, Marisu? I trusted you. You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them. Nynaeve is most ineffective at Nynaeve successfully orchestrates and executes the plan to save Egwene, but Egwene saves herself in the show. Oh. But I mean, they were all on their way to save her. It's the thought that counts. Nynaeve is mostly ineffective at literally everything in the show finale. Yeah, that's true. Because doesn't she get the... Doesn't she... Yeah, because she gets Rima killed. She gets Rima killed, right? Yeah. Nynaeve gets Rima killed in the show. Oh my god. That's such a terrible... Oh my god, that's terrible. She gets Rima killed. Oh, she gets her caught and her warder killed. I don't know if she dies, but she gets her freaking caught. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. And then in the show, it's Rima and then the blue Aja. Oh my goodness. That's pretty dark, yo. That is a pretty dark change from Nynaeve being the one. From Nynaeve being the one to save Egwene to being the one that gets Rima caught. Damn. That's pretty intense. Nynaeve and Elaine coming to the rescue were in the show. Nynaeve was almost pointless there. Yeah, that was pretty intense. I got it 07. What? Hey! There is no Black Aja in Ba Sing Se. It's not my fault I was chosen. You're the chosen one. There are infinite flickers for every turning. What? No, I'd say it's a flicker because it's the same people. A different turning would be different people. Oh. Like loose Theron would be a different turning for Rand. Oh shit. Okay, I understand. I have an even better understanding now. Okay, you know what, Sharice? You know what? I guess you know what? You 100% deserve that mod roll. You know what? My bad. A flicker is a potential future, but doesn't take place in the main timeline. A turning of the wheel is when the Dark One is freed again, and so the prophecies play out again in a new way. Oh. Yes, Rena is the one that dies. Rima is the yellow Aja that Nynaeve gets killed. Right? Yeah, because Nynaeve tries to channel the one power a little bit. She channels a shit ton of it. It alerts the Damani to their existence. And then Rima and her warder have to go out and fight so they don't find Nynaeve and Elaine. So, terrible. That was pretty dark. We stand Rima, for sure. Robert Jordan is bad about similar names. I agree. Wait until we get into the S names later on. Good lord. The ages repeat as well. What does that mean? Sometimes the dragon and others get new names. Sometimes they keep the same names. I can understand that. So flickers are ifs. Is that right? Flickers are ifs. Those are one and the same, but turning of the wheels and flickers are not the same thing. Or are ifs, flickers, and turnings or are ifs, flickers, and turns all different things? That's my last question. Are all of those three things different, or are ifs and flickers the same? Okay. That's a confusing question. Are ifs and flickers the same or different? There we go. That's the most simplified way I can ask that question. The S's are the worst. I love all the S names. Damn. 7 pages? Oh, 7 ages per turning. Raffo, flickers are if. Yo, I don't know. Wow, you ain't no good, Marisu. All right, well, read and find out we will do as we go into the next bit here. But first, I am going to run to the restroom real quick. So, I'll be right back after these short massages.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Don's Bon Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
again. No curses. How long? No. Omnipig. Omnipig, how long was it there for? Omnipig, tell us. Were you counting time? No. I'm so sorry. I have failed you. Get out of here. Chair hype, chair stream. A chair is still a chair. Nah, y'all are ill. Start the timer, Omnipig. 15 seconds, Sensei. Yo. A chair is still a chair. Even when there's no one sitting there. Okay. Oh no, don't do this again. Please, iPad, not like this. No, iPad, not like this. Bro, come on. It loaded on my phone. iPad, what's going on? Come on. Come on. What is happening, bro? It's crazy how I don't ever run into these type of issues until it's like, oh, we're doing the season finale, or oh, we're doing this, or oh, we're doing that. You know what I'm saying? What is happening? Why is my shit keep freezing? What is going on? Like, oh, you think you're gonna go pee twice? Nah, son. This actually doesn't make any sense. What the hell is happening? What the hell is happening right now? I'm so confused. Yo, what's up with my iPad, G? I don't understand that at all. I don't get it. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why this is doing this. It's always shit that never happens. That's the thing that be pressing me. It's like, if it's something that I had to deal with from time to time, it'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, the thing that always happens. But nah, son. I don't get it. Wow, this is lame. Man, 40,000 years under the sun. Jesus. All right. We're back. Here we go. All right. Now, we are back. We are back, and I will just go ahead and take this time to say later on tonight, literally in hours, we will be doing a watch party and review for The Boys Season 4, watching the first 3 episodes. Yay! That's going to be so much fun. I can't wait. I've been doing stuff all day. Okay, so so join us later on when we do our watch party and review, probably like right after this, depending on how much longer we're live. So that's gonna be that. And with all that being said, it's time to get into none other than
Chapter 47. The grave is no bar to my call. Matt and Perrin were mounted by the time Rand and Hurin reached them. Far behind him, Rand heard Ingtar's voice rise.
The light! And Shinua!
The clash of steel joined the roar of other voices. Where's Ingtar? Matt shouted.
What's going on?
He had the horn of Valir lashed to the high pommel of his saddle as if it were just any horn, but the dagger was in his belt, the ruby-tipped hilt cupped protectively in a pale hand that seemed made of nothing but bone and sinew.
He's dying,
Rand said harshly as he swung onto Red's back.
Then we have to help him,
Perrin said.
Matt can take the horn and the dagger onto...
He is doing it so we can all get away, Rand said. For that, too. We will all take the horn to Verin, and then you can help her take it wherever she says it belongs.
What do you mean?
Perrin asked. Rand dug his heels into the bay's flanks, and Red leaped away toward the hills beyond the town.
The light! And Shinua!
Ingtar's shout soared after him, sounding triumphant, and lightning crashed across the sky in answer. Rand whipped Red with his reins, then lay against the stallion's neck as the bay laid out in a dead run, mane and tail streaming. He wished he did not feel as if he were running away from Ingtar's cry, running from what he was supposed to do. Ingtar, a dark friend. I don't care. He was still my friend. The bay's gallop could not take him away from his own thoughts. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. So many duties. Egwene, the horn, Fane, Matt and his dagger. Why can't there just be one at a time? I have to take care of all of them. Oh, light. Egwene! He reined in so suddenly that Red slid to a halt, sitting back on his haunches. They were in a scanty copse of bare-branched trees atop one of the hills overlooking Farm. The others galloped up behind him.
What do you mean?
Perrin demanded.
We can help Verin take the horn where it's supposed to go? Where are you going to be?
Maybe he's going mad already, Matt said. He wouldn't want to stay with us if he was going mad. Would you, Rand? You three take the horn to Verin, Rand said.
Egwene, so many threads and so much danger. So many duties.
You do not need me. Matt caressed the dagger's hilt. That's all very well, but what about you? Burn me, you can't be going mad yet. You can't. Hurin gaped at them, not understanding half of it. I'm going back, Rand said. I should never have left. Somehow that did not sound exactly right in his own ears. It did not feel right inside his head. I have to go back. Now. That sounded better. Egwene is still there, remember? With one of those collars around her neck. Are you sure? Matt said. I never saw her. Ah. If you say she is there, then she's there. We'll all take the horn to Verin, then we will all go back for her. You don't think I would leave her there, do you? Rand shook his head. Threads. Duties. He felt as if he were about to explode like a firework. Light, what's happening to me? Matt, Verin must take you and that dagger to Tar Valon so you can finally be free of it. You don't have any time to waste. Saving Egwene isn't wasting time.
After we
but Matt's hand had
like
tightened on the dagger.
You know what I mean? After we just heard about fireworks.
We aren't any of us going back.
Perrin
said.
Not yet. Look.
He pointed back toward Farm. The wagon yards and horse lots were turning black, with Shaunchan soldiers, thousands of them rank on rank, with troops of cavalry riding scaled beasts as well as armoured men on horses, colourful gonfalons marking the officers. Grom dotted the ranks, and other strange creatures, almost but not quite like monstrous birds and lizards. And great things like nothing he could describe, with grey, wrinkled skin and huge tusks. At intervals along the lines stood Suldam and Damane by the score. Rand wondered if Egwene were one of them. In the town behind the soldiers, a rooftop still exploded now and again, and lightning still streaked the sky. 2 flying beasts with leathery wings 20 spans tip to tip soared high overhead, keeping well away from where the bright bolts danced. All that for us? Matt said incredulously. Who do they think we are? An answer came to Rand, but he shoved it away before it had a chance to form completely. We aren't going the other way either, Lord Rand, Huron said. White cloaks. Hundreds of them. Rand wheeled his horse to look where the sniffer was pointing. A long, white-cloaked line rippled slowly toward them across the hills. Lord Rand, Huron muttered, if that lot lays an eye on the Horn of Valir, we'll never get it close to an Aes Sedai. We'll never get close to it again ourselves. Maybe that's why the Shonchan are gathering, Matt said hopefully. Because of the White Cloaks. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with us at all. Whether it does or not, Perrin said dryly. There is going to be a battle here in a few minutes. Either side could kill us, Huron said, even if they never see the horn. If they do... Rand could not manage to think about the White Cloaks or the Shonchan. I have to go back. Have to. He was staring at the Horn of Valir, he realized. They all were. The curled golden horn hung at Matt's pommel, the focus of every eye. It has to be there, at the last battle, Matt said, licking his lips. Nothing says it can't be used before then. He pulled the horn free of its lashings and looked at them anxiously. Nothing says it can't. No one else said anything. Rand did not think he could speak. His own thoughts were too urgent to allow room for speech. Have to go back, have to go back. The longer he looked at the horn, the more urgent his thoughts became.
His own thoughts. His mind.
Matt's hand shook.
Just saying.
As he raised the Horn of Valir to his lips. It was a clear note, golden as the horn was golden. The trees around them seemed to resonate with it, and the ground under their feet, the sky overhead. That one long sound encompassed everything. Out of nowhere, a fog began to rise. First thin wisps hanging in the air, then thicker billows, and thicker, until it blanketed the land like clouds. Geoffrey Bornhold stiffened in his saddle as a...
Okay, we don't care about Bornhold. No. Well, I mean, we do, but just not right now.
Rogosh Eagle-Eye. A fatherhood shapes. The trees were hidden. Matt had lowered the horn. His horse leaped forward as he dug in his heels, and he heard the roar as the Legion, as much of it as still lived, followed. Thunder and screams, wrapped in whiteness. His last thought was regret. Baia would not be able to tell his son, Dane, how he had died. White cloaks charged and died, recognize the face of the tall and hooked horses. At first, the dense mists hid more than that, but to be. The fog roiled up all around them. Huron gasped. Ship. Fearful men waited. He could even recognize the face of the captain, Bail Domon. He clutched his head with both hands. The trees were hidden, but he could still see each of the others clearly. Huron anxious, Matt muttering, fearful. Perrin looking as if he knew this was meant to be. The fog roiled up all around them. Huron gasped. Lord Rand! There was no need for him to point.
What's going on?
The face of the captain. Bail Domon. He clutched his head with both hands.
What's happening?
The trees were hidden, but he could still see each of the others clearly. Huron anxious, Matt muttering, fearful, and in fire beneath their horses' hooves. Og hid everything in rolling waves as white as the finest bleached wool, wrapped in whiteness. His last thought was regret.
There we go.
Baia would not be able to tell his son, Dane, how he had died.
Okay, good God. I don't know what was going on.
Rand could not see the trees around them any longer. Matt had lowered the horn, eyes wide with awe, but the sound of it still rang in Rand's ears. The fog hid everything in rolling waves as white as the finest bleached wool, yet Rand could see. He could see, but it was mad. Farm floated somewhere beneath him, its landward border black with the Shanshan ranks, lightning ripping its streets. Farm hung over his head. There, white cloaks charged and died as the earth opened in fire beneath their horses' hooves. There, men ran about the decks of tall, square ships in the harbour, and on one ship, a familiar ship. Fearful men waited. He could even recognize the face of the captain, Baal Domon.
Damn.
He clutched his head with both hands. The trees were hidden, but he could still see each of the others clearly. Hurin anxious, Matt muttering, fearful. Perrin looking as if he knew this was meant to be. The fog roiled up all around them. Hurin gasped. Lord Rand! There was no need for him to point. Down the billowing fog, as if it were the side of a mountain, rode shapes on horses. At first, the dense mists hid more than that, but slowly they came closer, and it was Rand's turn to gasp. He knew them. Men, not all in armor, and women. Their clothes and their weapons came from every age, but he knew them all.
Crazy work,
Rogosh
yo.
Eagle Eye, a fatherly-looking man with white hair and eyes so sharp as to make his name merely a hint. Guidal Kane, a swarthy man with the hilts of his two swords sticking above his broad shoulders. Golden-haired Birgitta, with her gleaming silver bow and quiver bristling with silver arrows. More. He knew their faces, knew their names. But he heard 100 names when he looked at each face, some so different he did not recognize them as names at all, though he knew they were. Michael instead of Mikkel, Patrick instead of Peadrig, Oscar instead of Otarin. He knew the man who rode at their head, too. Tall and hook-nosed, with dark, deep-set eyes,
This is
his
crazy.
great sword Justice at his side. Arthur Hawkwing.
Like, bro, what?
Matt gaped at them as they reined in before him and the others. Is this all of you? They were little more than 100, Rand saw, and realized that somehow he had known that they would be. Hurin's mouth hung open. His eyes bulged almost out of his head. It takes more than bravery to bind a man to the horn. Arthur Hawkwing's voice was deep and carrying, a voice used to giving commands. Or a woman, Birgitta said sharply. Or a woman, Hawkwing agreed. Only a few are bound to the wheel, spun out again and again to work the will of the wheel in the pattern of the ages.
Nice.
You could tell him, Lutherin, could you but remember when you wore flesh? He was looking at Rand. Rand shook his head, but he would not waste time with denials. Invaders have come,
that's crazy.
men who call themselves Shanshan, who use chained Aes Sedai in battle. They must be driven back into the sea, and there is a girl, Egwene Alvir, a novice from the White Tower. The Shanshan have her prisoner. You must help me free her. To his surprise, several of the small host behind Arthur Hawkwing chuckled, and Birgitta, testing her bowstring, laughed. You always choose women who cause you trouble, Lutherin.
That's crazy.
It had a fond sound, as between old friends. My name is Rand al'Thor, he snapped. You have to hurry. There isn't much time. Time? Birgitta said, smiling. We have all of time. Guidal Kane dropped his reins, and guiding his horse with his knees, drew a sword in either hand. All along the small band of heroes there was an unsheathing of swords, an unlimbering of bows, a hefting of spears and axes. Justice shone like a mirror in Arthur Hawkwing's gauntleted fist. I have fought by your side times beyond number, Lutheran, and faced you as many more. The wheel spins us out for its purposes, not ours, to serve the pattern. I know you, if you do not know yourself. We will drive these invaders out for you. His warhorse pranced, and he looked around, frowning. Something is wrong here. Something holds me. Suddenly, he turned his sharp-eyed gaze on Rand. You are here. Have you the banner? A murmur ran through those behind him. Yes. Rand tore open the straps of his saddlebags and pulled out the dragon's banner. It filled his hands and hung almost to his stallion's knees. The murmur among the heroes rose. The pattern weaves itself around our necks like halters, Arthur Hawkwing said. You are here. The banner is here. The weave of this moment is set. We have come to the horn, but we must follow the banner. And the dragon.
Man.
Hurin made a faint sound as if his throat had seized. Burn me, Matt breathed. It's true. Burn me. Perrin hesitated only an instant before swinging down off his horse and striding into the mist. There came a chopping sound, and when he returned, he carried a straight length of sapling, shorn of its branches. Give it to me, Rand, he said gravely. If they need it, give it to me. Hastily, Rand helped him tie the banner to the pole. When Perrin remounted, pole in hand, a current of air seemed to ripple the pale length of the banner, so the serpentine dragon appeared to move, alive. The wind did not touch the heavy fog, only the banner. You stay here, Rand told Hurin. When it's over, you will be safe, here. Hurin drew his short sword, holding it as if it might actually be of some use from horseback. Begging your pardon, Lord Rand, but I think not. I don't understand the 10th part of what I've heard, or what I'm seeing.
I'm riding nonetheless.
His voice dropped to a mutter before picking up again. But I've come this far, and I think I'll go the rest of the way. Arthur Hawkwing clapped the sniffer on the shoulder. Sometimes the wheel adds to our number, friend. Perhaps you will find yourself among us one day. Hurin sat up as if he had been offered a crown. Hawkwing bowed formally from his saddle to Rand. With your permission, Lord Rand. Trumpeter, will you give us music on the horn?
Bruh,
Fitting that the Horn of Valir should sing us into battle.
Army pull up,
Bannerman,
guy. Like what?
Will you advance? Matt sounded the horn again, long and high. The mists rang with it.
This is crazy.
And Perrin heeled his horse forward. Rand drew the heron-mark blade and rode between them. He could see nothing but thick billows of white, but somehow he could still see what he had before, too. Farm, where someone used the power in the streets, and the harbour, and the Shaun-Chan host, and the dying white cloaks. All of it beneath him, all of him hanging above. All of it just as it had been. It seemed as if no time at all had passed since the horn was first blown, as though time had paused while the heroes answered the call, and now resumed counting. The wild cries Matt wrung from the horn echoed in the fog, and the drumming of hooves as the horses picked up speed. Rand charged into the mists, wondering if he knew where he was headed. The clouds thickened, hiding the far ends of the rank of heroes galloping to either side of him, obscuring more and more, till he could see only Matt and Perrin and Hurin clearly. Hurin crouched low in his saddle, wide-eyed, urging his horse on. Matt sounding the horn and laughing between. Perrin, his yellow eyes glowing, the dragon's banner streaming behind him. Then they were gone too, and Rand rode on alone, as it seemed. In a way, he could still see them, but now it was the way he could see Farm and the Shaunchan. He could not tell where they were, or where he was. He tightened his grip on his sword, peered into the mists ahead. He charged alone through the fog, and somehow he knew that was how it was meant to be. Suddenly, Ba'alzamon was before him in the mists, throwing his arms wide.
Good old
Red
Ballsy.
reared wildly, hurling Rand from his saddle. Rand clung to his sword desperately as he soared. It was not a hard landing. In fact, he thought with a sense of wonder that it was very much like landing on nothing at all. One instant, he was sailing through the mists, and the next he was not. When he climbed to his feet, his horse was gone. But Ba'alzamon was still there, striding toward him with a long, black, charred staff in his hands. They were alone.
Why no staffs?
Only
No
they
staffs in
and the
show.
rolling
Super
fog.
interesting.
Behind Ba'alzamon was shadow. The mist was not dark behind him. This blackness excluded the white fog. Rand was aware of the other things, too. Arthur Hawkwing and the other heroes meeting the Shaunchan in dense fog. Perrin with the banner, swinging his axe, more to fend off those who tried to reach him than harm them. Matt still blowing wild notes on the horn of Valir. Hurin, down from his saddle, fighting with short sword and swordbreaker in the way he knew. It seemed as if the Shaunchan numbers would overwhelm them in one rush. Yet it was the dark-armoured Shaunchan who fell back. Rand went forward to meet Ba'alzamon. Reluctantly, he assumed the void, reached for the true source, was filled with the One Power. There was no other way. Perhaps he had no chance against the Dark One, but whatever chance he did have lay in the power. It soaked into his limbs, seemed to suffuse everything about him, his clothes, his sword. He felt as if he should be glowing like the sun. It thrilled him. It made him want to vomit. "Get out of my way," he grated. "I am not here for you." "The girl," Ba'alzamon laughed. His mouth turned to flame. His burns were all but healed, leaving only a few pink scars that were already fading.
Yo, he's been
He looked
up,
like a
getting
handsome
stronger
man
and
of middle
stronger.
years, except for his mouth and his eyes. "Which one? Luz Therin. You will not have anyone to help you this time. You are mine, or you are dead. In which case you are mine anyway." "Liar!" Rand snarled. He struck at Ba'alzamon, but the staff of charred wood turned his blade in a shower of sparks. "Father of lies! Fool! Did those other fools you summoned not tell you who you are?" The fires of Ba'alzamon's face roared with laughter. Even floating in emptiness, Rand felt a chill. Would they have lied? I don't want to be the dragon reborn. He firmed his grip on his sword, parting the silk. But Ba'alzamon beat every cut
I don't
aside.
want to be the dragon
Sparks
reborn.
flew as from a blacksmith's forge and hammer.
That's hella
"I have
funny.
business in Farm, and none with you. Never with you," Rand said. "I have to hold his attention until they can free Egwene." In that odd way, he could see the battle rage among the fog-shrouded wagon yards and horse lots. "You pitiful wretch. You have sounded the Horn of Valir. You are linked to it now. Do you think the worms of the White Tower will ever release you now? They will put chains around your neck so heavy you will never cut them." Rand was so surprised, he felt it inside the void. He doesn't know everything. He doesn't know.
I love that.
He was sure it must show on his face.
Like, bro, he doesn't know that
To
I
cover
didn't
it,
blow the
he rushed
horn.
at Ba'alzamon. Hummingbird kisses the honey rose. The moon on the water. The swallow rides the air. Lightning arched between sword and staff. Coruscating glitter showered the fog. Yet
Like, bro,
Ba'alzamon
this is
fell
the
back,
most
his
badass
eyes blazing
shit
in
ever.
furious furnaces. At the edge of his awareness, Rand saw the Shaunchan falling back in the streets of Farm, fighting desperately. Damane tore the earth with the One Power, but it could not harm Arthur Hawkwing, nor the other heroes of the Horn. "Will you remain a slug beneath a rock?" Ba'alzamon snarled. The darkness behind him boiled and stirred. You kill yourself while we stand here. The power rages in you. It burns you. It is killing you. I alone in all the world can teach you how to control it. Serve me and live. Serve me or die. Never! Have to hold him long enough. Hurry, Hawkwing, hurry! He launched himself at Baalzamon again. The dove takes flight. The falling leaf. This time it was he who was driven back. Dimly, he saw the Shaunchan fighting their way back in among the stables. He redoubled his efforts. The Kingfisher takes a silverback. The Shaunchan gave way to a charge. Arthur, Hawkwing, and Perrin side by side in the van, bundling straw. Baalzamon caught his blow in a fountain like crimson fireflies, and he had to leap away before the staff split his head. The wind of the blow ruffled his hair. The Shaunchan surged forward, striking the spark. Sparks flew like hail. Baalzamon jumped from his stroke, and the Shaunchan were driven back to the cobblestone streets. Rand wanted to howl aloud. Suddenly, he knew that the two battles were linked. When he advanced, the heroes called by the horn drove the Shaunchan back.
Son.
When he
Are you
fell
kidding
back,
me?
the
Let's
Shaunchan rose
go.
up. They will not save you, Baalzamon said. Those who might save you will be carried far across the Arith Ocean. If ever you see them again, they will be collared slaves, and they will destroy you for their new masters. Egwene, I can't let them do that to her.
Yo!
Baalzamon's voice rode over his thoughts. You have only one salvation, Randall Thor. Lose Therin Kinslayer. I am your only salvation. Serve me, and I will give you the world. Resist, and I will destroy you, as I have so often before. But this time, I will destroy you to your very soul. Destroy you utterly and forever.
Oh my God, let's go.
I have won
bruh.
again, Luce Therin. The thought was beyond the void, yet it took an effort to ignore it. Not to think of all the lives where he had heard it. He shifted his sword, and Baalzamon readied his staff. For the first time, Rand realized that Baalzamon acted as if the heron-mark blade could harm him. Steel can't hurt the Dark One. But Baalzamon watched the sword warily.
Is it not the
Rand
dark
was one with the sword.
Does that mean
He
it's
could feel
Issy?
every particle of it. Tiny bits 1,000 times too small to be seen with the eye. And he could feel the power that suffused him running into the sword as well, threading through the intricate matrices wrought by Aes Sedai during the War of Power. It was another voice he heard then. Lan's voice. There will come a time when you want something more than you want life. Ingtar's voice. It is every man's right to choose when to sheathe the sword.
Let's go!
A picture formed of Egwene. Collared, living her life as a Damane. Threads of my life in danger. Egwene. If Hawkwing gets into farm, he can save her. Before he knew it, he had taken the first position of heron wading in the rushes, balanced on one foot, sword raised high, open and defenseless. Death is lighter than a feather, duty heavier than a mountain. Baalzamon stared at him.
Let's go!
Why are you grinning like an idiot, fool? Do you not know I can destroy you utterly? Rand felt a calmness beyond that of the void. I will never serve you.
Never serve you.
Father of lies.
And that's one thing.
In
that
1,000
stood out to
lives.
me too.
I never have.
Never.
I know that.
Not once.
I'm sure of it. Come.
It
It is time to die.
To die, you son of a bitch.
Baalzamon's
Let's go!
eyes widened. For an instant, they were furnaces that put sweat on Rand's face.
Bruh.
The blackness behind Baalzamon boiled up around him, and his face hardened.
Let's go.
Then die, worm. He struck with the staff, as with a spear. Rand screamed as he felt it pierce his side, burning like a white-hot poker. The void trembled, but he held on with the last of his strength and drove the heron-mark blade into Baalzamon's heart. Baalzamon screamed, and the dark behind him screamed. The world exploded in fire.
My God, the world exploded in fire. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, we are cooking with nothing but straight up Crisco right now. Like, this is amazing, bro. This is so, oh my God, this is so amazing. I could not believe it. Like, reading this, the hype was unreal. Like, I never knew I could be so hype over a book before. Legit, like, I'm here. I'm here. Like, we are here. It is time. It is time. Like, I'm just gonna go ahead and make a separate YouTube channel for my booktube stuff. Like, I'm gonna be a booktuber on a separate channel now. Like, that's what this book makes me feel like. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit, I am so invested in everything. I want to read 1,000 more books. I want to read every Wheel of Time book there is. I want to read every other book that ever gave anyone inspiration to read or write or anything. Like, I want to consume it all. Like, this book is transcendent, in my opinion. Like, this is mad transcendent. It's like, it opens up a world that I didn't even feel like I realized was there, for real. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, I've never been so excited in my life. Like reading this was insane. Like, with manga, it was Full Metal Alchemist, but with books, it's this 100%. Like, wow, this book has opened up my eyes immensely. Shout out to Omnipig, yo. If I stay downstairs too long, my cat... Oh, that's right. Wait. Let me scroll a little bit because I forgot. There's like the calm silence and then the suspicious silence. All of a sudden, why is there this rattling? I'm like, that's hilarious. Why? Hey, the book did this. The book... Yeah, wait. What did the book do? Show. Oh, yeah, okay, I got you. Yes, Rosamund. Yeah, Rosamund Pike is doing the damn thing, bro. Rosamund Pike is definitely doing the damn thing. The animals could have been fun in this show. The animals couldn't have been expensive too. Just ask Dark Materials. Yeah. Oh, I got you. For real. They could have did it. Perrin just be knowing, for real. He knows everything. Perrin is all knowing for some strange reason. Every book ending needs a great mystical sky battle. I agree. Or so Jordan has let me know. This was an impossible scene to adapt. Nah, not really. Not really. I mean, no, I guess, yeah. I guess. You couldn't have had it be like it would have had to be like a tear in the sky or some crazy thing. I'm trying to figure out if we've ever seen anything like this. It's like they could not have done the Star Wars hologram thing, I guess. They could have did it like how they did the dragon and like showed it to them in like fire. But I guess if that was the case, we wouldn't have known that it was Rand the same way. Because it's basically just being projected in the sky. It was a really good, I think it was a good choice to switch it with like an actual dragon pulling up. And I was really curious on how they were going to handle that. I love the detail of the little girl from season 1 having the Brigitte doll. Oh, does she? I don't think I knew that. Maybe I didn't even notice it because I didn't know that it was Brigitte, but now I do. The echo effect here is cool. Yo, this has no patch on the show. Does that mean it's not touching the show? Like, are you saying like the show is better than the book, or are you saying that the book is better than the show? The banner. I don't understand why a flag activates mystical ghosts. It's always something. I think the horn activates the mystical ghosts, and the flag is what the mystical ghosts then follow. So it's kind of like, it's like having a horse with a carrot at the end of like a fishing pole. But in this case, the horse is thousands of heroes from the past, and the fishing pole, I guess, is the horn, and then the flag, the banner, if you will, is the carrot. It seems obvious from what I know about Mystic Ghost flag rules. They pledge their allegiance to the flag, you see. All right, now there's... All right, awesome. There's two of you! Taxes to everyone. Oh, hey, it's Balzaman. This still got me rolling. I'm not voting. I can't. I have read the books for years, decades, but I am really enjoying the show. This horn scene, it's just great TV. Oh, I agree with you there. Again, when I saw the show, I was like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this done on a show before. Excuse me. Wheel of Time and The Expanse are transcending shows for me when it comes to like actual like A1 television. Like as far as like sci-fi and fantasy go respectfully. Like yeah. Ned Flanders' voice is like landing on nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing. Oh, that's crazy. I will always love the book horn scene the most, but that's no shade to the show. That scene is great TV. It really is great TV. I voted for the book, but it's a really close call. I feel you there. He's not infallible. Such an awesome moment. If Rand is attractive and Rand is in the sky, is Rand sky dead? What have I done? Yo, y'all are wildin'. That's pretty funny though. We thought the surge that caused Rand to lose 3 months was a mistake, but that's what gave him the confidence. He'd never serve Baalzamon in 1,000 lifetimes. That's a really good point. Him seeing that he never did, like, yo, no matter what, he never served him. Even if he died 1,000 times. Sometimes he called the banner, sometimes he didn't. All these things, but no matter what, he never served the Dark One. That's hard, bro. Charisse is a demon. She's been wild. And big implications of Ballsy's fear. Yo, I kind of feel like he was so scared because it's not Baalzamon. Like, I've been waiting for an Ishii reveal. What if this whole time the Baalzamon that we think has been Baalzamon, it hasn't been Baalzamon, it's actually been Ishii. Super surprised that has not even been revealed yet when that was a season 1 reveal. So, like, I don't even know what that means. Like, is that even a thing? Like, or is he actually dealing with Ballsy right now? Full circle, sheath the sword, baby. Warders are crazy. This is also confusing, but so sick. Sick as hell. The Karate Kid, that's exactly what I thought too. He was in the war. Like, bro, yeah, yes. That's awesome. I'm imagining Karate Kid taking the Crane Kid pose. Oh, y'all did it at the same time. Thatcher, I will never serve you. Now get out of my restaurant. I don't read before writing. Sweep the leg, loose Theron. Nah, that's crazy. We cooking. Does this make land Mr. Miyagi? Miyagi in his prime, no pun intended, Amazon. They filmed parts of the second Karate Kid at my work. Oh, that's lit. Marisu said Auburn's ranking. It's got to catch on eventually. Yeah, I'm rocking with that. I like that a lot. I might have to tap out and follow up on the final chapters tomorrow. I'm super tired. See you later, gang. Hey, you get some good rest, man. Get you some sleep for me because I still gotta watch. I still got like 3 hours of The Boys to watch tonight as well. Thank you for your service, Thatcher. Only Marisu got my Simpsons joke. Simpsons is older than I am. Balls to the walls. Marisu. That's crazy. Definitely sleep well and wake. The government is oppressing me. Oh, the government's oppressing you. Don't start. Don't start. Don't start, Marisu. So glad I held on for the balls to the walls, laughing my ass off. Marisu, good night for real later, y'all. Yo, good night, y'all. I appreciate you. Help, help. She's being repressed. See how he violent inheritance. Yo, what? Yo, Marcy's breaking the laws. Now let her break the laws. This is what she does. She'll pay the taxes for him. That's what taxes are for the people that wish to break the laws freely. You can break all the laws you want. You just gotta pay. You just gotta pay. Oh, and then we go into none other than
Chapter 48. First Claiming.
Chapter 48 was kind of a more chill chapter as well. I don't think too many things happened here other than the big reveal. But Min finds Rand, basically. She sees that our boy Bail Domon's ship, the Spray, is out to sea, man. He getting up out of here. He wants nothing to do with what's going on. You know what I mean? He's like, I'm getting up out of here. He's like, yo, I'm getting up out of here. So they're moving. They're kind of pushing through and trying to do what they can do. And then sounded like someone was at my door. That was crazy. Oh. As the tall. Oh yeah. So they dip. Min finds Rand. Before Min finds Rand, she sees Brigitte with her bow basically snipe a freaking boat. Like, they freaking snipe a boat. Like, what? A gleaming line connecting bow and ship. With a roar she could hear even at the distance. Fire engulfed the fore tower anew, and sailors rushed about the deck. Like, bruh, excuse me? Crazy. She calls him a great lummox, picks him up, takes him to the room, puts, gets them all bedded and stuff. Egwene comes in and is like, "Yo, what the hell are you doing?" Like, and here we go. Egwene did not come any further into the room. I felt him pulling at me, needing me. Elaine felt it too. I thought it must be something to do with what he is, but Nynaeve didn't feel anything. Like, ooh, snicky snap. And then she pull out with the man, you don't know that he can. Man, you do know that he cannot marry. He isn't safe for any of us. You tossed him aside for the White Tower. What should you care if I pick him up? Like, that's crazy. And then she says, what if I told her there's yet another woman to come she doesn't even know, for that matter? What would you think of that, my fine shepherd? You aren't bad looking at all, but light. I don't even know if I am the one you'll choose. I don't know if I want you to choose me. Or will you try to dandle all three of us on your knee? It may not be your fault, Randall Thor, but it isn't fair. I was like, what? Dandle all what? Dandle all three of us on your knee? I didn't expect that at all, bro. I was like, whoa. Like, this is intense. This is intense. I was like, yo, dandle all three of us on your knee is actually diabolical. And then, of course, not Randall Thor, said a musical voice from the door. Loose Theron Telamon, the dragon reborn. I am called Lanfear, girl. One of the Forsaken. No, light to know. The denial made Lanfear smile. Like, bruh, Loose Theron was and is mine, girl. But you can keep him company. And then she disappears. I was like, damn! I was like, bro, this is crazy, bro. I had no idea what is going on. I was like, bro, this is wild. This is actually crazy. Like, men's like, yo, if you don't want him, I want him. Like Egwene's like, yo, you can't have him. She's like, yo, just because you don't want him don't mean I can't have him. And then she's like, do you even want me? Or are you going to want all three of us to do your dirty work? And it's another girl that you want too. And then another woman come in that's the most beautiful woman she ever seen and is like, girl, he ain't yours either. He mine. And then she disappear. Like, bro, what? Bro, what's going on? I didn't know this is the direction we were going. That's how I thought. I was like, oh, are we doing these things? Is this? I was, it seemed like it was a little bit of a foreshadowing moment. And it was like, or are they just saying like this is a possibility? So it will always bring tension. But it's like, bro, also, And then another POV switch, and we have BR going to tell everybody about what just happened. Like, that's all wild. But that's chapter 48. We almost done, gents and ladies. Balsamon is so annoying. Fact. Like, him and the Raku from Inuyasha blow mine with their monologues. I don't think I've watched enough Inuyasha. I watched Inuyasha when I was when I was young. When I was young and it was like coming on Adult Swim at night, I would watch it sometimes. But I never watched it enough to kind of have an idea of what's actually going on. Maybe that'll be the manga that I start reading, or the manga, excuse me. I've been wanting to get into manga, and maybe I'll start reading Inuyasha. I wanted to read something with my son. We might get into some Inuyasha. That might actually be fire. So is mine. So is mine. Han Solo here, making sure Luke stays warm. What? Are you an Inuyasha fan? Oh, so is Min Han Solo. Yeah. She is. She's definitely Han Solo, keeping him warm. I love that Gwen walks in and she's like, I'm trying to warm him up. Like, it's not what you think. Rumiko Takahashi. Whoa. Absolutely. I just finished a rewatch. I knew I chose you for a reason. Oh, snap. Oh, snap, yo. Did we just become best friends? Yup. Brigitte as Kikyo in a different age. Oh, if it's so good. Well, Brigitte is more sassy, I guess. Kagami and Min, though. Now I'm thinking of a mashup cosplay of Kikyo and Brigitte for New York Comic Con. That would be dope. Do you do cosplay a lot, Charisse? Let my ass off. Diabolical. Straight up diabolical, yo. Lanfear is a menace for real. Lanfear is straight up chaotic evil. She chooses violence 30 times out of 10. Like, she's always choosing violence, for sure. Without a doubt. And then that brings us to our almost final, well, it's technically our final chapter, and that is
Chapter 49. What was meant to be.
Chapter 49, what was meant to be. This chapter is what makes me want to read book 3 without hesitation. Like, I want to read book 3 right now because of how this chapter ends right now. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I want to read book 3 so bad. Like book 3 is like Saidar, and I'm like trying not to get to it. So I have to like not even go into the void, because if I even go in there, it's going to try to engulf me and I have to run away. You know what I'm saying? Like that is how it is right now. Like, that's how I feel. I feel it calling for me, and I embraced it. Is that what it is? I think that's what it is. And he embraced it. Isn't that what it is? Is that what it is in that chapter? Maybe I said that wrong, but I feel like that's how it goes. Yeah, man. Chapter 49 is insane. Like, right now, I feel a burning passion to read the next book just because of how this book ends. It's so hype. Like, it's so hype. And it's like, yeah! Like, bro, that's how I felt reading this part. Like, this portion had me so pumped for no damn reason. And it's so lit the way it's kind of like built up to. Like, oh my god, it's like a post-credit scene. It's like a post-credit scene, literally. It's a post-credit scene, bro. And it's perfect. It's literally perfect, yo. Oh my god. As soon as Rand wakes up, Min is sitting on the ground watching him. And he's like, yo, Min, what's up, girl? How you doing? And then she's like, yo, we are 5 days east from Foam. Egwene is safe. Everybody is safe, but Nynaeve, Elaine, and Egwene all went back to the White Tower. She says, gone. They're all gone. Egwene and Nynaeve and Matt and Hiran and Varen. Hiran didn't want to leave you, really. They're on their way to Tarvalon. Egwene and Nynaeve back to their training in the tower, and Matt for whatever the Aes Sedai have to do about that dagger. They took the Horn of Valir with them. I can't believe I actually saw it. Gone? She didn't even wait till I woke up? The red in Min's cheeks deepened, and she sat back, staring at her lap. There was a heron branded across his left palm. To match the one on his right. Oh wait, there was a heron branded on his left palm. Once the heron to set his path, to match the one on his right. Twice the heron to name him true. No! Man was hot. He was like, not like this. Moiraine is here? I am here. Moiraine shows up out of nowhere for the first time in 30 books. Or at least in 30 chapters, it feels like. All in blue and as serene as if she stood in the White Tower. Rand had the odd feeling that she meant to protect him from Moiraine, talking about men. I wish you weren't here. As far as I'm concerned, you can go back to wherever you've been. You can go back to wherever you've been hiding. Like, damn. I have not been hiding. And then we find out a little bit more about what's going on. And then Rand is feeling his straight fear and vengeance for wanting to take out Padden Fane and not doing the one thing he was supposed to do. Sneeze. Achoo! Whoa. And then he's like, yo, I kind of want to hear this part right here at the end. How much of that is left? Oh, there's a lot left. Here we go.
He raised his hands to run them over his face and stopped, staring at his palms in shock. There was a heron branded across his left palm too now, to match the one on his right, every line clean and true. Once the heron to set his path, twice the heron to name him true. No. They are gone, she said. Saying no won't change it. He shook his head. Something told him the pain in his side was important. He could not wound. You will have to wait for it to heal naturally. She seemed troubled. Moiraine is here? He barked a bitter laugh. When you said Verin was gone, I thought I was free of Aes Sedai again. I am here, Moiraine said. She appeared, all in blue, and as serene as if she stood in the White Tower, strolling up to stand over him. Min was frowning at the Aes Sedai. Rand had the odd feeling that she meant to protect him from Moiraine. I wish you weren't here, he told the Aes Sedai. As far as I am concerned, you can go back to wherever you've been hiding and stay there. I have not been hiding, Moiraine said calmly. I have been doing what I could here on Toman Head and in Farm. It was little enough, though I learned much. I failed to rescue 2 of my sisters before the Shaunchan herded them onto the ships with the leashed ones. But I did what I could. What you could? You sent Verin to shepherd me, but I'm no sheep, Moiraine. You said I could go where I wanted, and I mean to go where you are not. I did not send Verin. Moiraine frowned. She did that on her own. You are of interest to a great many people, Rand. Did Fane find you? Or you him? The sudden change of topic took him by surprise.
There's
Fane?
wild shit going on right
No.
now.
A fine hero I make. I tried to rescue Egwene, and Min did it before me. Fane said he would hurt Emond's Field if I didn't face him, and I never laid eyes on him. Did he go with the Shaunchan too? Moraine shook her head. I do not know. I wish I did. But it is as well you did not find him. Not until you know what he is, at least. He's a dark friend. More than that. Worse than that. Padan Fane was the Dark One's creature to the depths of his soul. But I believe that in Shadar Logoth, he fell afoul of Mordeth, who was as vile in fighting the shadow as ever the shadow itself was.
Like, what?
Mordeth tried to consume Fane's soul, to have a human body again, but found a soul that had been touched directly by the Dark One. And what resulted? What resulted was neither Padan Fane nor Mordeth, but something far more evil. A blend of the two.
Like, bro, what's
Fane,
going on?
let us call him that, is more dangerous than you can believe. You might not have survived such a meeting, and if you had, you might have been worse than turned to the shadow.
Bruh. Like... And then, of course, Rand thinks he's killed Baalzamon for the second time. Is like, bruh, if you didn't kill him the first time, why do you think you killed him the second? You know?
Which away. I wonder if that's why Egwene left.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why? Why? But I'm here for it. And then
The
we
Aes
find
Sedai
out-
let the parchment roll back up. It would do no good, Rand. I bought that 2 days gone in a village we passed.
Oh, wait.
A man whose face was a solid flue, if half what I hear is to be believed. We saw it all, Min said in a faint voice. She put a hand over one of Rand's comfortingly. Moraine reached under her cloak again and came out with a rolled parchment, one of the large sheets, such as the street artists in Falm used. The chalks were a little smudged when she unfurled it, but the picture was still clear enough. A man whose face was a solid flame fought with a staff against another with a sword, among clouds where lightning danced, and behind them rippled the dragon banner. Rand's face was easily recognizable. How many have seen that? He demanded. Tear it up! Burn it!
Yo,
The
this
Aes
is
Sedai let the parchment
badass.
roll back up. It would do no good, Rand. I bought that 2 days gone in a village we
2
passed through.
days ago.
There are hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, and the tale is being told everywhere of how the dragon battled the Dark One in the skies above Fal. Rand looked at Min. She nodded reluctantly and squeezed his hand. She looked frightened, but she did not flinch away. I wonder if that's why Egwene left. She was right to leave. The pattern weaves itself around you even more tightly, Moraine said. You need me now more than ever. I don't need you, he said harshly, and I don't want you. I will not have anything to do with this. He remembered being called Luz Therin, not only by Baalzamon, but by Arthur Hawkwing.
Man, everybody
I won't.
called you loose there, baby.
Light! The dragon is supposed to break the world again. To tear everything apart. I will
what
not be the dragon!
The way I imagine everyone calling him Luz Therin is just basically like instead of everyone calling Aang, they called him Roku. It's like I dig that. The Avatar before you. Marisu, you always say that there's so many parallels between Avatar The Last Airbender
What you
and
are,
Wheel of
Moraine
Time.
said. Already you stir the world. The Black Aja has revealed itself for the first time in 2,000 years. Arad Doman and Tarabon were on the brink of war, and it will be worse when news of Falm reaches them. Cairhien is in civil war. I did nothing in Cairhien, he protested. You can't blame that on me. doing nothing was always a ploy in the great game, she said with a sigh. And especially as they play it now. You were the spark, and Kyrian exploded like an illuminator's firework. What do you think will happen when word of Falm reaches Arad Doman and Tarabon? There have always been men willing to proclaim for any man who called himself the dragon, but they have never before had such signs as this. There is more. Here. She tossed a pouch on his chest. He hesitated a moment before opening it. Within lay shards of what seemed to be black and white glazed pottery. He had seen their like before. Another seal on the Dark One's prison, he mumbled. Min gasped. Her grip on his hand sought comfort now, rather than offering it.
Bruh, I love men.
Two.
I love men here, bruh. Like,
Moraine
I can't
said.
believe I
3
love
of
men
the
as
7
well.
are
The way I said
broken
that
now.
was wild. No
The one
diddy.
I had,
Hey, bruh, no,
and 2
no
I
diddy.
found
That
in the
was
High
wild.
Lord's dwelling
Men
in
is an
Falm.
awesome character here.
When all 7 are broken,
That was
perhaps
wild.
even before, the patch men put over the hole they drilled into the prison the Creator made
That was
will be
wild.
torn
Okay,
asunder
let
on
me
the
go
Dark
back.
One's prison, he mumbled. Min gasped. Her grip on his hand sought comfort now, rather than offering it. 2, Moraine said. 3 of the 7 are broken now. The one I had, and 2 I found in the High Lord's dwelling in Falm. When all 7 are broken, perhaps even before, the patch men put over the hole they drilled into the prison the Creator made will be torn asunder, and the Dark One will once more be able to put his hand through that hole and touch the world. And the only hope of the world is that the dragon reborn will be there to face him.
Damn.
Min tried to stop Rand from
Freaking crazy.
what was left of it, lying on the ground. Tam's
Poor
sword. My father's sword. Reluctantly, more reluctantly than he had ever done anything in his life, he let go of the hope that he would discover Tam really was his father. It felt as if he were tearing his heart out. But it did not change the way he felt about Tam. And Emond's Field was the only home he had ever known. Fane is the important thing. I have one duty left. Stopping him. Look, then a nod. There was something else, too. Down to where the campfires were already burning, not far from a road of hard-packed dirt. Loyal was there, reading a book, To Sail Beyond the Sunset.
My boy Loyal.
And Perrin, staring into one of the fires. The Shinarans were making preparations for their evening meal. Lan sat under a tree sharpening his belt knife. The warder gave Rand a careful look, then a nod. There was something else, too.
Bruh.
The dragon banner rippled on the wind over the middle of the camp. Somewhere they had found a proper staff to replace Perrin's sapling. Rand demanded, "What is that doing out where anybody who passes by can see it?" "It is too late to hide, Rand," Moraine said. "It was always too late for you to hide. You don't have to put up a sign saying, 'Here I am,' either. I'll never find Fane if somebody kills me because of that banner." He turned to Loyal and Perrin. "I'm glad you stayed. I would have understood if you hadn't."
My boy Loyal.
Why would I not stay?
Loyal said.
You are even more Taviran than I believed, true. But you are still my friend. I hope you are still my friend.
His ears twitched uncertainly. "I am," Rand said. "For as long as it's safe for you to be around me. And even after, too." The Ogier's grin nearly split his face in two. "I'm staying as well. Perrin said.
My boy Perrin.
There was a
bruh.
note of resignation or acceptance in his voice.
The wheel weaves us tight in the pattern, Rand. Who would have thought it, back in Emmons Field?
The Shinarans were gathering around. To Rand's surprise, they all fell to their knees. Every one of them watched him.
We would pledge ourselves to you.
Uno said. The others kneeling with him nodded.
R.I.P. Uno.
Your oaths are to Ingtar and Lord Agomar.
Rand protested.
Ingtar died well, Uno. He died so the rest of us could escape with the horn.
There was no need to tell them or anyone else the rest. He hoped that Ingtar had found the light again.
Tell Lord Agomar that when you return to Faldara. It is said,
The one-eyed man said carefully.
that when the dragon is reborn, he will break all oaths, shatter all ties. Nothing holds us now. We would give our oaths to you.
He drew his sword and laid it before him, hilt toward Rand, and the rest of the Shinarans did the same.
You battled the Dark One.
Masima said. Masima, who hated him. Masima, who looked at him as if seeing a vision of the light.
Bruh.
I saw you, Lord Dragon. I saw. I am your man. To the death.
Let's go, bruh.
His dark eyes shone with fervor. You must choose, Rand, Moraine said. The world will be broken whether you break it or not. Tarmon Gaiden will come, and that alone will tear the world apart. Will you still try to hide from what you are, and leave the world to face the last battle undefended? Choose. They were all watching him, all waiting. Death is lighter than a feather. Duty, heavier than a mountain.
Let's go.
He made his decision.
Yo, I am so pumped. Yo, what a hell of a chapter that is. And then, of course, we have the after as well, and we'll check that out in just a second. But, man, wow. That is just freaking... yo, like, man, like, so incredible. So incredible. We only have we have this last chapter that's only 2 minutes, but we will be, we'll be checking that out as well. But damn, I just love this. So powerful, so good. They did such a solid job with this. Pulling up, like him waking up like 5 days later, sore, walking out and just seeing nothing but the Shinarans and his boys, Loyal and Perrin, all ready to rock for him with the banner flapping in the wind, Lan and Moiraine there, and then he got Min by his side who he doesn't even know wants to be his lady too. You know what I mean? Like, damn, they did the damn thing there for sure, for sure. What up, 67 say congrats. What happened? Oh, I'm doing my final fitting of my wedding dress tomorrow, so I have a sleep-in. Yo, congrats, Charisse. Big congratulations to you and your fiancé. Big old congrats. I wish I had my buttons and stuff so I could give you some woos and some hee-haws. You know what I'm saying? That's amazing. Congrats, yo. I hope y'all have a beautiful wedding and are looking forward to the amazing future that you guys are going to be sharing with each other. That's freaking dope as hell. Let's go. Woo, woo. W's in the chat for Charisse. Let me know how y'all felt about this chapter right here. Book 3 is just so unexpected. Don't start talking about Book 3, you guys. Don't do that. You're going to read Book 3. It's Perrin, you know you want to know more. Why are you doing this? What? Why would you do this? I couldn't have guessed how it would go. Charisse, are you in on this too? There's no way. Book 3 leaves you wanting ornamental ironwork. What the hell does that mean? Book 3 makes you want to play Sonic the Hedgehog. What the hell does that mean? So you see now why they needed to change Moiraine's storyline. Rosamund Pike couldn't just disappear and show up in the last scene. I feel that. But I like that it's like, yo, she was the one on the beach that was blowing up all of the ships and stuff like that. Like, that's dope. That's dope. I really enjoyed that. Book 3 makes you want to read book 4. That part. Yo, are you guys are just a bad influence. Think Rand is getting the side wound in the future? What? He has the side wound now. Book 3 makes you want to get your yearly checkup with Mother. Moiraine needs to be quicker on the draw, but he stabbed balls, Amon. Sorry, Rand, you already went viral. Bro, it definitely went viral, which is crazy. Like, wow, bro went full-blown viral. In 5 days, everybody is already telling the stories of the Dragon Reborn. Viral, my sides. Nah, not the double entendre. They got the photocopiers out for printing. Everybody just, you know that one dude that's just painting things over and over again, bro? He's selling shit like hotcakes. They leaked his Only Dragons photos. Nah, that's crazy. Wat came first, of course. 2 more seals. That's 3 out of 7. I blame Dark Friends and Tom for carrying. Damn. I feel that. I feel that. I blame Tammuz. Tammuz. His mother was a goat. Tammuz sucks. Yeah, that was crazy. Couldn't keep a cylinder erect is wild. Projectile dysfunction. Mari Sue, you're on one. Mari Sue said, I like the wine. What type of wine you been drinking on, Mari Sue? It's a common ailment of illuminators over 40. Okay, I like the Deadpool reference. I'll put the cork back in the bottle. Exactly, KP. I'm glad you feel it. KP, Mari Sue is lit like she was made by Aludra. It's too late, bro. For real. Massima is radicalized. What? Congo rats? Congrats. Congo rats is crazy. It's already won. Like 30 minutes is going to do anything to kill me. I'll probably just work from home and be able to make up an extra 2 hours of sleeping. Hey man, I appreciate everybody that's staying up. Yo, we got a long stream tonight. Hey, y'all gonna be able to go to sleep. I'm about to be live in like another 2 hours and another actually hour and a half. Really, I'm gonna have to eat dinner real quick after this. I drink plum wine. Yeah, big congrats to Charisse. Big W's. I totally forgot Matt stabbed Rand. Matt didn't stab Rand. We've been live for 6 hours. For real. It's very sweet, but very, very strong. That's wild. Oh, in the show. Oh, yeah, in the show, that is what happened, huh? I forgot about that too. Because it was like a prophecy that he would like betray his friend. Like he was the Judas. Like Matt was the Judas instead of Ingtar in the show. But Matt really wasn't the Judas, but he was. You know what I'm saying? And then Matt and then Matt kind of he doesn't sacrifice himself, but he redeems himself when he blows the whistle. You know what I'm saying? And he gets all that stuff going. But that is chapter 50. So let's go ahead and round it up with that was chapter 49. But let's go ahead and round it off with
Chapter 50. After. By ship and horse the stories spread. By merchant wagon and man on foot, told and retold, changing, yet always alike at the heart, to Arad Doman and Tarabon and beyond, of signs and portents in the sky above foam. And men proclaimed themselves for the dragon, and other men struck them down, and were struck down in turn. Other tales spread of a column that rode from the sinking sun across Olmouth Plain. 100 bordermen, it was said. No, 1,000. No, 1,000 heroes come back from the grave to answer the call of the Horn of Valir. 10,000. They had destroyed a legion of the Children of the Light in Tyre. They had thrown Arthur Hawkwing's returned armies back into the sea. They were Arthur Hawkwing's armies returned. Toward the mountains they rode, toward the dawn. Yet one thing every tale had the same. At their head rode a man whose face had been seen in the sky above Falm, and they rode under the banner of the Dragon Reborn. And men cried out to the Creator, saying, O light of the heavens, light of the world, let the promised one be born of the mountain, according to the prophecies, as he was in ages past and will be in ages to come. Let the Prince of the Morning sing to the land that green things will grow and the valleys give forth lambs. Let the arm of the Lord of the Dawn shelter us from the dark, and the great sword of justice defend us. Let the dragon ride again on the winds of time.
Bruh.
From Charl Dryanan Te Calamon, The Cycle of the Dragon, author unknown, The Fourth Age. The end of the second book of The Wheel of Time.
Bruh. Yo, oh my goodness, yo. Like, what? Let's go. Now that's a goddamn post-credit scene, man. Like, what? Fire, yo. We're cooking. We're cooking, yo. Like, super fire. Oh my god. Like, beautiful. Does she read the glossary? No, I wish. I wish she read the glossary, yo. That would have been amazing. I haven't went over the glossary for book 1 either. Maybe we can do that for next week. Yo, I can't believe I've read 2 of the Wheel of Time books. Like, that's insane. Like, I can't believe that. That's crazy. My wife was just saying that earlier. She was like, babe, you read 2 Wheel of Time books. And I was like, I know, that's wild, right? She's like, yeah, that's crazy. I was like, what the hell? Like, never would I didn't even know. I go from never even knowing about Wheel of Time to now I'm going into book 3 very soon. No, I'm just playing. Nah, but now it's about to go into book 3. Like, oh my goodness. I love it. Oh. Oh my goodness. I am so happy to be a part of the Wheel of Time. Anything, like the fan base, everything about it. I'm just excited. I can't be more than happy to be like just sharing all of the nerdy stuff that's gonna happen with the show in the future. I want to read on so bad. I don't know what to do. If they do another 2-year gap in between, oh my god, I'm about to pass out because I am so excited and I want to read this next book so bad right now. Oh, yo, if they have a 2-year gap between season 3 and season 4, then we might just go ahead and just continue on from that point. But I think I'm going to try to wait it out until then. But you know how sometimes they do like, oh, we recorded both seasons at the same time, so you only have to wait like a year until the next book instead of this year. Like, yo, if they do that, I am so gonna be here for that. I'm gonna so be here for that, for real, for real. Like, this was a magnificent story to partake in. Like, this was beautiful. This was excellent, eloquent, masterfully put together already. I am so hyped, and I can't believe it's only book 2. We have 12 more books to go in this series, and I am just extravagant. I am so excited, bro. Like, this shit was fantastic, and it just kept getting better and better and better. It's crazy how every book has gotten better and better and better and better, and it's going to keep getting better and better and better and better. And I am so freaking pumped to go through this, for real. Like, I am so excited to continue down the list of all of these amazing things, bro. Like, oh my god. What a fantastic book. Like, what a fantastic book. For real, for real. Matt Stab ran the show. Y'all are all gems. You're a gem, Marisu. We cooking like none other right now. What an ending. What an ending indeed, Sharice. Like, the ending is just fantastic. Like, wow. Don't cry, Marisu. Don't cry. That is Lauren's line in his videos. Yo, big shout out to Lauren. I appreciate Lauren. Book 3 is a breeze comparatively. Marisu, stop it. You stop it. His unraveling the pattern videos. Yeah, I love Lauren. Bro's been in the chat a couple of times. He was just with us. Was it last week or the week before that? I think it was last week. I think he was in the chat chilling. No, it was the week before. I think it was. Yeah, it was the week before. He was in the chat chilling. He was like, yo, I got some time on my hands. I used to get to be here. I watched a couple of his videos. I still don't think Lauren has done a video for the last episode yet. And I'm like, bruh. And then I'm pretty sure the video that he put out, you guys said that I couldn't watch because it was so spoilery. Like, oh my god, I'm so heartbreaking, yo. Look, we're taking a break, but I'm gonna wear you down for book 3. Prediction time. I think you guys should like save all of your prediction questions, and then when we do our full book review, we can like have a full dedicated portion to like all of that stuff. Like, I want to use this question and answer thing. Like, okay, like, look, when I start a Q&A, questions. Wait. I'll put Q&A for book review. And I don't know how this works. But can you guys like just try to type something there just so we can kind of test it out a little bit? Because I have no idea what this is about. Q&A for book review. Oh my god, what just happened? Did it change the entire chat? Oh my god, what's going on? Did I break something? Okay, someone ask a question, please, if possible. Because I can't do anything because it changed my entire side. I just want to see how this works. Because I've never used this Q&A thing before. So I don't know what it does. Test. Okay, that's weird. Is it just... It's just the same thing as the Q&A? Oh, is it like so we can have a specific dedicated Q&A and then we can end it and then go back into chat? That's actually cool as hell. I'm not going to lie. I don't understand. Like, what new POV are you looking forward to? That's a dope... Okay, like, I don't understand. What's the point of this? This will remove all questions in the list. Okay, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, and the rest of the chat is just gone for me now. Like, all I can do is see the questions. Oh, wait. Can I can go back to chat? Oh, okay. So I can have the Q&A running simultaneously, and then you guys can go into the Q&A portion and type stuff in there. Are you able to? I don't know how it looks. Wait, I got to look at this on my phone because I need to look how different it is for both of these. Like, I don't understand how this is working. Okay, here's the poll. Which ending do you like more, book or show? I can vote on that. Also, should I not? It shows like a poll bubble, so should I not run the poll and the other thing at the same time? Okay, let's end the poll because I'm looking at it on my phone. Maybe it only shows. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, because I see that. I don't see the Q&A though. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Huh. Well, we'll have to do some more experimentatos. End Q&A. Okay, well, that's interesting. Prediction time. Oh, did you ever get to watch that promo? I'm gonna watch that promo next week as well. That promo will be watched next week for our full book review. So we'll try. What I want to do next week is do like the full book review, of course, and then basically maybe check out that promo that you sent, Charisse. Maybe also check out some glossary stuff, maybe from book 1 and 2, possibly. I don't know about that, but that's just a maybe. I know there was also like a Wat Idol thing going on, so we can either check that stuff out next week or whenever it comes, or like we can save that for the week after. I don't know what you guys want to do, but we can kind of see what's going on. But you know, I'm down for whatever. Predictions might be saved for full book review. Yeah, facts. The one I sent a link to on the Winds of Time. Oh, okay. My first question is, what groupings of our main characters does Sensei predict will occur in book 3? Ooh, that's a good ass question, KP. Do I need to? I'm gonna put a question in. I'm gonna put a Watt Q&A. I'm gonna start a thread in the Discord for Wheel of Time Q&A. Book 2 Q&A, and then create a thread. We're gonna go ahead and add everyone. Did that do it? Damn, I gotta like add super fam. There we go. Add super family. Did I give you a role, Charisse? Let's give you a role. We gotta give you the Modvenger and the super fam role. Oh, and Taverin. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Join the Discord. Let's drop the Discord link. Bam. Join the Discord if you haven't already. Because we'll get that pip pop plopping and slopping. Let's pin that here. Let's use Discord to come up with a list of questions. Yeah, I just dropped the book 2 Q&A in there for you guys to drop questions in if you would like. Marisu just saying. Min is Min diabolical? Min is definitely diabolical, yo. She was like, yo, talking about you gonna dandle all of us on your knee. That's crazy. She wants to be dandled. It shows like a pull bubble. Oh, okay. My eyes are drooping. We got to wrap up soon. 23-watt idle videos. Ooh. That's lit. I got a couple of glossary entries to point towards. Yo, that would be awesome too, because I know there's probably a shit ton of stuff in the glossary. So if you guys did have specific things that you would want to look at or want me to kind of go over and look at, then that would be dope. Where the hell is the glossary? What? I think I did this last time and I was like, yo, do I not have a glossary in my book? But I forgot they gave me a teaser of the next book in this. Here we go. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot here. Damn. That's a lot of glossary, baby. This has been great. Thanks. Hey, appreciate you carrying. For real, for real. Thank you for coming on by. Next week, we'll be doing our full book review, and then we're also going to be doing watch parties for season 3 of The Wheel of Time, and we're also going to be continuing book club with other books. I really want you guys to be able to be like, yo, what book do you want next for book club? So I might put like a thread out there or something. Oh, I can start a thread on Discord as well. For all that type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, I am super excited. To jump into here. Yo, Carrion, welcome to the Discord. Hell Perseus, welcome to the Discord as well. I don't know who Hell Perseus is, but welcome to the Cord, yo. Welcome to the Cord, everybody. We got the Watt channel in there for the waters. I need to go ahead and kind of update the Cord a little bit and get everything going. Yo, where's Matt? I just realized that. Where's Matt's dagger gone? I have not seen Matt's dagger in a little minute, yo. We miss you, Matt. Wherever you are out there in the cosmos, Matt, we miss you, and we hope you're doing well, my guy. Because I don't know where you disappeared to. I feel like Matt was here one day, and then the next. I know Matt was doing a lot of not a lot of Wheel of Time, but a lot of D&D. I know D&D and book club was on the same nights, so that's why we kind of missed him. But I miss you, Matt Dagger. I miss you. We didn't finish book 2. Where art thou? Why Idol is always so much fun. Yeah, man. I don't know what Idol is, but I can't wait to check it out. Got to check entries for spoilers. Exactly. I already did. Oh, that's right. That's right. I don't know. Did you put that in the Watt channel for? No, I don't think I see it in the Watt channel. Idol will be fire. But playlist shared in Discord if you want to check them out. Yeah, share that playlist in Discord for sure. Or do I just not know where you put it? No, I don't see it in the cord. Yeah, just drop it in the Watt channel if you could. But yeah, yo, I loved this book. That is the end of book 2. I love it, you guys. I hope all of you guys enjoyed this reading that we went through. We are officially done with the book, but next week we will be doing our last episode of this From Watcher to Readers season 2, where we will be doing a full book review of this amazing series, this amazing book of The Great Hunt. I am so pumped to kind of get all those other things talked about and talked through and fleshed out and question asks and all that good stuff. I'm ready to go through it and get all that stuff out of the way. And I'm hyped, man, and I'm really hyped. And I really appreciate each and every one of you guys that has been here with me from season 1, and everyone else that we have picked up along the way. You guys have really made it awesome to be able to experience this book. And I'm really so happy to be able to continue with all of the things that we're going to be doing in the future. Like I said, not next week, but the week next week we're going to be doing our full book review, and then the week after that we will be getting into my book stuff. So I'm really excited to do all of that. Make sure you guys drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. Join the Discord if you're not part of the Discord. Drop a subscribe on here. Join the super fam. Become part of the Brovenger. All that good stuff. I'm hoping to put out even more content coming out soon, if you guys can believe it. I mean, I've already been ramping it up, but now I'm gonna start trying to get into like book talk. If I can't get into book 2 fully, I'm gonna get into book talk for sure. So you're gonna see a lot of more book content and stuff like that coming out as we continue to read more books and do more comics and do more everything. So I'm gonna make a post on here so you guys can give more book ideas of what we can go into next for book club. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. You guys are all awesome. Shout out to all of the Mod Avengers that are in here. I appreciate you, Marisu. I appreciate you, KP. And welcome to the Mod Avengers family, to Charisse. Big shout out to Charisse. We are now part of the Mod Avengers. I definitely appreciate you and helping us protect all that is nerdy and awesome. And as I always say, I hope all of you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. Don't forget to stay awesome, stay nerdy, and of course, stay marvelous. Sleep well and wake. Oh, and again, congratulations, Charisse.
If you guys would like to support Mark Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.markbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan. Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one. Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update. Always watching.